Alright, you and I are diving into the story of Aki, the ultimate hero whose final battle with the demons was supposed to be his end. Yet, as he draws his final breath, he witnesses a terrifying truth: a class of high-tier demons known as the Baki. Humanity never truly understood their absolute power. And though it wasn't his fault, Aki blames himself for failing to carry the heavy burden of being the strongest. But is this really the final chapter for our legendary warrior? Before his consciousness completely fades away, the last thing he sees is a female demon reaching her hand out toward him. Aki assumes she is going to execute him for slaughtering so many of her soldiers. Darkness then swallows him whole, and it feels as though death has finally claimed his soul. Suddenly, a blinding flash erupts like a midnight sun, and he opens his eyes inside a completely unfamiliar body. The sudden sound of heavy, marching footsteps and commanding shouts echoing through the massive hall makes him realize this is not a battlefield, but a brutal military camp inspection. He raises his trembling hand to touch his new face, feeling each genuine breath, utterly shocked to find that this face does not belong to him. The powerful, handsome warrior of the past is gone, replaced by a frail, weak frame that leaves him desperately wondering who and where he is. Now, pay attention here, because instead of war-torn ruins, we are looking at a completely different world, the massive, fortified metropolis known as Hello City. Inside the chamber, the stern commander of the 3rd Squad, Captain Diaotang, is speaking gravely about the upcoming warrior trial. He recounts humanity's bloody past from the year 3069, when 6 giant star constellations crashed down, triggering the end of the world. Demons emerged to slaughter humanity, forcing survivors to fight back by grafting demon hearts into their own bodies to create the ultimate weapons against them. During his speech, the name Aki is mentioned, but as a legend from 60 years ago, the one they called the King, the ultimate warrior who led humanity against the endless demon tide in a weeks-long battle that stained the skies, securing 60 years of peace. Hearing this, Aki freezes as his mind completely shatters, realizing he has somehow traveled 60 years into the future. Diaotang continues his speech, his tone turning somber with grief as he laments how humanity forever lost its greatest, most legendary hero, who supposedly fell in battle while fighting 7th-tier demons. Future generations named that massive conflict the Dawn Battle, turning it into a symbol of hope and a new beginning for humanity. But as you and I know, their entire belief is a lie. The enemies back then were not 7th-tier beasts, but the Baki, a tier of demons infinitely stronger and more terrifying. Even though humans have enjoyed peace for 60 years, they still have no idea they are standing right on the edge of an abyss. Diaotang clenches his fist tightly, declaring with absolute certainty that without those ancient warriors, their world simply would not exist today. There would be no peace, nor this country, causing the recruits below to shout in unison, their voices rising like a massive tidal wave. Only Aki, the one who truly knows the dark truth, quietly whispers the words Baki demons in a voice filled with utter despair. Even though his whisper is incredibly quiet, it still catches Diaotang's sharp ears. The captain immediately marches over, his towering figure and heavy aura pressing down like a mountain, forcing everyone to lower their heads. His freezing gaze locks onto Aki, seemingly staring right through him, as his deadly, low voice demands to know if the boy truly understands what it means to be a warrior. Aki hesitates, debating whether to reveal his true identity, but deep down he knows that absolutely no one would believe his story. Ironically, the weak body he now inhabits also bears the exact same name as that legendary hero. To the captain, this is an absolute insult, a blasphemous act against the memory of their greatest champion. He places a heavy hand on Aki's shoulder, looking down with utter disgust and pure rage in his eyes. In his eyes, this boy is nothing but a useless, pathetic recruit who cannot even finish basic physical training, yet has the audacity to carry the name of history's greatest savior. Without warning, a thunderous strike lands, sending Aki crashing backward onto the hard floor as his entire body goes completely numb. Lying on the floor, Aki can only stare helplessly at the ceiling, feeling the pathetic weakness of this new, hollow shell of a body. Diaotang coldly turns away, leaving him with a freezing warning that the name Aki has officially been marked for termination in the upcoming warrior evaluation. He then turns back, loudly commanding all soldiers to assemble. The massive doors swing wide open, with synchronized footsteps echoing loudly through the hall. Diaotang barks out orders for everyone to immediately march to the testing grounds. But thankfully, a kind-hearted recruit steps forward to check on him, asking if he is all right. The young man helps Aki up, unaware that this simple gesture is the fated beginning of an unbreakable brotherhood. He is surprised to hear the name Aki, introducing himself as Lancelot, and politely offers his greetings. And that is where we leave our hero, facing sneers just for holding his own legendary name. Stick around to see how he takes back his glory. Alright, we're jumping into a scene where a white-haired girl sneers at a brat for sharing a legendary name. Does he really think he'll have that kind of power? She is Situ-Lu, a top candidate, and she struts off with a hair flip. Left flat on the ground, Aki grumbles in annoyance. Who does she think she is? Acting all high and mighty. What does my name have to do with her anyway? But Shino looks surprised and hesitates, asking if Aki really doesn't know her. Among all the new recruits this year, she is easily considered the strongest of them all. Staring at her proud back as she walks away, Shino explains the terrifying rumors about her. Situ-Lu is known as the unsmiling Rakshasa of Helios City, born into the most elite and powerful martial arts lineage, the prestigious Situ family. Hearing this name, Aki's face shifts slightly as he narrows his eyes and frowns. Situ. Why does that name sound so familiar? Shino can't just leave him lying on the ground like that, so he pulls him up. Before he can even stand up straight, a bright camera flash blinds them both as an overly excited pink-haired girl approaches, camera in hand. Oh my! The bond between two men really is the most beautiful sight. Noticing their intense glares, she laughs nervously and blushes. Ah, don't mind me. Please, go right back to what you were doing. Aki glares at this strange newcomer with absolute suspicion, demandingly asking who she is. However, right after that, Shino calmly points out that the bright light earlier was just a flash coming from her camera. Now, watch closely here. Aki suddenly jumps up like his tail got stepped on, realizing she was taking photos. Wait, you've got it all wrong, but she casually admits it anyway. The pink-haired girl then cheerfully introduces herself to them. My name is Tomoe. So nice to meet you. She stares dreamily at them, her imagination clearly running wild. I was completely drawn in by the dazzling light of your love. In her head, the two boys are surrounded by romantic, sparkling flowers. Tomoe literally starts drooling with pure excitement over such amazing romantic material. Watching this, Aki is instantly convinced that this girl is absolutely harmless. What a total weirdo. But they need to hurry to the physical fitness test area right now to avoid getting penalized for being late. Aki lets out a creepy grin while cracking his neck. He confidently boasts that with his physique, he must be the strongest candidate here. No matter what nonsense they were gossiping about earlier, it still pisses him off. He wonders if this basic physical exam is just looking down on him. He decides it is time to open their eyes. Walking onto the field as called, the referee raises the starting gun high. First up is the grueling stamina run. With a loud bang of the gun, everyone bursts forward at full speed. Let the test begin. Aki gets a dangerous look of absolute determination in his eyes. He is ready to take first place and shatter the records. Completely out of breath, he actually managed to break a record. Sadly, Aki finished dead last, setting a new record for taking the longest time ever. He collapses flat on his face, looking completely dead as everyone laughs. He quickly realizes this new body is in absolutely terrible shape. You and I both know it only gets worse from here. Watch how he miserably fails the second test, which is grip strength. Ranked dead last again, Aki complains about spraining his wrist and how much it hurts. Next is the jump test, where he barely clears 1 meter, even worse than the girls. Situ-Lu rolls her eyes in disgust, muttering how stupid he is. It feels like a harsh bolt of lightning just blasted Aki straight into the abyss of failure. Unsurprising, Aki ranks dead last overall, with the worst scores in history. As he slumps in utter despair, Shino walks over to comfort him, asking if he is all right. Tomoe holds her camera with deep regret, sighing that this might be her final photo of the two. Unsurprisingly, the examiner looks highly disappointed with such a pathetic performance. Sir, with such a terrible physical score, that kid Aki shouldn't even proceed to the second phase. He is far too weak and should be disqualified immediately. But Commander Ji Miaotang simply shakes his head. He firmly argues that while the skinny weakling clearly has zero chance of succeeding, he still has the right to take the second evaluation, even if it ends up being his absolute last. His cold face shows absolutely no mercy for the weak. He orders them to begin the second test, and his subordinate quickly salutes in obedience. Soon, a loud announcement echoes over the speakers, calling for the start of the second phase. The examiner quickly explains the rules. This round is all about synchronization with implanted gear. This is where it counts. A mysterious smirk slowly spreads across Aki's face as the intercom calls out again, directing all candidates to quickly proceed to the designated evaluation area. Aki refuses to throw in the towel just yet. This test is based on gear synchronization, and he definitely has an edge. Full of raw confidence, he is sure he will pass. After all, 60 years ago, his rate was stable at 96%, the highest in history. His eyes burn with a fierce, unstoppable resolve to win. This weak body might have terrible physical strength, but gear synchronization is entirely ruled by sheer willpower. He is going to shock them all, and his shifting aura suddenly makes He is about to show them what a legendary synchronization rate looks like. Stick around, because this is about to get insane. Everyone quickly gathers inside the massive, spacious testing chamber, where Aki gets suited up in a flexible, lightweight, tight bodysuit. Is this the implant tech after 60 years? It is incredibly light. The massive screen displays the results for the candidate being evaluated. All right, let's dive into this crazy story, where Situ Lu hits a massive 39% sync rate, leaving the crowd completely speechless. Some looked on with admiration, while others felt bitter jealousy. This is likely the best score of the year. The legendary Situ clan operates on a completely different level. The white-haired girl sweated slightly, her face glowing under the armor of Situ Lu, the smiling Rakshasa. The boys nearby were completely mesmerized by her look. How could anyone ever hope to pursue such an extraordinary girl? She is still young, yet she looks like she is radiating light. As the testing cables detached, Situ Lu proudly flipped her hair and walked down. Ah! With every heroic step she took, the endless whispers of the crowd rose up. She is definitely this year's strongest candidate from the elite Situ clan. Rumor has it she has been a genius since childhood. The young, energetic boys watched her with hungry eyes. Well, she is a true genius, after all. With just a tiny bit of effort, she easily stands above us. Did you see that just now? Her ponytail looks so gorgeous. Damn it, I think I am falling for her already. Amazing physical strength and stunning looks. Honestly, guys like us are just here to make up the numbers. She is totally out of our league. But then, the waiting room door opened and quickly shut, hiding Situ Liu from public sight. Away from the crowd, she let out a long sigh, her face bursting with excitement, a total contrast to her cold exterior. Great job, Situ. Everyone saw that 39%, so you are bound to be famous now. She fanned her blushing face, pretending she did not care about having fans, but secretly, she was thrilled. Calm down, Situ Liu. Just keep it together. Aki, remaining completely unbothered, still found it impressive that she reached a 39% synchronization rate. Sino chimed in to agree. He genuinely admired Situ Liu's power, admitting that she was indeed on a whole different level. I can feel an immense force hidden beneath that slender frame. Aki nodded, agreeing that she was undeniably a powerhouse. Hearing this, Sino curiously studied his face, asking why he did not seem nervous at all. He shrugged carelessly, saying he was used to it. This casual reply left Sino utterly confused. Soon after, the other candidates were called up. Looking at the results, pay attention here. Guys, many rookie warriors undergoing their first implant suffered intense physical agony, struggling to get even the lowest scores on the final test. A 12% synchronization rate was enough to pass, barely resisting the fierce energy of the demon core. Those who could not bear the pain gave up and were instantly disqualified. As for Sino, he only needed to reach a 10% synchronization rate to pass the evaluation. A 24% sync rate meant he passed. Of course, there were also some truly surprising results. Suiju Shuhui, another elite recruit, scored far above the rest. Just slightly behind Situ Liu, she achieved a solid 30% synchronization rate. Watching the test from above, Ji Miaotang smiled and remarked that they had some rather interesting rookies this year. Let's pause here. His stunning assistant checked the files, pointing out that rookies like Suiju Shuhui are definitely ones to watch. This test alone has produced 6 recruits with sync rates over 30%, basically class. She was extremely pleased with their performance. The recruits this term are quite impressive in both physical fitness and compatibility. Yet, Ji Miaotang remained calm. He quietly watched the last candidate step up, the weakest one of them all. Finally, it was Aki's turn to be tested. He looked surprisingly excited, eager to shock everyone who had doubted him. The mocking whispers were even louder than when Situ Liu went up. Is that really Aki? With that weak body, I bet he will vomit blood from sheer terror. His first test score was a total joke. Yet, he calmly stepped onto the platform amidst their loud laughter. Keep laughing, because he is about to blow their minds. He absolutely cannot wait to slap their arrogant faces. Just wait and see. Stepping onto the platform, Aki pointed at one of the 4 colored stones, choosing the red demon core. These energy cores are harvested from dead demons after each intense battle. They are divided into 6 categories. The most common ones usually found are red, yellow, dark green, and light green. Fullmati. Red represents raw combat power. Yellow represents defense. Light green represents rapid recovery. And dark green represents exceptional agility and movement speed. Even scarcer are the purple cores, which represent dark magical illusion energy, and another type representing temporal powers. Spatial energy resides in the black demon cores, which are the rarest of all. Throughout history, no one has ever proven their actual existence. Handed the red core, he entered the testing booth while technicians began attaching wires all over his body. Aki was extremely confident, armed with knowledge of sync rates from his past life. As he placed the red core on his chest, 4 prongs extended and dug deep into his flesh, fusing with his veins. But the key to surviving this? Pure willpower. Those wires measured his internal energy flow. Ultimately, willpower determines the pain level. And trust me, you and I are about to see if he can survive. Alright, let's see how much of the demon core his body can handle. After a tense wait, the red core on Aki's chest glows a successful graft. The technician holds a thick cable, asking if he's ready. With a completely calm face, Aki replies, all set. Back in the waiting room, a blinding red light floods through the window, forcing Situ Lu to turn around and wonder what this insane energy reaction is. That's when he realizes the crimson glow is bursting from a single person. Could it be him? Aki unleashes all his strength, pushing his body to the absolute limit. He's about to show them what the sync rate of the strongest warrior looks like. The onlookers eagerly wait for an epic show, thrilled that Aki was secretly hiding this massive level of power all along. Pay close attention to that screen. The synchronization rate is skyrocketing, already hitting 40% and climbing. Hearing the number, Aki scoffs, refusing to accept it. 40%? He used to reach an insane 96% back in the day. So he takes a deep breath, relaxes his tensed hands, and squeezes out every ounce of his remaining strength to force that number higher. The power surge is so violent that the heavy connection cables start shaking, and the numbers on the screen shoot up again. It is still rising? This is absolutely insane. The bizarre and unbelievable sight makes it impossible for Ji Yaotang to stay calm. What on earth is happening? There is no way his synchronization rate can be this high. It must be an error. Look, it's hitting 65, 70, even 80%. The crowd that was laughing is now in sheer panic. What is going on here? Is that kid somehow cheating? Yeah, there has to be a major glitch in the equipment. Taking advantage of this, Aki smugly strikes a pose. He's Aki, the legendary ultimate warrior they worship as the Demon King. If this demon core wasn't such a low-grade piece of junk, and this body wasn't so pathetic, my true power would have made everyone kneel before me. This is the vast gap between me and you kids. But just as he's flexing his power, everything goes completely wrong. In an instant, Aki feels like he's plunging into deep water, as if an invisible hand is suddenly choking his power. His rising energy is completely drained in a second. What's happening? Why is his strength suddenly completely gone? The testing machine glitches and cracks open under pressure, and Aki can't take it anymore, spitting out a mouthful of blood. I know what you're thinking, this is brutal. Aki is shaking, unable to accept that this fragile body can't handle his power. The tester yells in frustration, asking what on earth he just did. Assuming the equipment is definitely broken, the screen updates and shows his sync rate crashing all the way down to 10%. With a heavy sigh, the assistant reports the final, pathetic evaluation score to the captain. They assume a faulty demon core shattered and caused a wild glitch in the numbers, giving everyone a temporary heart attack. Hearing this, Ji Yaotang looks highly skeptical. Was it really just an equipment malfunction? Sighing heavily at the disappointing outcome, he asks to confirm if his official final score is 10%, and she nods yes. Yes, that's correct. It is barely enough to pass. All that's left is a pitying sigh for such a weak candidate. The recruits who were almost scared out of their wits are now sneering and mocking him. I told you it was just a glitch. He is fine, just totally exhausted and needs some rest. Honestly, look at his weak body. How could he ever reach such an insane level? And here I thought he was actually strong. A real sync rate like that would put him at S-rank captain level. With the test over, Shino rushes over to lift his head and ask, "Brother, are you okay?" Situ Lu stares down with a cold glare. Scared me for a second. I thought someone actually stronger than me existed here. I would absolutely never allow that. Too weak to answer, Aki can only curse his luck for being looked down on by these kids again. While Shino carries him back to the break room, Aki can't stop wondering what on earth just happened. It felt like something living inside his own body suddenly rose up and completely drained his energy. This terribly low result drives him into deep despair, because he has never experienced anything like this before. His pure willpower should have easily hit 80%. Even if this was the lowest grade demon core, it shouldn't have shattered like that. Why did it happen? While he's lost in thoughts, the cabin door flies open, and a loud voice commands them to stand. Everyone in the room instantly snaps to attention. The newcomer is none other than Commander Ji Yaotang, followed by several instructors. As the commander, he offers some words of encouragement to the rookies, congratulating them on making it to the final round. With an extremely serious gaze, he tells them about the upcoming live combat exam. No matter how dangerous it gets, you will have to face real demons directly. Because of this, Ji Yaotang offers one simple piece of advice: stay alive, and make sure you pass this evaluation safely. As soon as he finishes his speech, the instructors shout out, directing everyone to head toward the final evaluation zone immediately. And that's where we leave it as Aki drags his exhausted body past Ji Yaotang, wondering if he can even survive this. Let's dive in. Ji Yaotang suddenly spots something right where Aki was sitting, and when he picks it up to check, it's a shattered red jade shard. Ji Yaotang watches Aki slowly retreating back, his hand clenching into a tight fist. You've really got me curious, Aki. You're so mysterious that every single action you take is like a miracle. I can't wait to see what happens next. Now, let's see how you're going to perform in this final wilderness hunt out in the fog. The 100-day mark is the safe zone where everyone can move without limits, while free birds glide across the sky, shedding feathers. The crowd gathers before the city gates. As they open, the heavy shadows slowly retreat, revealing a bright path of light. On the captain's command, the massive gates slowly creak open, and the rookies stare out in sheer curiosity. Wow, 60 years after the apocalypse, and this is my first time leaving the city. Do we really live completely isolated? Just like you said, the outside world is totally swallowed by fog. The commanders instantly snap at the shouting recruits. Stop making noise and move out. If you have time, double-check your gear right now, or you'll end up dead without even knowing why. Aki stares intently at the red demon core on his chest. They replaced it with a new demon core, but he knows the core wasn't the issue. Back then, it felt like something deep inside him was actively rejecting it, leaving him completely powerless. He can't stop agonizing over what actually went wrong. Could this mystery be a strange side effect of his transmigration? Lost in thought, he unconsciously follows the crowd outside the city walls. Watch closely. The exact second his foot touches the ground, a terrifying shiver runs through him, sending a signal pulsing outward, like massive sound waves. It travels so incredibly fast that it crosses half the globe in an instant, passing right through starving, flesh-hungry demons, surging through vast, pitch-black, and endless forests, all the way to a bottomless, pitch-dark cave where the signal finally reaches its end. As the powerful sound waves penetrate deep into that dark, forgotten cave, a demon sitting amidst a pile of white bones instantly detects Aki's sudden presence. He feels an immeasurably powerful aura, a rank far superior to his own. A demon vastly stronger than himself. Aki's face turns completely pale as a bizarre vision suddenly flashes in his head. What kind of demon did he just see deep inside his own heart? He felt an unexplainable, deep connection with that terrifying creature, almost like a strange sympathy. Suddenly, a sharp voice snaps him out of his daze. Are you gonna stand there or move? Aki spins around in panic, realizing he is blocking Situlu's path, and awkwardly scratches his head while stammering a quick apology. Shino notices he's a bit distracted and asks if he's okay, right before the instructor yells out, grouping the four of them together. You four in the back, you're a team. It turns out the other cadets are already lined up and waiting. Everyone is ready. Get over here. Aki hurriedly scrambles to catch up, while Tomoe watches him with curious, wide eyes. Is this your secret teaming strategy? Aki quickly waves his hands. No, that wasn't my plan at all. I know what you're thinking. But Situ doesn't object. She just warns Aki not to get in the way. Secretly, she's actually relieved. She was terrified no one would team up with her, so this group is absolutely fine by her. All right, Aki, let's do our absolute best. Tomoe happily logs her daily status update. Teaming up was a total success. A large device is brought out, a monolith known as the Dispersion Stone, which contains a special substance capable of clearing away the thick fog. The examiner yells out the rules. The third evaluation phase will be conducted in groups of 4. You all know the drill by now. This is a wild hunt in the dangerous fog beyond the city walls. I will now hand out a combat knife and a mini fog dispelling device to every single recruit. It works just like the massive stone, he explains to the group. Your mission is simple. Venture deep into the fog, locate the designated beacon points, and plant your dispersion devices directly into those coordinates. Then, hunt down the rogue demons. Your score will be evaluated based on your individual combat skills and teamwork. Good luck out there. The mission brief sounds simple enough, but the actual reality? It's a whole different story. Hunting demons in the dense fog is the ultimate trial of fear for rookies in this desolate, mist-shrouded world. Behind that thick white veil lie glowing red eyes, hungry for blood, forcing young warriors to constantly confront terrifying, hidden dangers. To survive as a warrior, physical strength isn't enough. You must maintain absolute mental fortitude when facing that suffocating, blinding darkness. Overcoming this trial completely depends on how well you work together. Step 1 is planting the devices. Once the thick mist is completely blown back, the grotesque, ravenous demons will reveal themselves, hungrily charging your position. If you work together to take them down, you and I will celebrate your first kill as a true warrior. All right, let's jump right in as the intercom blares, announcing the next team is up. Up above, a mysterious figure watches the trials, noticing quite a few standout recruits in this batch. Take that girl in the tight suit and high heels, very stunning, but our main focus is on Suhui's kid. That red-haired woman is Tatsuya, captain of Squad 3, standing right beside the other squad leaders. What do you guys think? The blue-haired man is also deep in thought. Born into a famous martial arts family, he is the leader of Squad 1. While Chower is bound to become an incredibly strong warrior, Ji Yaotang has other ideas. Keep your eyes on this last recruit. His gaze locks onto the young rookie planning his tactics, unable to get this new recruit out of his head. Aki is absolutely positive that when he inspected the demon core that day, there was absolutely nothing wrong with it. So what exactly happened back then? Suddenly, a light tap hits his head as Jago appears, silhouetted and teasing him. What is on your mind? The great and dignified Ji Yaotang blushes and yells, telling Joe to stop teasing him like that. Up until now, only Chower could ever make him blush like this, and she won't stand for anyone else doing it. They're completely focused on keeping the rookies safe, confirming that only one type of demon is in the testing zone. Only rankless demons exist in this assessment area, and Ji Yaotang is completely certain of it since they prepared this plan very carefully. To prepare for today's exam, we scouted the entire city to make absolutely sure there are no first-rank demons out there. Joe nods with a smile. Even if one does show up, they promise to do whatever it takes to protect the rookies and keep these future warriors safe. One group after another completes their trial, and now this current squad has finished their run. As the fog rolls in again, the stage is set for the next group. Now, pay attention to the crowd, whispering it's C2Lu's squad. But why is that useless Aki joining them? The group eagerly gets ready. It's finally our turn. But as Aki reaches down to grab the bone-propelling device, a hand quickly snatches it away. Aki is left completely stunned, staring at his empty hands. C2Lu just flashes past them, shouting to follow her. The most outstanding warrior here. He suppresses his growing irritation. This girl seriously loves showing off a bit too much. With no other choice, the three of them sprint to keep up with her speed. C2Lu pauses for a split second, bends her knees, and instantly vanishes before performing a high, rolling leap through the air. While everyone watches in awe, she pinpoints the exact pedestal through the thick mist to lock the device inside. She swiftly slams the core into place, and the heavy fog vanishes in an instant. Watching this display, Jago gasps in surprise, noting that despite having a recovery-type core, she is just as fast as any blue core user, a true martial lineage. The nearby roaming demons are instantly alerted, and three of them charge forward at the same time to attack C2Lu. Aki runs alongside Sino and yells for him to split up, initiating the tactical battle plan they prepared earlier. Sino channels his inner energy, kicks off the ground, and leaps a massive distance. He lands right in front of C2Lu, charging up a heavy, power-packed punch. With a single punch, Sino creates a barrier sphere that halts all three demons, earning praise from Ji Yaotang. Not bad at all. They've already gotten pretty skilled at controlling their core energy, haven't they? Aki twirls his dagger, facing the three airborne demons, and hypes up the squad to take them down one by one, with Tomoe eagerly shouting back in agreement. Without a word, C2Lu snaps back, telling him to save his breath. All three of them leap high into the air, splitting up to handle one target each, beginning with Tomoe's direct clash. With incredibly swift and agile slashes, she carves up the beast's body in a flash, before planting her foot onto the demon to kick it a great distance away. As the demon falls, it's Sino's turn to step in and deliver a devastating blow with his massive strength. The beast is instantly blown back over 100 meters and utterly destroyed. Watching from above, Joe praises their incredible and seamless team synergy. With a slightly playful and cheeky look on his face, he admires the girl, noting how the blue core's boost makes her physical movements incredibly fluid and graceful. Ji Yaotang immediately snaps at him, demanding to know what he is actually looking at. Round 2 belongs to Situ Liu. Locking her eyes onto the falling demon, she arches her back and prepares to unleash her full force. With massive power, Situ Liu drives her dagger deep into the demon's body. Her blade channels a bright green liquid, spreading a deadly, bubbling toxin that corrupts its flesh. Roaring in pain, the demon plunges as she leaps away, letting it free fall. Once the poison fully spreads inside, she triggers the detonation command, blowing the beast to pieces in a spectacular explosion. Finally, it is Aki's showdown. You and I are about to see exactly how he handles it. With a sharp, deadly glare, he mutters, "Let me greet you with 3 swift slashes." He strikes with absolute precision, carving first the neck, then the chest, and finally tearing through the gut. Let's dive in as his final slash connects. Aki slides right past the demon, tumbling onto the hard ground. Aki is forced to stab his knife down to stop his slide. This skinny body has serious limits, but he is using this fight to test exactly what it can do. Moving with graceful, flowing steps, he regains his balance and lunges forward like a deadly assassin to eliminate the beast. In an instant, the demon reacts to his attack. Its massive fist swings, barely missing Aki's head. Without a single second of hesitation, he drives his blade deep into its ribs. But Aki knows his current limits all too well. His reflexes are way too slow. The demon fights back, but Aki's awareness and agility are just enough to dodge the blows. Instantly switching the knife to his other hand, he uses the momentum to unleash another strike. Whether using his dominant or non-dominant hand, his strikes are incredibly decisive, keeping his physical rhythm perfectly in sync. Now watch closely. The toyed-with demon completely loses its mind and swings furiously. But right before it charges, Aki plunges his blade into it once more. Then, he smoothly bends his body to slip past, delivering a final, lethal slash straight across its neck. Even though the demon is down, he is not satisfied. The explosive power just was not there. Still, Aki spins his knife with absolute style to finish the show. Sino cannot help but gasp, amazed that his buddy Aki is basically playing with his prey like a toy. Tomoe silently raises her camera, having recorded every single second of this. Meanwhile, Situ Liu acts completely unfazed, but internally fumes over having his spotlight stolen. He is definitely doing this on purpose. Meanwhile, the 3 squad captains watching are genuinely impressed by Aki's performance. Who on earth is that skinny kid? Jago asks, his eyes wide in shock. That presence of his is no joke. Joel has to agree. It is not just his presence. Every single move he makes is incredibly refined. Only Captain Ji Yaotang remains dead silent, his gaze completely locked onto Aki's every movement, as the young fighter pants heavily after such an intense struggle. Let us pause here as the test ends. Aki wipes his sweat, totally frustrated that his current body cannot execute his past skills. Even basic movements leave him completely out of breath. This physical condition is honestly pathetic. Even though the examiner calls an end to the test, Aki readies his stance. With cold, murderous eyes, he prepares to finish off the dying demon. Time to end you, he thinks. But the second his feet touch the ground, something erupts from below. Aki's sharp instincts sense it immediately. A massive spike shoots up, skewering the demon he wanted to kill and blasting Aki backward. In the blink of an eye, all 4 of them are trapped, completely surrounded by giant vines. What on earth is going on? A grotesque arm tears out from the body of the rankless demon. Something else is crawling out of it. After a tense second of silence, a smaller demon drags itself out of the carcass. Time seems to slow to a crawl as the creature emerges. This monster looks completely different from any ordinary demon. It unleashes a terrifying roar, sending an invisible pressure blasting through the area, reaching the 3 captains on the wall. Captain Ji Yaotang instantly recognizes this overwhelming, dreadful aura. His eyes widen in sheer horror as a cold chill runs down his spine, and he screams to the recruits below with all his might. A first-rank demon. They need to escape immediately. Get back to the city. Run. It is a first-rank demon. Jago and Joel leap down from the massive wall, crashing onto the ground in a cloud of dust. The sky above remains eerily calm, as if nothing out of the ordinary is happening. With two captains stepping up to handle this high-level threat, Jago yells out to the panicking recruits who are scrambling back to safety. Do not panic. Head to the safe zone near Captain Ji Yaoteng. He will protect all of you. Shockingly, this first-rank demon can speak, muttering that a human smells like a demon. Its bizarre words leave Aki completely stunned. A human with a demon scent? What is it talking about? Since it is only mimicking human speech, its creepy voice sounds incredibly unnatural. Though it slowly inches forward, the terrifying aura radiating from its body cannot be ignored. Aki's squad mates tremble in terror. Is this really a first-rank demon? It is on a completely different level than those rankless ones. Overwhelming dread paralyzes them, making them feel like they will be ripped to shreds in a second without even being able to move. Facing this monstrous pressure, even Aki feels a wave of hesitation. This weak, fragile body is clearly no match for such a beast. This helpless feeling is completely foreign to him. For the first time, he understands what ordinary soldiers mean. Is this the crushing pressure one feels when facing a ranked demon? Under their terrified stares, the demon raises its hand to count them, but quickly gives up and unleashes its power to capture them all. 4 sharp beams of light shoot from its fingertips, striking their heads. Unable to react, the recruits are hit instantly. All 4 recruits instantly collapse. Just then, the surrounding wall of roots begins to shatter. Jago and Joel have finally arrived, but are they too late? Trust me. You and I are left hanging as Jago warns the beast to back off, though it does not care. All right. You and I are diving into a wild demon fight. The monster smirks, tilting its head as rotting roots explode from the earth to form a cage. The roots wrap the demon into a tight cocoon. Come along with me, it says politely. Who knew a demon would show manners before leaving? Then it vanishes into the pit, leaving a crater behind. Jago panics over this bizarre turn of events. They are gone, all 4 of them. The group hesitates by the root-covered pit, only to see the dirt bulging and moving in a straight line, showing that the demon is running away. Without a second thought, Jian charges after it. The 2 sprint deep into the dark forest, chasing the kidnapper. But suddenly, the trail of upturned earth stops completely. They have lost the tracks. Jago grits her teeth in utter confusion. They had spent days scouting this area, so how on earth did they miss a first-class demon like that? After all, Ji Yaoteng has always been extremely careful with his work. The demon's behavior was completely abnormal and mutated. Honestly, these monsters have never pulled a stunt like this before. A massive figure leaps down from the sky, right where they are standing. It's Ji Yaoteng, asking in a panicked, urgent voice, "Where are the kids?" Frustrated, he urges the 2 standing still to move. Why have they stopped? They need to keep chasing it right now. Ju steps in to calm him down, pointing out that the trail ends here. Now, look closely, as Jago scans the area and makes her assessment. It seems this first-class demon has burrowed much deeper from this point. The path ahead is completely uncharted territory, and pushing forward might lead us into a trap. Ji Yaoteng kneels down, silently touching the broken trail of dirt without a single word. The painful memory of his own brother being snatched by demons flashes in his mind. In a fit of sheer rage, Ji Yaoteng smashes the ground. Damn it. He is consumed by guilt, blaming himself completely for not taking his duties seriously enough. Even though no one blames him, his emotions spill over in deep regret. It's all his fault. Joel knows they can't linger here. They must head back first, as the townsfolk are likely panicking right now. They need to return to reassure the town. Having all 3 of them out here is too dangerous. Then, they can send a scout team to investigate and check for other first-class demons. Jago also realizes they cannot chase this beast forever, but Yaoteng argues about the 4 kids. This is a nightmare scenario, but they desperately need to calm down. She knows he's blaming himself for everything. She gently places a hand on Ji Yaoteng's shoulder, but he quickly pushes her away. He makes his decision, refusing to abandon the children. Go back first, he says. I am staying to search. This makes Joel frown in disapproval. Wait, Yaoteng, are you serious? Before he can finish, Jago cuts him off. She gently advises him, warning him to return before sunset, no matter what. Ji Yaoteng promises in a low, grim voice. The 2 watch in silence as he vanishes into the thick fog. Jago simply understands his stubborn nature. She knows they can't change his mind, leaving Ju to ruffle his hair in frustration. I know. Years ago, Yaoteng's brother was taken by demons. Honestly, we can all understand why he's blamed himself ever since. Bringing this up dampens the mood. If his brother were still alive, he would be around the same age as those kids. They pity the poor children trapped in this cruel, dark world. Those kids remind him so much of his lost brother. Meanwhile, Aki groggily wakes up, staring blankly at the cave entrance. He is dazed, slowly trying to regain his senses. Where is this? Underground? He notices the others are also tied to stone pillars. He whispers, trying to wake them up. They seem to be alive. But just as Aki speaks, a terrifying voice whispers from right behind his neck, asking if he is awake. His face twists in sheer terror. He slowly turns to face the giant demon that dragged them down here. A first-class demon. As he struggles desperately, the monster steps forward in awe, amazed at how quickly he woke up. It circles him, speaking in a strange, mocking tone about his uniqueness. Suddenly, it spins around and strikes Aki with full force. Leaning in close, the beast whispers bizarre things that make absolutely no sense. Why does a human carry the scent of demons? How is your energy so overwhelming? Aki's head is bleeding from the blow, yet his gaze remains fierce. What the hell are you talking about? Summoning a sudden burst of raw power, Aki completely shatters the roots binding him. Landing on the ground, he quickly grabs a sharp, broken branch to use as a weapon. Aki swings with lethal intent, but the demon dodges. It is filled with dark curiosity, mockingly asking about his incredible life force. Claws swipe at him, but Aki leaps gracefully, dodging the strike. He executes a quick backflip to put distance between them. Damn it, this current body is way too weak, not even half as strong as his previous one. If this were my past life, your head would already be rolling. Stick with me, because Aki is determined to save all three of his friends. He leaps forward again with immense speed, analyzing every move of the first-class demon before him. Let's dive into this clash, where a red core demon with highly flexible joints strikes with insane speed. But because of that, its joints lack protective armor, meaning its greatest strength is actually its biggest weakness. Spotting Aki's plan, the demon suddenly reaches out to grab him. No, that won't work on me. Aki leans his body and pours all his power into his arm. Right then, the demon thrusts its claws straight through Aki's shoulder. This was actually a deliberate trap to bait the monster, the only way he could create an opening to win. He immediately snaps its joints while its movements are restricted by the impalement. Targeting the weak point, Aki drives a sharp branch deep into the demon's shoulder joint. With his other hand, he grabs its arm and rips it clean off with absolute force. Now, pay attention here, the plan worked, and he broke it, completely shocking the beast with his insane recklessness. The beast screams in pure agony. Aki smirks triumphantly, saying, "Don't underestimate me. You're just a one-tailed demon, and I've already killed countless trash like you." Suddenly, the demon's expression shifts into a smirk. Its agile limbs twist around, delivering a brutal kick straight into his stomach. This single blow inflicts massive damage on Aki's fragile, human body. In a flash, he's sent flying, crashing violently into the wall. The impact completely defeats our recently reincarnated hero, leaving a deep crater painted with a long streak of blood. The demon gloats, throwing Aki's own arrogant attitude right back at him. "You know my weakness, but I possess the wood element." The severed arm suddenly flies back to its shoulder, instantly regrowing and healing right before his eyes. This completely defies his knowledge of this world. How did it heal? Isn't regeneration supposed to be exclusive to blue core demons? It mentioned the wood element. Instantly, a terrifying realization flashes through his mind, freezing him in place. Could it be that these demons are actually evolving? The beast wiggles its newly attached hand. "You're the one underestimating me here." With a simple flick of its fingers, countless needle-sharp roots impale Aki's body and drag him forward. With a mere thought, the expanding roots pull his paralyzed body right back into the clutches of this terrifying one-tailed demon. The sharp wooden roots keep him pinned in place, yet Aki's eyes remain defiant, refusing to submit even in defeat. The monster releases his head, muttering, "I don't get you. This is the end." Massive blood loss begins fading Aki's consciousness into darkness. "My organs are pierced? I can't breathe." I know what you're thinking. Is he seriously about to die right after reincarnating? He can't stop thinking about his captured allies. Are they going to suffer the same fate? Tragic memories flood his mind once more. Will his new companions die right beside him, just like everyone else did in his past life? But with his body completely powerless, there is nothing he can do. Aki smiles bitterly, whispering an apology as his arms go limp. So unwilling. Damn it. Seeing him stop moving, the demon curiously inspects him, muttering, "Huh? Already dead? Why was he so weak? What a pathetic human." Drooling greedily, the monster thinks, "If I eat him, will I evolve further? Yes, I must eat." After a brief hesitation, it opens its pitch-black maw to devour Aki's head first. But suddenly, something deep inside him begins to wake up. A terrifying, overwhelming pressure suddenly erupts, threatening the beast. The startled demon leaps back as a strange voice speaks through Aki's mouth, though he's no longer in control. "Aki, you cannot die yet, otherwise my entire plan will be completely ruined." The red demon core on his chest cracks and completely shatters into pieces. But the bizarre transformation is only just beginning. To think I'd have to use my last spark of life in a place like this. Yet, this immense power makes the demon shiver in fear. Huh? What is this horrifying pressure? The beast trembles before the energy radiating like glowing red threads. 5 tails? 6 tails. Replacing the shattered core is something entirely different, as the entity inside Aki mockingly laughs at the terror. This raw power completely reshapes Aki's body into an entirely new form, turning his pitch-black hair long and stark white in an instant. The one-tailed demon is currently witnessing the most terrifying and unforgettable moment of its life. The devastating energy inside Aki's body suddenly explodes into a massive pillar of light, completely shattering the underground cavern and blasting straight up into the sky. A giant crimson sphere expands outward rapidly. Every single demon within a 100-mile radius caught in this expanding shockwave is instantly vaporized into absolute nothingness. The spectacular blast violently shakes the entire primeval forest, revealing a deeply malevolent entity standing right at the very center of this cataclysmic power. Aki, now sporting massive, glowing crimson wings, declares, "I am the legendary 8-tailed red core demon, the strongest, ultimate king of your entire kind." The terrified one-tailed demon shivers in absolute horror, barely able to even stammer out, Eight-tailed lord. You are the true king of all demons." With pale, purple lips, the supreme being commands him to kneel, forcing the demon to slam its knees to the ground instantly. The Crimson Tail King extends his hands toward the blinding light, asking, "Tell me, what is my name?" The demon's teeth chatter uncontrollably in absolute fear. Night-Tail King. This is the strongest demon of all, and the true mastermind who orchestrated Aki's resurrection in this era. And that's where we leave it, with a desolate landscape of abandoned ruins, leaving us to wonder what comes next. Alright, you and I are diving right into the action, as Ji Yaotang swiftly slips through the ruins. Suddenly, he senses multiple demons nearby. Instantly, he drops low, completely ready to strike. 2 figures lying completely still suddenly notice a shadow darting past. Before it can even sit up to check, Ji Yaotang has already flashed behind its back. He drives a brutal punch straight into its stomach, making the other demon roar in pure fury. But he quickly dodges its attack with ease. While the demon stands dazed by the miss, Ji Yaotang leaps high into the air and delivers a fatal blow right to its neck. Defeating 2 low-level demons was absolute child's play as he scans the area. There were only 2 chi-less demons here, meaning the kids aren't in this area. Since this isn't the destination, it is time to move on and keep searching. Staring at the vast sky fading into a deep pink, time is quickly running out. He must find those kids before darkness falls. Suddenly, King Shichi's power erupts right behind him. A violent shockwave sweeps through the area, forcing Ji Yaotang to shield his eyes from the blinding dust. What is this insane pressure? The shockwave fades, leaving a heavy silence. Now watch closely as he heads straight toward it. Could they really be over there? He has a strong bad feeling that the kidnapper is lurking in that exact direction. Over there, King Shichi lands right before Demon Yi Qi. His movements are elegant and calm, showing absolutely nothing could ever shake him. Seeing him approach, Demon Yi Qi quickly bows his head. The king stretches lazily and sighs in deep disappointment, complaining about returning to such a dark, filthy, and miserable place. King Shichi demands an answer to his question. The demon trembles in absolute fear and stutters out his response. His glowing golden eyes stare down at the pathetic trash. He demands an immediate answer about what happened after he disappeared. The Chi Kings still exist, but only 5 of them remain. Demon Yi Qi quickly bows his head to reply, "Yes, indeed, those 5. The 5 kings are still the same? The 5 Chi Kings haven't changed at all." Hearing this, a cold smirk creeps onto his face. It seems they have been living far too comfortably, as if it was some kind of joke. He laughs bitterly, his clenched fist tearing physical cracks directly into the void. Have they actually forgotten what I did 60 years ago? This terrifying display makes Demon Yi Qi flinch in shock. Speaking of which, King Shichi feels deeply disappointed with Aki, his chosen vessel who is supposedly humanity's strongest warrior. Who knew that after crossing over, this body would turn out so incredibly weak? What a massive letdown. What a joke that things ended up like this. My very last thread of divine consciousness is actually being wasted in this ridiculous situation, forcing me to wait until I am fully awakened to manifest once again. His hand trembles slightly, barely holding himself back from crushing his own throat. King Shichiki closes his eyes, savoring his grand plan. You and I both know it tests his patience to wait for this warrior to slowly unlock the memories of Qi. Hearing that familiar term, Demon Yi Qi instantly reacts to his words. The memories of Qi, my lord? According to your words, remembering means evolution, and evolving requires everything. He confirms the hidden mechanics of demons, explaining the obvious transformations occurring within their bodies. Naturally, these creatures lack any real empathy, meaning quantity is key, and the more they consume, the higher they level up. The evolution of our dark clan strictly requires the memories of Qi. This unique ability of our race is exactly what keeps us far superior to any other species out there. This human warrior, Aki, is now no different from you demons. King Zichi clearly understands how evolution works. Only by cannibalizing your own kind within the dark clan can you truly evolve. He is currently nurturing a parasite inside this human. To perceive the memories of Qi, he must consume members of the dark clan who possess a higher rank than his own. The king turns away, anticipating the next evolution. King Shichi lectures the low-level demon, wondering if he should consider this whole setup as his personal gift to the boy. Hearing this, the demon swells with intense loyalty. My lord, I will serve you with all my strength and become your ultimate right hand. He extends his hand, offering to help the king awaken, only to be sliced in half and sent flying in an instant. King Shichi speaks coldly. You are unworthy. My explanation was merely to reveal the plot, and your only remaining value lies here. He reaches out, pulling the falling crystal fragments toward his chest. This is the exact spark needed to awaken the human warrior's Qi memories. King Shichi eagerly anticipates the mutation of his chosen human. Human warrior, I have laid down the very first stepping stone for you. Aki's genetic code has been altered and rewritten into a brand new form. Do not disappoint me in the stages to come. The outer shell taking his form begins to crack. I want you to awaken step by step until you reach Ba Qi. From the cracking shell, an unconscious Aki falls out. At that exact moment, the DNA sequence is integrated directly into his energy core. He whispers his final words before vanishing. And that's where we leave it, as he vows to return from his deep slumber. Let's see what happens next. As Aki's energy core begins to react, the new DNA flows directly into his bloodstream, merging with his body. The demon curls up, falling into a deep slumber, while Aki feels countless hands grabbing him, pulling him down into a pitch-black abyss. Darkness swallows the light, leaving absolute nothingness behind. Then, a faint voice echoes through the dark, calling out to him, King, our strongest champion. His dying comrade, hanging on by a thread, desperately fights against death itself. King, I can't die yet, she's still waiting for me. Aki desperately reaches out. Hang on. You can't die here, I'm bringing you back. Suddenly, that lifeless hand grips Aki's tightly. He freezes in shock, only to hear, but in the end, we're both already dead, right? His comrade's face twists into a terrifying, horrific distortion. Why is Aki the only one who survived? Aki snaps awake, gasping for air. He quickly realizes this is reality, not the nightmare. Wait, it was just a dream? That nightmare felt so real. Aki realizes those haunting images are his own memories. Before he can process this, someone suddenly yanks the curtain open. Aki, my man, all three of your teammates are safe. You're finally awake. Hey guys, he's up. Before he can speak, Tomoe suddenly leans in, catching Aki completely off guard. What's going on? She frowns, staring at his head with utter confusion. But seriously, what happened to your hair? Did that demon take you to get a dye job? Aki flushes, totally flustered by her being so close. What is she talking about? It's only now Aki realizes that after blacking out, his memory of what happened is a total blank. Wait, are you three okay? Shino shrugs. We're fine, buddy. I just remember that Yichi demon dragging us all back to its creepy cave. Suddenly, a massive figure looms over them. Seems like you still remember, Captain Ji Miaotang says, forcefully yanking back the hospital bed's curtain. Now pay attention, all three elite captains are waiting right here. Out with it. What happened back in that cave? Aki blinks, looking at the other two captains standing in the room. Those guys from the city wall are captains? And Captain Miaotang, why were you there too? Jago stands up with a dramatic, playful chuckle. Huh? Actually, Tang Tang brought all four of you back. Miaotang's face darkens. Don't call me that. She nods playfully, but completely ignores him. Sure thing, Tang Tang. Even Situ Lu and the others look at him in a whole new light. Tang Tang? Rahio calmly chimes in to explain. He found you guys right outside that cave. All 4 of you were completely out cold at the time. Lucky for you, that Yichi demon had vanished without a trace. Otherwise, getting all of you back here safely would have been next to impossible. Jago holds something up in front of Aki. The other 3 woke up ages ago, with absolutely zero memory of that cave. You're the only one who stayed asleep, and ended up like this. Think back. What exactly happened down in that cave? Aki quickly snatches the mirror, staring in utter shock at his own reflection. His hair. Is this really him? Is this what Tomoe meant by a dye job? What on earth happened? Reincarnating into this world is getting too crazy. His memories of the cave are hazy, flashing in broken, disjointed fragments. I remember getting beaten unconscious, but after that, I have no idea. Wait, should he tell them he transmigrated? No, that would only cause way more trouble. I know what you're thinking. Why not just tell the truth? Well, they'd never believe him, and he still needs to use Aki's name to solve this mystery. I only remember waking up briefly, barely conscious, which is how I knew we were taken to that cave. Aki reluctantly makes up an excuse. After that, I blacked out completely, and the next thing I knew, I woke up right here. Captain Miaotang's face grows incredibly serious. Was he really just knocked out? Or is the captain overthinking things? He doesn't mention what he actually saw in that cave, a wall splattered with blood, looking like something had violently exploded. What could have caused that? As an awkward silence fills the room, Joe slowly rolls his chair over to break the tension. You're Aki, right? He calmly points out some glaring contradictions. You share a name with our greatest hero, yet your exam scores are total garbage. Still, you fight demons with cold. You've definitely faced these monsters before, haven't you? Knowing he's being thoroughly interrogated, Aki quickly tries to deny everything. No, not at all. I'm just obsessed with combat theory. So I've studied and analyzed all their weaknesses. Jago seems to buy the excuse. So he's a tactical genius. We should definitely nurture a unique talent like him. Hearing this, Aki suddenly remembers his own warrior evaluation. A warrior? Oh, right. So how did my test results turn out? Tomoe beams as she shares the news. You passed the exam. We are actually in the same squad. Everyone is thrilled. It's an unexpected turn of events, but it feels like pure fate. Captain Miaotang assigned the 4 of us together. So let's look out for one another from now on. Situ Liu speaks up coldly. Other squads have already left us in the dust. Aki looks at him, completely confused. Left behind? Captain Miaotang warns them that teams must rack up points through active missions. Trust me, the real hunt is about to begin. Let's dive into a story where waking up from a 3-day coma, only to find your squad's score is still dead zero, is just the beginning. 3 days in a coma? He fixes his hair, carefully putting on his gear, gloves, armor, and helmet. They head out under the curious gazes of the townspeople, who are eagerly watching the new squad line up. Wow, Captain Kuyu, look over there. It seems like the new recruits from 3 days ago are gathering. They look so incredibly young. Are they heading out on a mission because they are recruits? Thankfully, Captain Kuyu is still in charge of guiding them. Next, I will keep this short. First of all, congratulations to all of you. This is a solemn ceremony, marking your official path to becoming warriors. His voice rises and falls with almost zero emotion. To return safely from a real rank 1 monster is no small feat. Congratulations. With a stern face, Captain Kuyu states, from now on, you 4 are a squad under my direct command. Put simply, I am your captain, and we have 9 squads in total. I hope you all show your true potential. Hearing this, Aki raises his hand to ask a confused question. Show our potential? The rules for warriors nowadays seem way more complicated than they used to be back then. Back then, as soon as we became warriors, we dove straight into battle. Power and status were earned purely through combat. Sino looks at him in utter shock. Aki, my guy, have you seriously never heard of the squad ranking system before? Aki's face is completely blank, like a clueless puppy. Wait, what squad ranking system? Sino is completely speechless at his friend's cluelessness. He literally has zero idea what's going on. And right now, they're the bottom-ranked squad. Pay attention because Situ Lu is absolutely fuming at her teammates' cluelessness. Captain Kuyu has to repeat the rules once more. What he means by showing potential is your rank on the leaderboard. The squads under the same captain have a leaderboard to drive competition and growth. Since I manage 9 squads, It means you're going to be actively competing against 8 other teams here. You can earn different amounts of points by successfully completing various missions. The higher your score, the higher your rank. Every month, the top 2 squads from each of the 3 captains' divisions, making 6 teams in total, will battle it out to claim the ultimate first-place prize. Under the blazing sun, Captain Kuyu's voice sounds chillingly ominous. Furthermore, the bottom-ranked squad under each captain must face a penalty. He points to the recruits in green sweeping the floor. They're serving as the cleaning crew until the next competition starts in 2 months. Aki looks over and sighs. Man, they look exhausted. No wonder those mirrors are spotless. Captain Kuyu is brutal. These are the rules of the warriors. Demons are constantly evolving, so warriors must keep pushing. Next, he assigns roles within the squad. Also, since C2 has the highest score, she will be your new leader. Any objections? Sino happily pipes up. I trust Sister C2 will be an amazing leader. No objections. Tomoe calmly agrees. No objections. C2 is really strong anyway. Only Aki remains silent, unable to voice his inner complaints. Why didn't they choose me? I'm Aki, the guy hailed as the strongest warrior in human history. Just like that, the decision is made. C2 Lu steps forward, confidently declaring her determination to complete their missions. Inside, she is absolutely thrilled. Of course, she's the leader. Who else would they choose? The atmosphere in town is incredibly peaceful. Captain Kuyo leaves them to make their own choices. All right, while it's still light out, go check the mission board for remaining quests, and take a look at the other team's scores. He thoughtfully adds, also, regarding your custom-designed combat gear, if you face any issues during actual battles, report them directly to me. Goodbye. The 4 of them stand tall and shout, understood. C2 Lu then turns on her heel and marches away. Come on, let's look at the mission board. We've lost 3 days of points, so we've got to work hard together. Suddenly, Tomoe shouts to stop them. Trust me, what she thinks is more important is going to catch you off guard. C2 Lu freezes, turning around slowly. What is it? Her mind instantly goes into a panic. Did she actually forget something incredibly important? Squad deployment? Preparing supplies? No, it is definitely not too late to decide on those things after the mission is officially confirmed. Wait, is that it? Is her perfect squad leader persona already falling apart? Instead, Tomoe simply raises her camera, wanting nothing more than to take a group photo together. Her eyes sparkle, waiting for her leader's approval. Hearing this, Aki mutters, a group photo? Before agreeing without hesitation, well, that's not bad. And that's where we leave them, embarking on a journey you and I will definitely want to follow. Meanwhile, Captain Kuyo and 2 other fighters stand on a rooftop. Take a look at this. Jago stretches, speaking in total disbelief. So those unranked monsters near that cave, they all literally exploded to death? Let's dive into this creepy cave covered in demon blood. Jian lights his cigarette and looks over, asking if Tang really thinks those 4 kids did this. Tang stays silent for a long moment, his own thoughts tangled and hard to read. I'm highly suspicious of that strange kid, Aki. He says in a serious tone, my nose is incredibly sharp, and I smell something familiar on him, but I can't quite place it. Suddenly, Jago happily hugs him from behind with a big smile. Tang, you're totally overthinking this. As long as those kids got back safely, that's all that matters, she says, while playfully clinging to his back, confident that their team's strength is solid. Train them well, or just hand them over to me, he mutters, blushing with a mix of embarrassment and annoyance. I'm dead serious here. Jian simply exhales a cloud of smoke, knowing they can't just punish the kids based on mere suspicion. Let's just keep an eye on them, Tang. If you notice anything out of the ordinary, make sure to let us know. Meanwhile, Aki's squad has arrived at the central quest board. Aki stares at it for a long moment before grinning with excitement. Awesome. There are still 3 A-rank missions left, and they're worth 10 points each. Shino chimes in to explain the system, realizing Aki probably has no clue about how it works. A rank is the absolute highest tier, and the 3 remaining quests are actually the hardest ones available in this rank. C2 Liu also stands before the quest board, looking deep in thought. 10 points is a massive jump from the 6 points of B rank and 3 points of C rank. It's incredibly tempting, but the lower ranks are definitely a whole lot safer and easier to handle. And watch closely here. A-rank missions are notorious for being absolute death traps. Hearing this, Aki can only let out a defeated sigh. Well, what can you do? The team is just about to give up on taking them, but out of nowhere, C2 Lu steps up and rips all 3 high-tier quests off the board. Seeing this, Aki grins and shouts along with her. Let's hit the road. Having gathered all the info they need, the two don't hesitate to snatch the quests. Sharing the exact same goal, they both shout in unison, "Let's move." Not wanting to waste another second, the entire squad rushes straight toward their destination. As they run, Aki reaches down and presses the red gem on his chest. It immediately glows, activating a high-tech gear transformation. A long cord wraps around his shoulders and extends backward, leaving him quite surprised by how this tech actually works. These are the nano wings. Instantly, his speed skyrockets as he blurs toward a massive boulder. Sliding to a sudden stop and pressing his back against it, Aki can feel a massive surge of energy flowing into him, ready to be unleashed at any second. Analyzing the nano wings, it seems he can even materialize custom weapons with his mind. Just as he imagines it, a lethal dagger instantly appears right in his open palm. There we go. Gripping the weapon created from thin air, Aki can't help but marvel at the tech. Nano gear. 60 years in the future is truly on another level. Hiding behind the boulders, the rest of the team prepares to strike. Is everyone ready? We're set. Out in the open clearing ahead, their two target monsters are finally in sight. They're just two low-tier demons. We can easily take them down in a single breath. With a serious look, Situ Liu commands the team to split up. Moving in perfect sync, all four of them dash toward the targets from different directions. The two lazy demons instantly spring up as they spot their prey, growling and drooling over the delicious scent of human flesh. I know what you're thinking, they need to wrap this up fast. With 3 more A-rank missions left, Situ Liu frowns, pushing the team to end this quickly. Following their strategy, Shino steps forward first, slamming his foot hard onto the ground. First, Shino acts as their shield. He pulls up the earth itself, creating a solid wall that blocks the red demon's fierce attack. The two demons are left completely dazed, wondering where their human prey suddenly disappeared to. Like a grandmaster playing chess, Situ Liu carefully directs her pieces, commanding Aki and Tomoe to advance and completely destroy the monster's mobility. Moving in perfect coordination, the two strike in sync. Their blades flash, slicing deep cuts across the monster's thick legs. Aki keeps his eyes glued to the targets to ensure they're down. With your legs cut up, let's see you try to stand now. Sure enough, the demons immediately collapse onto their knees. Now it's Shino's turn to shine as his arm ignites with a brilliant golden aura. Taste my fist. He treats both demons equally, delivering a massive, crushing blow that sends them both flying. Just as the monsters are blasted backward, Situ Liu gracefully leaps into the air. Holding dual daggers with absolute determination to win, she vows to end this fight with a flawless, beautiful finish. With unmatched speed, she dashes past the demons in a flash of light, landing gracefully while stabbing her daggers deep into the dirt. The clean cuts she left behind glow with a vibrant blue energy, detonating both demons completely. Situ Liu looks incredibly proud of her beautiful masterpiece. Gorgeous. That was a pretty flawless finish to our hunt. The surrounding forest shakes slightly from the massive shockwave of the explosion. Their monitoring devices check out. The heavy fog is dispersing, and everything is returning to normal. And that's where we leave them, finally breathing easy after an unexpectedly easy battle. All right, you and I are jumping back into Aki's wild journey, where even a simple wild patrol mission is way harder than the entry exam. Seriously, how long would an A rank take? Shino uses a branch to poke some monster remains, revealing a glowing stone. Out pops a red demon core. Tomoe picks up the stone, admiring its beauty, with sparkling eyes. Meanwhile, Situ Liu steps in as the group's leader. Great job, team. We just scored our first 10 points. Hearing this, Aki curiously inspects the high-tech device in his hand. The moment a mission is done, it just vanishes from the interface. Talk about futuristic tech. Tomo, however, doesn't overreact. Modern technology always stays one step ahead of those beasts. A tracking chip inside each quest connects directly to the city leaderboard. Once completed, the ranking system updates your points and reshapes the leaderboard automatically. She patiently breaks it down for Aki, who's practically a caveman with technology before reaching out. We cleared the fog around the town. Hand that device over, let me check the details. Seeing the holographic screen require 3 live targets and 10 cores makes Tomoe turn pale. Well, this is still brutal. She completely collapses over this diabolical quest design. We fought all afternoon just to get 3 cores. We still need 7 more, and we have to catch them alive. Shino can only manage a wry smile. Catching them alive is the real nightmare. Looks like we're in for a rough ride, guys. Let's not forget, while we're struggling here, other squads are out there non-stop grinding for points too. Situ Liu steps up to regain her team's attention. Listen up, everyone. Let's go over our strategic plan. Fueled by her incredible pride and tactical brains, her genius plan is to smash the remaining Tier 3 quests, unlock A ranks, and shoot straight to the absolute top. Now, watch this. The rest of the crew gets so hyped that Lucy's eyes are literally glowing with excitement. Hell yeah, straight to the top. There's no way we're letting those other squads look down on us. Shino glances over at Aki, nudging him playfully. Hey, brother Aki, what do you think? Shrugging, Aki smiles warmly. Hey, we're all in this together now. Just call me Aki, man. He stretches lazily, though a competitive fire burns in his eyes. You're right. Those other squads aren't slowing down. In this game, the swift always win. Standing around twiddling our thumbs is only going to get us left behind. Under his breath, Aki sighs, reflecting on his bizarre fate. Honestly, my soul is over 50 years old. I've already survived more than enough combat for one lifetime. Yet, as he fully embraces this new body, he realizes that running around with these young rookies actually makes him feel youthful again. That stubborn, reckless fire of youth that refuses to back down? Yeah, it's pretty contagious, filling him with wild energy. Suddenly, the aura radiating off this veteran is blazing with raw, passionate, youthful spirit. Let's knock out one more quest before the sun goes down. Move out. Tomoe jumps up, completely energized. Hell yeah, let's go. Now, look at their gorgeous silhouettes under the sunset. But wait, Situlu suddenly realizes something's hilariously wrong. How did Aki just steal all of her glorious spotlight? It's a peaceful afternoon, with birds scattering across the sky from the deep forest. Shino uses every ounce of his strength to bind a blue-skinned demon. Guys, I got one lockdown over here. After hours of absolutely grueling combat, they finally secure 3 live captures. But Situlu's expression remains dead serious as she carefully inspects the high-tech weapon in her hand. Talk about timing, their tranquilizer rounds just ran out. It turns out, this specialized ammo allocated to each team is highly limited. Turning around, she catches Aki staring at her weapon with innocent curiosity. Rolling her eyes, she sighs and reluctantly begins her textbook explanation. Must I explain everything to you? This is a specialized nanosynthetic tranquilizer designed specifically for subduing high-tier demons. Just like our combat daggers, this gun utilizes advanced nanotechnology. However, its chemical compound is way more complex to manufacture. Hearing this, Aki kneels in front of the muzzled beast, deeply lost in thought. Man, capturing demons with fancy knockout drugs is so convenient. His mind drifts back to how brutally hard his old squad had to fight just to capture one. Back then, we had to beat these things unconscious with raw fists before carrying them back. The lab coats always complained we ruined their brains. Shino laughs, flashing a wide, goofy grin. Hey, we managed to bag them alive just as the ammo ran dry. That's a huge win. We'll ace this quest in no time. But looking around, their victory is obvious from the piles of demon corpses surrounding them. To capture just 3 alive, we had to slaughter an entire pack of over a dozen beasts. Tomoe groans, stretching her sore limbs after a brutal day. Warriors must return to the city before dusk. What kind of stupid rule is that? If we're late, they'll penalize us. She giggles, giving them a playful wink. All right, enough complaining. Let's head back home for a delicious hot meal. Aki freezes, a warm, unfamiliar emotion swelling inside his chest. Home. He honestly wonders if a relic from the past like him even has one. Checking her device, Situlu chimes in softly. Yeah, I need to get back to the martial arts dojo pretty soon too. We just need to ping our coordinates to the research division. They'll dispatch a retrieval squad to collect these 3 monsters, and boom, our mission is officially cleared. Suddenly, Aki's legendary battle instincts kick in as a cold shiver runs down his spine. Wait, do you guys feel that sudden wave of killing intent? Just then, a lightning-fast sniper round whizzes past the team, piercing right through their captive demons. Trust me, you and I are in for a wild showdown next. All right, you and I are watching Aki react to this sudden, unexpected ambush. Even Situlu, thinking the job was done, couldn't react in time. Within seconds, their hard-earned target is reduced to a cold, lifeless corpse right before their eyes. A mocking voice sneers, revealing the culprit behind this sabotage. Looks like you guys won't be finishing this mission after all. Aki's crew frantically scans the area, shouting out, "Who's there? Since when did another team manage to sneak onto that nearby boulder? You're just rookies on the board. Yet you dare monopolize all A-rank missions?" The masked leader raises an eyebrow, staring down with pure contempt. Those are the exact missions we wanted. You newbies seriously have some nerve. A four-man squad had materialized on the rock. You're just rookies on the ranking board. Yet you dare steal all our A-rank missions? The masked, red-haired leader snarls arrogantly, flexing his authority. Those are the exact missions we wanted, you punks. You've got some serious nerve. Aki merely casts a cold, indifferent glance at these strangers. He's new here, so he has absolutely no clue who they are. The redhead flings his signature rifle over his shoulder, introducing his team proudly. We're Black Spear, a squad recruited directly under Captain Ji Yaohuang last term. The red-haired guy shrugs. He keeps pushing his seniority, basically rubbing it in their faces. Simply put, we are your seniors. Show some respect. With that, he turns to a girl in his squad. By the way, how many rookie teams joined Captain Ji Yaohuang this time? She flips her hair gracefully and replies, 3 squads. Honestly, nobody even pays attention to these fresh recruits. Oh, 3 squads, huh? Hearing this, his attitude gets even more obnoxious and overbearing. As rookies, you haven't even greeted your seniors yet. No manners whatsoever. Watch closely as they leap from the rock, landing firmly on the ground. The red-haired leader speaks for his crew. Taking all A-rank missions without getting permission from veteran members like us? Who gave you the right? He unleashes an overbearing, oppressive aura to force their submission. Are you guys seriously looking down on us? Or what? Facing this blatant intimidation, Aki's entire team remains completely silent for a moment. Situlu's gaze is terrifyingly cold. She's completely tuned him out as her teeth clench, her inner rage multiplying with every passing second. They worked so damn hard to capture that demon, only for this arrogant prick to ruin it. Who's your team leader anyway? Bring them here to bow. Before he can even finish, Situlu blitzes right in front of him. She unleashes a vicious, sweeping kick, but he barely manages to dodge backward in time. The redhead quickly backs away from her. You actually dared attack your senior? Talk about having absolutely no class. This garbage trash talk only makes her angrier. You call yourself a senior? Fortunately, Shino and Tomoe quickly step in to hold Situlu back. Lu, calm down. They're still our seniors. Let's just talk first. Even though Tomoe hates fighting, she still feels the burning injustice here. These guys are completely unreasonable, and they just killed the demon we worked so hard to capture. The redhead scoffs, as if he just heard the dumbest joke ever. Reasonable? Are you kidding me? I know what you're thinking, but in this world, competition is brutal. You kids are way too naive. Situlu's murderous intent flares up as her voice drops. She's supposed to be calm, but her inner rage is boiling over. You ruined our mission. Do you bastards have any idea how much effort we put into this? Where is your respect for our captain? I'm done talking. Shino turns to their final hope. Aki, the sun is almost down. Can you talk to them? Before Shino can even finish his sentence, a dark, demonic-like shadow flashes right past his shoulder. Aki charges forward like a gale, launching straight at the enemy. I'll kill you. A lethal kick explodes forward, giving the enemy zero time to react. He's way too fast, blitzing them before anyone can even prepare a defense. As their captain, Aki absolutely despises loudmouths who love to flex their seniority and bully newbies. I've never heard such absolute garbage in my entire life. Do you punks have any idea how much blood and sweat we poured into capturing those 3 demons? Rules? What a joke. Even in my past life, I've never seen such ridiculous nonsense. Both Shino and Tomoe are completely frozen by his sudden outburst. Meanwhile, Situlu happily gives him a big thumbs up. His mask shattered, the redhead clutches his face, stammering, "Damn you, how dare you treat your senior like this?" Humiliated by a lower-ranked rookie, he snaps. Black Spear, prepare for battle. At his command, his teammates draw their weapons and charge forward. There's no holding back anymore. Situlu draws her blade, ready for a bloodbath. Both sides are instantly on the verge of an all-out brawl. But before they can even clash, a thunderous shout violently interrupts the chaos. A man suddenly leaps directly into the center, easily blocking strikes from both Aki and the redhead. Ji Yaohuang's eyes flash gold as he hurls both sides back. And trust me, you and I don't want to miss what happens next. Stick with me, we're starting with this brutal throw that sends the red-haired guy flying backward. Aang slides to a sudden halt, realizing he has to stop. It seems he's outmatched, but he really wanted to see how strong today's young warriors actually are. Who is this man suddenly stepping right into the heat of the battle? The crowd panics, screaming his name, Captain Ji Yaohuang. With a cold face, he glares at them and warns these reckless rookies that the sun is setting. and brawling now will only turn them into food for the 7 demons. The redhead immediately starts whining, pointing his finger straight at Situlu's squad. Captain, they are the ones who attacked me first, and even knocked off my mask. She looks at him with pure pity for his low IQ, mocking, "Are you a kid?" Running to Captain Ji Yaohuang over a petty fight leaves the redhead absolutely fuming and completely speechless. That's when Tomoe confidently pulls out her camera and announces, "I have photo proof that they killed the 3 demons we captured alive, yet they're shameless enough to complain." This shocks Sino, who mutters under his breath, "Wait, when did she take that?" Ji Yaohuang raises an eyebrow, examining them closely. Capturing demons alive is an A-rank mission that their rookie squad took on. Standing tall with her hands behind her back, Situlu fearlessly reports that their successfully completed mission was completely sabotaged by the Black Gun Squad. Watch closely, as Captain Ji Yaohuang immediately gets the full picture of their conflict. Acting like a fair leader, Ji Yaohuang explains that while they might think the veterans went too far, every seasoned squad went through those exact same hardships when they were rookies. Ji Yaohuang is not going to force anyone to play by his personal rules. Of course, how you choose to handle this situation is entirely up to you. Then, his tone suddenly turns dead serious, serving as a stern warning. In the end, we only look at points. Aside from fatal injuries or putting another's life at risk, all other combat behaviors are completely legal under this town's rules. Ji Yaohuang goes out of his way to guide every single recruit. As future warriors, you will face far deadlier situations, and those won't be simple training exercises. He then clearly explains the real reason why he stepped in to stop their fight. "I didn't stop you because fighting is forbidden, but because the sun is already setting. Now, get your butts back to town immediately." Still, Ji Yaohuang does not let the red-haired guy's embarrassing failure slide. "And as for you veterans getting your entire A-rank mission stolen by rookies, it's pathetic. Get lost and reflect on your own failures. I know what you're thinking. There's no way this redhead is going to let this go easily." Brushing past Aang, the redhead mutters, "Hey, got a name?" But Aang is definitely not about to hide like a coward. He boldly states his name, Aang. Hearing this, the redhead freezes in shock before bursting into laughter with his crew. "Did you guys hear that? He actually shares a name with the legendary hero." But Aang couldn't care less. "Well, you asked?" Aang retorts. The redhead stops laughing, his expression turning pitch black. "Aang, I promise you and your little squad will never get another easy point." This single clash instantly sparks a lifelong grudge between them. "Your squad is guaranteed to finish dead last this month." He stops right by his mask, turns back, and points directly at his bruised cheek with a menacing glare. "I'll pay you back tenfold for this, I promise." With his threat delivered, he picks up his mask, adjusts it carefully on his face, and barks an order to the Black Gun Squad, who all follow him blindly. With a quick shout, all 4 of them vanish into thin air, leaving only dust behind. Once they leave, Ji Yaohuang shares some highly crucial info about them with Aang's team. The Black Gun Squad might not be the absolute strongest, but they are famous for their lightning-fast mission execution. They will stop at absolutely nothing to disrupt or completely sabotage your missions from now on. He even warns them about their gear, noting that the Black Gun Squad captain's true specialty is using firearms. You need to keep in mind that during your little brawl earlier, he didn't even draw his firearms. I admit that your rookie squad has some real combat power, but talented fighters are everywhere in this town. If they go all out, you guys had better have a solid plan to survive. With his warnings fully delivered, he turns toward the setting sun. "All right, everyone head back to town." Situlu is utterly exhausted from this crazy day. Shaking off the stress, she orders the team to pack up. As she walks past Aang, she throws a playful jab. "Don't just stand there trying to look cool." But even the cold leader secretly admits his kick was pretty badass. You and I can tell from his calm eyes that he's completely unfazed. Sino eagerly invites him over to his place for dinner, but Aang just stretches and casually declines the offer. "No, I have plans tonight." This leaves Shino highly curious, but you and I are about to find out the absolutely insane plan brewing in Aki's mind. "Tonight, I want to capture 3 demons alive all by myself." Nightfall in this apocalyptic world is truly gloomy. The loudspeakers constantly broadcast a warning message to all citizens. "Attention, for your own safety, please do not leave the town. Attention, for your own safety, please do not leave the town." Following his afternoon plan, Aki sneaks outside. On his way to the city gate, there is only the looping broadcast, and not a soul in sight. "Everyone must be home by now, right? Once I finish this mission, I should go back home and check things out too. He quietly observes and assesses the situation right in front of the gate. Guarding at the main gate seems way less strict than expected. His shadow is cast onto a bright yellow warning sign. Do not approach the emergency exit, the sign says. He is completely puzzled by the strange differences in this current timeline. Are they short on staff? Or is it because nobody expects anyone to sneak out in the middle of the night? Still, leaving the gate like this is just too bizarre. Back in my past life, we did not care if night fell or not. We even specifically organized massive operations to capture Aki cannot wrap his head around why the security is so incredibly lax here. After all, night is the best time since you do not have to worry about finding demons. Using my brutal past life methods, catching 3 of them is no big deal at all. Don't blink, because he is thrilled to play that arrogant guy. That masked man seems to have underestimated our squad's resolve. So, what if we complete the mission when he least expects it? Wouldn't that be absolutely perfect? Looks like I am a genius after all. But before he can make his big move, a sudden voice echoes right beside him. Startled, Aki jumps in shock and quickly looks over at Situ Liu. Situ Liu gives him a cold glare, but inside, her heart is racing with pure excitement. Sneaking out at night is so thrilling, and as a warrior, she has so much freedom. Any simple excuse gets her out. Hearing Aki mention a plan earlier, "You scared me to death. So it is just you." Situ Liu questions him coldly. "What are you doing here so late? Trying to leave the city?" Inside, she is thrilled. What will the outskirts look like at night? Hearing this, Aki immediately tries to play dumb, asking what she is talking about. He claims he is just walking off a bloated stomach. He was the strongest warrior in his past life, but Aki is surprisingly clumsy in daily life. Right on cue, his stomach lets out a loud, hungry growl. Situ Liu does not even bother calling out his terrible acting. With his plan completely exposed, Aki has no choice but to confess. All right, the truth is I wanted to surprise you guys tomorrow morning. I just wanted to use this opportunity. The daytime mission that the masked man ruined isn't officially over yet, is it? I wanted to complete it before the deadline. I know what you're thinking, he is totally busted, and with Situ Liu catching him, he has no other choice. Please do not report me. I will go back right now. But after taking a few steps, he hears Situ Liu speak up. I am coming with you. An excited smile curls on her lips. What is the plan? I knew it. This is so exciting and incredibly fun. Becoming a warrior is truly awesome. Just thinking about the look on that masked man's face tomorrow morning when he sees my success makes me feel absolutely right. Then, Aki turns around and looks at her in confusion, asking, "Why were you just smirking like that?" Her smile instantly vanishes as she denies it, saying, "I wasn't." While the two are sneaking around, up on the wall, 2 guards are on duty, one yawning lazily while the other eats. The buzz-cut guard complains out of boredom. Guard duty is pure torture. I am dying of sleepiness. Why do we even do this? Nobody goes out at night unless they want to die. Why not just close the gate? As soon as he finishes, the guard next to him loudly interrupts him. Don't be an idiot. Don't let the captains hear you. We keep a small gap open just to deal with sudden emergencies. This matter has become a painful scar that can never be erased. Did you forget what happened years ago? Someone came begging our town for help, but because the gate opened a few seconds too late, they died a tragic death under a demon's claws. That is why this rule remains. The senior guard sighs, explaining the harsh rules of this world once again. Since then, almost every town keeps a small emergency gap at the main gate in this post-apocalyptic world. Surviving is more important than anything else. Hearing that, the buzz-cut guard realizes he misspoke and apologizes. The senior tells him it is okay. He will get used to it. He rumbles through his pockets and pulls out an adult magazine. Look what I brought. The buzz-cut guard's eyes instantly light up. It is the latest photo book of female warriors from other towns. The senior chuckles, enjoying the younger guard's highly excited expression. I paid a high price to get this, kid. But trust me, you and I both know we are sharing it tonight. Haha. Let's dive into this wild scene where 2 guards are slacking off on the city wall, drooling over the latest adult magazine. Look at those curves. And while these clueless guards are totally distracted by their dirty magazine, 2 figures quietly slip past them and escape outside. Aki heads toward an empty courtyard, looking completely different under the dark night sky. Up ahead lies the exam grounds. The night fog here is insanely thick, way worse than during the day. Aki quickly whispers to his partner, Liu, over here. In just a few moments, they make it deep into the forest. Situ Liu nods in agreement. We are far enough from the walls to avoid detection, and this rotting black forest is the perfect place to hide out. Taking charge of the mission, Aki quietly instructs her, "Just like we planned, wait for me to lure the monsters out. Then we strike their heads and knock them out with raw." Without waiting another second, he fearlessly steps directly into the thick fog, telling her to wait. As he vanishes into the mist right before her eyes, Cthulhu feels her hands trembling. Sure, Aki acts confident, but entering this deadly night fog all alone, pay attention here, because this is where the tension gets real, as her body suddenly tenses up with fear. Wait, she is also out here alone in the dark woods, feeling like the creeping fog and heavy shadows could swallow her whole at any moment. Her mind starts racing, a wild mix of sheer panic and strange excitement. She forces herself to focus. Cthulhu takes a deep breath and keeps her eyes peeled, bracing herself for whatever lurks in the dark. Just a few moments later, Aki comes running back with a demon. Aki's mastery in baiting the monsters absolutely blows Lu away. He is so skilled that he isolates exactly one ordinary demon at a time, which instantly slashes the difficulty of capturing them alive. He spins nimbly through the air. For Lu, this brute force hunting strategy is something she has never even heard of. It is incredibly thrilling, and she quickly adapts to the rhythm, fighting like an absolute seasoned pro. Every single time he baits one, Aki shouts her name, and Lu perfectly jumps in to intercept the incoming target. In perfect sync, they leap off the rotting trees, unleashing devastating cross kicks that break the demon's jaw. Following Aki's strategic warnings, their agile movements make it look like they are just playing with these ordinary demons. They keep hammering their targets directly in the head, stacking up massive concussive damage. Let's pause here. This brutal, old-school hunting style from 50 years ago is back, and it is absolute gold. They smoothly take them down one by one. Everything goes smoothly until the very last demon is knocked cold and bound. But honestly, relying strictly on physical strength for this hunt is an absolute nightmare for their stamina. Sweating and exhausted, Aki realizes his new body is still way too weak. In his past life, hunting these things alone was literally child's play. Cthulhu is completely wiped out too. Dragging the tied-up monster, she sighs in relief. That is number 3 done. This is way more exhausting than training back at the dojo. Aki simply tells her, "Yeah, just leave it here." She looks at him in utter confusion. Right here? Aki already knows exactly what she is questioning. Ordinary demons have zero brain power. They will never figure out how to rescue their allies, and they always avoid the city walls anyway. Leaving these 3 here is not a problem at all. Aki chuckles softly, gently patting the head of the bound beast. All those heavy blows to the head will keep them knocked out until morning. Tomorrow, we can just walk out here and hand them in to finish the quest. Cthulhu hesitates for a second before asking, "How on earth do you know all this?" Aki instantly freezes up, realizing he talked way too much and totally blew his own cover. Just as he is struggling to find an excuse, a voice cuts through the air. "Found you?" The two instantly freeze up in pure shock. Creepily lurking on the branches, 2 talking demons stare down at them. "Found the human? Hehe." The eyeless green monster tilts its head, sensing their presence and whispering that they have the exact same scent. Well, the ones saving him from his awkward lie are actual monsters. First-stage demons, and there are 2 of them. Aki instantly breaks into a cold sweat. This is really bad. Why are there 2 first-stage demons out here? With his current weak body, he is absolutely no match for them. Damn it. Why are there 2 of them? Their sudden arrival instantly alarms the fortress. In a flash, all 3 captains leap onto the high defensive wall. Joel barks out orders to the 2 slacking guards. First-stage energy signature detected. Get those searchlights moving. Now. The 2 guards panic, quickly hiding the magazine behind their backs. Right next to them, Jago frowns in confusion. Why would 2 first-stage demons suddenly show up right in the middle of the exam? Ji Yaotang, who knows the area best, shakes his head. No, those 2 I spotted in the underground caverns should definitely be dead by now. The powerful searchlights sweep across the dark woods, quickly locking onto the beasts. "Captain, targets acquired. We have 2 first-stage demons out there." Nobody expected this double threat. What could have lured them here? Stick with me, because things are about to get absolutely crazy. Don't panic. Lock the city gates. You and I know these monsters can't touch us. Joel shouts his orders, telling everyone to stand alert and prepare the defense guns. But someone suddenly cuts him off, shouting that they can't close the gates yet. Both of them look over at Ji Yaotang in surprise, as he points out something strange over there. There seems to be someone down there under the searchlights. He immediately grasps the situation. Why on earth are those 2 idiots out there? Standing right under the bright spotlight are two tiny figures, Aki and Situ Lu. Jago looks completely baffled by what is unfolding. How did those two even get outside the walls? The searchlights pierce the pitch-black forest, revealing that they've actually captured a bunch of demons lying on the ground. 3 unranked demons are tied up tightly down there. Ji Yao Tang instantly figures out what they're up to. They wanted to use the cover of night to finish their capture mission after being interrupted during the day. Joel frowns in sheer frustration at this reckless stunt. Rookie fighters always get cocky the second they get a little power, desperate to show off. Ji Yao Tang is absolutely furious at their insubordination. He vows to severely punish those 2 little brats the moment they get back. In a flash, he leaps off the wall, rushing toward them. Joel Jago reacts instantly, leaving instructions for the remaining commander. I'll go with you to save them, keep an eye on the command. With that, she dashes off right beside Ji Yao Tang. Watching them take off in a heartbeat, Rao can only let out a heavy, exhausted sigh. His rare, relaxing night of drinking is completely ruined. Meanwhile, the 2 rank 1 demons sense their incoming presence, realizing they have been spotted. Aki quickly steps in front of Situ Lu to protect her, telling her to hide behind him and buy time until backup arrives. However, he already knows exactly why they're here, just like the last rank 1 demon. Their target is him. A strange thought crosses his mind. Is it because of his reincarnation? Or did something else happen back in that underground cave? But Situ Lu refuses to let him play the hero alone. She insists they fight this battle together. With a chilling whisper straight from the depths of hell, the 2 demons scoff at their futile resistance and leap down to strike. Facing such overwhelming and terrifying power, neither of them is certain they can actually survive this fight. Watch closely, their speed is insane, and in a blink, one of them has already gotten behind our duo. Kill them first, it's useless. Before Situ Liu can even react, Aki fortunately pushes her out of the way of danger. A single strike shatters the ground. The demon mocks them in a creepy, halting human voice, urging them to react faster. Situ Liu finally counters with a swift, powerful kick, shouting at it to get lost. But it feels like kicking nothing but liquid water. Several thread-thin strings have completely trapped her leg, stopping her kick cold. Following the demon's creepy hint, Situ Liu gasps as she looks back, realizing she has been trapped in their snare. Look at that blue demon pulling the strings tight, completely paralyzing her. You and I both know she's in deep trouble. As Aki yells her name, the other demon lunges right at him. No time to get distracted. But before it can strike, a heavy fist smashes its face. Ji Yaotang fortunately arrives just in the nick of time, roaring that they won't lay a finger on his subordinates. The commander's raw power is truly terrifying, blasting the rank 1 demon away in a single punch. They're safe for now. Jago quickly assesses the threats: 1 water attribute blue demon and 1 earth attribute red core demon. They need to free Situ Lu immediately, as these elemental rank 1 beasts are no joke. The red core demon's shattered face instantly regenerates. It grunts in relief, glad it raised its defense just in time. Joel watches from the high city wall, realizing the battle has reached a tense stalemate. Since they are too close to each other, the defense guns hold fire to avoid friendly casualties. But suddenly, a soldier rushes over in a panic. Commander Joel, a critical, emergency message is delivered to him in the dead of night. Scouts have detected a massive swarm of unranked demons heading straight for their position. The sheer, unquantifiable number triggers a wave of absolute dread. This is a full-blown demon tide. An unpredicted, apocalyptic storm is crashing down. The very earth trembles as thousands of flesh-hungry monsters come stampeding forward. They claw and shove past one another, snapping their razor-sharp jaws. From the wall, all they can see is a vast, pitch-black sea. They haven't even rescued the squad outside yet, and now this. Joel has no choice but to prioritize defending the city walls. He bellows orders to sound the alarms immediately, calling every single fighter in the city to their combat stations. Instantly, a crimson warning light bathes the entire fortress as blaring sirens wake sleeping citizens to the terrifying reality of a massive, sudden demon invasion. Soldiers quickly gear up and rush out to the front lines. Squads assemble along the ramparts, while Aki and his group also sense the extreme danger approaching them. A demon tide now? This cannot be a coincidence. They are bypassing us to storm the city, likely summoned by these 2 rank 1 elites. We must finish this battle. As things turn deadly, you and I will see if she makes the ultimate sacrifice. Don't worry about me. Go rescue the town. Damn it, my own carelessness ended up dragging my captain into this. I'm such a failure. The water demon holding her captive suddenly covers her mouth, telling her to shut up. Ji Miaotang obviously couldn't let a squad member sacrifice themselves for him. He barks, "Nonsense! Everyone, get back right now." The red demon slams the ground, excited to see them charge. Controlling the earth, the beast summons sharp stone spikes from the ground. Realizing how smart it is, he warns everyone to be careful as the rising spears actively hunt them down. Yet, while the two captains shatter the stone spikes, Aki manages to rush right through, completely unharmed. Instantly, Aki looks utterly bewildered. Why didn't it attack him? When the red core demon brushed past, it ignored him completely. It was clearly intentional. Haha, just pass on through. No way. With those words, it bypasses him and charges straight toward the other two. Ji Miaotang also notices this strange behavior. Why ignore Aki? Before he can figure it out, the demon lunges with a fierce attack. Hesitate for even a second, and you are dead. Now pay attention here. The demons planned this all along, hoping they would follow. In a flash, the blue core demon slips behind, leaving a long trail of water as it retreats. Seeing this, Aki desperately tries to give chase. Liu, but he suddenly hesitates. He knows this trap is meant to separate him from his captain. To survive this deadly setup, he must stay calm. Charging in blindly with his current power is just suicide. Ji Miaotang shouts a warning, forbidding him from following. Aki, stop. You are no match for it. He hesitates, grinding his teeth. But what about Liu? Her final face flashes through his mind. That desperate look reminds him of the comrades who died in his past life. It feels too familiar. Aki stands frozen, his hands trembling slightly. How can I just let her go? With no regrets, he bolts forward. There is absolutely no way he can just abandon her like this. The blue core demon swiftly drags Situ Liu deep into the dark forest. Through the thick, eerie mist, he throws her down, hissing, "Humans." His mimicry of human speech is broken but clear enough to convey his twisted amusement. He displays a chilling, sadistic indifference. We demons are highly curious about human emotions. We hear that when you lot are driven to utter despair, you scream and beg. Since he has never witnessed it, he is incredibly eager. Beg for mercy. I want to hear you beg. Watch closely here. Situ Liu only glares back with fierce defiance. Annoyed by her silence, he frees her mouth, demanding, "Why aren't you screaming?" Having released Situ Liu's mouth, he aggressively orders her to start begging. Go ahead, scream and beg for your life. But she spits back with pure disdain. You wish. The water demon stares, utterly baffled. You wish? Am I not worthy? As he fumes, Situ Liu coldly explains her proud lineage. I was born into a proud martial arts family and will never bow to our enemies. Submission is the ultimate disgrace to us. Either kill me right now without delay or face me in battle again. Hearing her defiant speech, the water demon instantly boils with rage. Losing his temper, he kicks hard at her head, shouting in anger. Situ Liu barely dodges, falling to the ground. The demon hates her unyielding spirit. You are nothing but bait. You are going to die. Despite his deadly threats, Situ Liu's expression doesn't even flicker. But just as he prepares to strike, Aki suddenly arrives. Hey! He boldly points his blade at the demon, yelling, "Let her go. I am your real target, aren't I?" The moment Aki appears, Situ Liu's eyes widen in shock. Aki? Why is he alone? The water demon instantly shifts his focus. Ah, you actually came. The bait worked. You are our target. I know what you're thinking. Why is Aki the target here? Why is it Aki? Facing a terrifying foe, Aki tenses up and asks, Liu, are you okay? Still on the ground, she desperately screams at him to leave. I'm fine, but why did you come alone? You are no match for a first-rank demon. Get out of here right now. Irritated by her shouting, the blue core demon violently kicks her in the stomach, snarling, Shut up already. Horrified, Aki screams out, Hey, stop hurting her. If I am really your target, then trade her for me and let her go. Amused by the offer, the water demon twists his fluid body and glides forward with incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, he is right in Aki's face. Hey, both of you are going to die. Aki reacts instantly, slashing forward with lightning speed, but a first-rank demon is not easily dealt with. He effortlessly dodges and delivers a brutal blow to Aki's ribs. The agonizing impact leaves him breathless. Damn it, his human body still cannot fully react to such lightning-fast attacks. Turning his body into water, the blue core demon swirls around him, whispering, You smell just like us. How curious. I am so curious. The monster keeps babbling. Why? Aki stays silent, putting all his energy into blocking the relentless onslaught. So this is the power of water magic. Over the last 50 years, demons have evolved far more diverse attributes, making his defense nearly useless. More cuts slice his face. Trust me, he's in trouble. All right. You and I are diving into a brutal world where a weak body means you have to rely purely on martial arts. While they fight with everything they have, Situ Liu refuses to just wait for death. No, Aki is going to die. If this continues, we are both going to die here. Why did this idiot come alone anyway? He is clearly no match for Yichi. While struggling, she spots a sharp rock sticking out. She edges closer, refusing to just lie there and accept her death. The moment Aki blocks an attack, the water demon's arm suddenly liquefies, but he does not hesitate to swing his blade. An opportunity, but the demon quickly swings its arm and locks down his other hand. The one who killed Yichi in the cave shouldn't be this weak. The water demon is highly confused by his terrible performance. You must be faking it, the beast says, but Aki has absolutely no clue. I don't know what trash you are talking about. Who even is Yichi? The demon naturally refuses to listen to reason. It views his cursing as absolute disrespect. A terrible attitude that demands severe punishment. Delighted, the monster snaps Aki's arm bone with a sickening crack, and in that brutal split second, the water demon completely disbelieves him, calling him a liar. Releasing his grip, the beast suddenly lunges forward, delivering a devastating punch straight to his gut. The sheer force blasts Aki backward, smashing through several dry trees. Losing all patience, the monster screams, "Spill it! Tell me the secret hidden inside you right now." But Aki has no energy left to fight. The pain is unbearable, his organs must be crushed. How did he end up at the mercy of this elite water demon? Now watch closely, guys. Situ Liu is desperately trying to break free as that terrifying water demon creeps toward a completely helpless Aki. If you do not confess, you will die and become my dinner. It hungrily licks its lips. I can sense that consuming you will help me evolve. Its demonic hand slowly reaches down to drag him away. Suddenly, a surge of killing intent strikes. A sharp blade grazes the demon's skull, but the monster swiftly dodges the lethal attack. Without hesitation, Situ Liu delivers a powerful kick. She acts lightning fast, freeing herself from the ropes in an instant. Her heavy kick forces the demon back, creating some space between them. She lands gracefully, driving her dagger into the dirt to steady her stance. Taking a defensive stance, Situ Liu fiercely warns the beast, "Don't you dare touch my teammate." The demon is completely caught off guard by her sudden escape. Meanwhile, Aki, drifting in and out of consciousness, slowly recognizes Liu's silhouette. He deeply admires her iron will. Forcing her way out of those tight wrist and ankle restraints shows her power is absolutely no joke. Her piercing emerald eyes glow with a cold, threatening glare. "If you want to kill my teammate, you'll have to go through me first." The water demon just grunts and hunches down. Fine. The water droplets swirling around its body begin to condense into sharp, deadly projectiles. In an instant, the demon unleashes countless ice needles, ensuring that neither of them can escape. These tiny, rapid projectiles rain down on Situ Liu with incredible speed, forcing her to desperately deflect. Aki's voice grows weaker as he begs her, "Liu, please, just run away." Gritting her teeth, she refuses to back down. "If I run, what happens to you? Stop arguing, you annoying idiot." Suddenly, the demon chuckles, playfully warning her to watch her feet. But it is already too late. The sharp ice needles have crept right up to her. They immediately strike her from behind, dragging her straight into the water demon's waiting grasp. In the blink of an eye, Situ Liu is captured again, throttling her neck. The demon lifts her high, roaring in absolute fury. I know what you are thinking. Can they actually survive this twisted water monster? Let's watch and find out if their end is going to be as brutal as it sounds. After a brief clash, the overwhelming power gap leaves Situ Liu completely choked out by the monster. Having successfully subdued her, the monster carelessly flings Aki to the side. "I won't kill you yet. I want to hear you scream." The creature grins maliciously, fully intending to humiliate and torture her, tossed aside like trash. Aki can only watch with blurry eyes as Situ Liu is brutally choked by the monster. Seeing this nightmare unfold, the battered boy uses his final ounce of strength to yell, "Liu, let her go." Refusing to accept this horrific reality, let's be real, who wouldn't feel completely devastated here? Reborn into a new life, only to watch your comrade die while you are completely powerless, forced to rely on a girl's protection. As he crawls, the power core in his chest begins to fracture and fall apart. He cannot even save himself, let alone anyone else. Feeling utterly helpless, Aki slams his fist into the ground in pure frustration. At least, I cannot let my comrade die right in front of my eyes while doing absolutely nothing. Following that strike, a massive shockwave of energy suddenly erupts. This explosive surge of power catches the monster's attention. It instantly turns its head to investigate. The moment it turns, the monster is pierced by sharp spikes of energy. Seizing the opportunity, Aki lunges forward to pull Cthulhu away to safety. Let's dive into an insanely fast battle that leaves even this fierce monster completely dazed. The beast realizes it was just sheer wind pressure, not an attack. Yet, Aki only focuses on the girl in his arms. Hearing that familiar voice, Cthulhu hesitantly speaks up, knowing she did her best as team leader. Calling him Brother Ann, Aki looks back with cold, murderous eyes, telling her he will handle the rest now. Meanwhile, the creature slowly inches closer. As the distance shrinks, the beast mockingly speaks up to judge him. It stutters in surprise, sensing a dark, heavy energy radiating from it. Gently letting Cthulhu rest, Aki stands to face the monster, admitting he does not fully understand his own energy. He raises a hand to feel the strange, surging force that keeps expanding rapidly and overflowing from deep inside his chest. Aki narrows his eyes, realizing this explosive energy feels like it might tear his body apart. With a sudden roar, his power detonates outward. His shattered core begins fusing back together with a mysterious symbol. Staring at that mark, the monster gasps in utter shock, recognizing the legendary King Chi heart. Even Cthulhu resting behind notices. Pay attention, because Aki's entire vibe is about to completely change. As a demonic horn sprouts from his face, Aki declares with absolute, chilling authority, "You must die. This is the awakening of Form 1. Elsewhere, Zhou and Ji Yaotang are locked in brutal combat with another beast when it suddenly freezes mid-fight. It stares toward the forest in sheer panic, completely ignoring Ji Yaotang's approach as it senses a terrifying power. Seizing the opening, Ji Yaotang strikes to finish it off, calling the beast a distracted half-breed. Heavy punches smash into its gut, and while it staggers, Zhou leaps high to deliver a crushing kick straight to its face. Thanks to their perfect teamwork, the monster is sent flying backward through the air. Zhou relentlessly charges forward again while the battered creature struggles to pick itself up from the dirt. Realizing they are too strong, the beast can barely move before both warriors close in on it again. They pierce through its body, and Zhou finishes with another massive kick that launches it away. Left with a massive hole in its chest, the heavily wounded monster roars in pure frustration. Suddenly, it glows bright red. Watch closely, because Zhou instantly senses the danger and yells a warning. He warns Tong Tong about a self-destruction attempt, offering cover. While the crazed beast prepares to blow, it screams to drag them to hell, but gets interrupted by another brutal kick. Sent crashing upside down into the woods, the stubborn creature keeps cursing humanity in defeat. The duo stands dazed by the sudden defensive blast that saved them. Near the city, the rest are fighting hard, but after endless clashes, Zhou is completely drained and realizes they cannot kill them all. Accepting this reality, he quickly turns back to head for the city. Seeing the demons swarm, he shouts from the wall, calling out to his comrades. Zhou catches the signal to retreat, but Ji Yaotang stands frozen, refusing to leave just yet. What about Liu and the others? Zhou comforts him, saying he feels the same way. But they are not just team leaders, they are also warriors of the city. Reluctantly, Ji Yaotang agrees to retreat, shifting the focus back to Aki and Cthulhu. Watching Aki closely, the demon grows increasingly uneasy, sensing something highly abnormal about him. Confused, it wonders how a mere human can wield such a terrifying, evolved form with strange demonic scales. Ignoring its panicked questions, Aki maintains his cold, expressionless gaze. With Aki silent, the demon panics, wondering if this human's true purpose of rebirth is to absorb all demonic power. Without waiting any longer, Aki unleashes his power. While the beast keeps rambling, Aki flings an energy sphere behind him, releasing a soothing wave that completely heals all of Cthulhu's wounds. Watching this miracle, the monster begins questioning its own reality. Recognizing the wood healing energy, Aki explains he must have absorbed the wood phase 1 demon's power in his past life. Countless roots burst from the ground as Aki adds that he might also possess water elemental powers. Seeing those massive roots rise? Trust me, the beast is absolutely terrified. Let's dive into this crazy scene where Aki stands on his newly grown throne, completely hyped by this mind-blowing power. I'm starting to look forward to the demon's power. The monster stared at Aki on the tree branch, backing away in sheer terror. Wood element, absorbing wood element, the heart becoming us. Watching this terrified reaction, the young man was absolutely thrilled. How amusing. Even in my past life, I've never seen a demon tremble with such absolute fear. Snapping out of his thoughts, Aki kicked off the ground and lunged straight toward the demon. Taking advantage of its shaking terror, he taunts, "Come on, hit me with everything you've got." Aki refuses to stop, relentlessly teasing his enemy. "I want to see what kind of power this new body of mine holds." Hearing this, the bewildered demon gasps. "Just, what are you? Are you human?" Pausing for a brief split second, the beast swings its massive arm to strike, but the young man easily dodges, forcing the demon backward. Aki raises his hand to unleash his elemental control skill. Pointing directly at the massive monster, he speaks in a tone full of pure excitement. "I remember this clearly. The wood demon I absorbed had this exact technique. Now, pay attention to this next move as Aki clenches his fist, instantly summoning giant wooden branches to cage the beast. In the blink of an eye, the monster is bound tight, but he isn't done crossing his hands into tight fists. He completely suppresses the demon, as Aki proudly remarks that this isn't hard at all. Right on cue, the wooden vines constrict even tighter, making the demon shriek in agony as it feels itself being crushed to death. The louder the monster screams, the tighter Aki squeezes. Desperate to escape this grim fate, the demon decides to unleash its ultimate trump card. "My trump card. I have to use my trump card." Instantly, endless torrents of water shoot directly toward where Aki is standing. Even facing an incoming attack, Aki stands perfectly still. Only when the strike is about to land does he swiftly step back to dodge. Out of the rushing water, the splitting monster suddenly materializes. But, as it thrusts its claws forward, Aki effortlessly blocks the strike. Not enough. Even though the attack is blocked, the beast quickly sinks its claws deep into Aki's forearm. "No, you can't kill me." With a violent surge of strength, the demon rips Aki's entire arm clean off. "You're just a wood user." Exploiting Aki's severe injury, the monster laughs mockingly while unleashing a rapid barrage, shouting that Aki cannot split his body. "Haha, you mere humans don't understand the true depth of our demon power." After a fierce close combat clash, the demon delivers a powerful kick that sends Aki flying backward, his body smashing straight through several unfortunate trees with incredible force. No matter how badly he gets thrown around, Aki doesn't have a single scratch. Proclaiming that he's much stronger, he lands gracefully back on the tree he created. Using that tree to brace himself, Aki stands up for round 2, saying, "You're right. I don't know how high a demon's power can go, but I'm the absolute strongest warrior." On top of that, he confidently claims that his ability to adapt and learn is unmatched. And trust me, Aki is dead serious when he says he'll kill it. Right then, his severed arm begins to regenerate rapidly, restoring itself fully in seconds. "All I need to do is keep learning," he says. Watching this play out, the demon completely questions its own sanity. A wood element user. Regenerating? What is this? Did you figure it out yet? Aki asks, highly amused by the shock, as he continues showing off his newly healed arm. "See? My learning capacity is insane." The moment the words leave his mouth, he stomps hard on the ground. Unbelievably, the giant tree trunk Aki created earlier has already reshaped itself into a massive wooden hand. With his momentum built, he launches himself directly at the monster. Wherever Aki leaps, branches rise up to boost his speed. Before the beast can even process what is happening, he's already standing right in front of it. Suddenly, Aki vanishes right before its eyes. A split second later, massive wooden roots burst from the earth, tightly binding the startled demon. "What? It bound me." At that exact moment, Aki steps forward and places his hand on its face. Aki then drives his sharp claws straight into the demon's head, making it howl in agony. Ignoring its painful screams, he continues the torture, whispering, "Shh, don't try to hide." Instantly, the roots beneath him lift Aki high into the air, quickly positioning him way above the massive monster. Looking down from above, Aki doesn't hold back anymore, coldly saying, "Fighting you has actually become a bit boring." Suddenly, the monster thrashes violently as its entire body starts swelling up in an abnormal way, followed by a blinding green light that rapidly explodes in all directions. Just like that, the demon detonates right in front of Aki. Being caught in the blast radius, he takes some minor damage. Surprisingly, the demon reappears completely unharmed, right behind Aki. Taking advantage of his distraction, it lunges forward to end him once and for all. "Fool, I can split my body," but before it can strike, it is instantly impaled by wooden spikes that Aki summons. Having successfully bound the wicked demon once again, he turns his head and speaks arrogantly. "Of course I knew that. As a demon, Your most vital core isn't that body-splitting trick. As Aki walks up to mock the beast, you and I can definitely see how foolish this monster was to underestimate him. Right at that very moment, the monster's core is violently ripped out, completely controlled by Aki's wooden branches. Let's dive right into the action, where Aki ruthlessly crushes this demon's core and shatters its hope. He holds the demon's heart in front of him, inspecting it closely, knowing that even a high-rank 7 demon is dead once its core is shattered, before flashing a cold, sinister smile. Your water element ability is mine now, Aki declares, as the defeated monster dissolves completely, turning into a harmless puddle on the ground. With the target down, Aki walks away while admiring the core before instantly crushing it, letting the pure energy flow into his body to make him even stronger. But at that exact moment, the dark thoughts of the demon begin to creep into his mind. Having fully absorbed the unlucky monster's energy core, Aki grins with excitement, finding the taste not bad at all. Suddenly, his predatory gaze locks onto Situ Liu resting in the background, and Aki quickly turns into a stream of water to slide closer to her, materializing right in front of the protective barrier. Aki purses his lips, staring with absolute ruthlessness at the defenseless girl currently being healed. As he watches, the ancient demonic entity resting deep inside his soul begins its psychological manipulation. Demons consume, humans must die, the voice whispers, and a hypnotized Aki repeats the dark chant, demons consume humanity. Raising his hand to strike, Aki does not hesitate for a second, directly smashing and shattering the barrier protecting Situ Liu. But don't blink here, because right as he goes for the killing blow, his remaining human sanity suddenly fights back with everything he has. Damn it! Fighting his own instincts, Aki uses his left hand to block his own attack, screaming, "Stop it, you bastard, just stop." Successfully redirecting the strike, Aki continues to battle the dark urge inside him, questioning how he could ever kill his own kind. How is this possible? I have to save her. He struggles, cursing the goddamn voice. Slamming his fists against his own head, he screams out in pure agony, "Get out of my mind." It is a move that is completely unexpected for the dark entity. To think a mere human can resist my supreme will, the demon notes. But instead of anger, it simply smiles in amusement. How interesting. Meanwhile, back at the fortress walls, the defense force is locked in a fierce battle against the demons, with Shino and Tomoe fighting at the front lines. These unranked demons are starting to scale the walls. Shino yells before immediately turning back to focus on his next target. Slamming his fist into the ground, he unleashes a massive shockwave that blows the demons back, before quickly turning to check on Tomoe's side of the field. Where on earth are Anne and Situ Liu? Why is our squad the only one still scattered? Answering Shino while casually striking down a demon trying to sneak up, Tomoe mentions that she heard some highly concerning news from another squad on her way. Apparently, 2 warriors snuck out of the safety of the city walls and were immediately targeted by 2 powerful rank 1 demons, her voice filled with deep worry. I think it is actually Anne and the others. I am worried sick. Yet, despite her anxiety, Tomoe effortlessly obliterates every single monster trying to approach her. You saw that too, right? Hearing this, Shino completely freezes, yelling, "They actually snuck out of the city?" Just thinking about it gives Tomoe a massive headache as she replies, "Do not ask me. They are facing 2 rank 1 demons. It is too terrifying to even imagine." Before they can talk more, another horde of demons charges, forcing Shino to jump back into action. Damn it. Why did 2 highly dangerous rank 1 demons have to appear out of nowhere right now? Pushing those worries aside, the duo team up to shred the incoming monster, knowing they must focus on surviving this massive demon tide first. In another sector, Jago and Ji Yaotong perform their duties as captains flawlessly, taking down one demon after another with smooth, coordinated strikes. Watching from below, Joel calls out to them, asking, "Yaotang, Jago, how are your heart states holding up?" Ji Yaotang does not answer immediately, focusing on clearing the monsters first. Once done, he quickly reports that their core wear and tear is minimal, meaning Jago should still be in great shape too. Hearing this, Joel starts calculating the risks, knowing that a warrior's core will slowly deteriorate under heavy, continuous strain. The higher the explosive power they use, the worse the toll, which continuously weakens the strength they can exert during combat. Luckily, even after teaming up with Yaotang to defeat that rank 1 demon, their cores are still stable. Otherwise, this wave would be a nightmare. Still, Jago continues to relentlessly clear out the field, before turning around to ask Joel for their next move. "Joel, what is your plan?" she asks, as he slices down a demon while analyzing their next move. Since you two successfully eliminated a rank 1 demon, the aggressive drive of these unranked beasts has noticeably dropped. With the other rank 1 demon missing, this unranked horde is like a headless army, attacking aimlessly with absolutely no strategy, especially since these low-level creatures do not possess any actual intelligence. Pointing this out, Joel looks at the trembling demons in the distance, exposing their weakness. They might be brainless, but they still fear death. We must make them fear us even more. Seizing this critical breakthrough, Joel immediately orders them to crush the monster's will to fight, giving the wall defenders valuable time to recover and prepare. Receiving the order, Jago and Yao Tang are ready to go completely all out. Nodding, the duo leaps high into the air to survey the battlefield below, before diving down like unstoppable meteors to blow these vile beasts into absolute pieces. With that massive impact, an explosion completely blows the horde away. And trust me, you and I are going to want to see what happens next. Alright, let's dive back in counting that earlier single fin attack. This is my second heart energy eruption today. If only my heart and body didn't have limits, I would maintain this form forever and slaughter them all. With that, the two charge forward, shredding the monsters. Nearby, Joello goes all out. That red core's explosive power is truly insane. After a brief pause, he blitzes ahead, leaving a trail of fallen demons wherever he goes. Watching this, the low-rank soldiers stand slack-jawed, absolutely amazed. It's their first time seeing the captains unleash this level of devastation. Seeing such crazy strength, Shino watches closely, but the more he looks, the more insecure he feels. So this is the power of a single fin warrior. I'm so jealous. I must become a warrior like them. After a grueling clash, the three catch their breath. Are you guys okay? Yeah, our bodies can still take it. At least we're slaying these beasts. No matter how hard they fight, the endless demon tide just keeps coming. Despite his own exhaustion, Joello still rallies everyone's spirits. Looks like our defense is actually working. Now is the perfect time to back up our warriors. Once he recovers his footing, he turns back to encourage the soldiers stationed on the city walls. Keep fighting. Replenish your energy. We must push this demon tide back. Hearing this, the soldiers erupt with newfound excitement. Yeah, our three captains are incredibly reliable. Joello smiles, highly pleased. But wait, pay attention here. Suddenly, his eyes snap open in pure alarm. Watch out, something massive is coming. Sensing the change, Jago hesitantly turns and questions Joello. Could it be the remaining single-fin demon? In the distance, a figure slowly emerges. Staring closely, the three realize it is actually Aang. For some bizarre reason, as Aang walks forward, the surrounding demons instinctively part, opening up a path for him. Seeing the familiar silhouette approaching, Jago gets totally confused. That's Aang and Situlu. But what happened to that single-fin demon? Hearing this, Joello narrows his eyes, scanning Aang and Situlu carefully. Hey, look. Even if those finless demons had their bloodlust suppressed by our joint attacks, there is absolutely no way he can just stroll through like that. Those two are going to get swarmed and devoured the second the horde snaps out of it. Right on cue, the demons recover and prepare to pounce. Seeing Aang in mortal danger, the three captains sprint forward to save him. You filthy beasts, don't you dare. Despite the impending doom, Aang stands absolutely still. Just as the razor-sharp claws are about to tear him apart, he glares up and roars, "Get lost." Every single demon freezes instantly, and a massive, mysterious shockwave erupts from him, violently blasting the entire horde backward. Then, the demons bow down in unison, their bodies trembling in absolute terror. Moments later, one beast flees in sheer panic. With that coward leading the way, the entire demon army begins a full retreat. This leaves the captain sliding to a dead stop. You and I are seeing this right. The whole demon tide is actually retreating. Just like that, the terrifying horde vanishes without a single trace. Up on the defensive walls, the watching soldiers stand in absolute disbelief. Wait, did the horde just run? Once the reality sinks in, they all erupt in cheers. They're gone. We won. We saved the city. The celebration grows wilder by the second. But suddenly, a couple of soldiers notice something very strange. Wait, why did they flee so suddenly? Was it that insane, explosive display from our three captains that scared those beasts off? Duh, of course it was. With that quick assumption confirmed, the soldiers on the walls explode into cheers once again. That devastating burst from our captains was unparalleled. They are way too powerful. Our captains are legendary. I want to be just like them. Hearing the wild praise, the three captains look at each other, totally bewildered. Puzzled by this, Ji Yaotang hesitantly looks over toward the battlefield. Or was it actually because of Ang, who is standing there holding Situ Lu in his arms? Having driven the entire monster horde away, Ang takes one deep breath before his body goes limp and he collapses. Witnessing this scene, the three captains rush over. Putting all their burning questions aside, Ji Yaotang yells to save them first and worry about the rest later. Though unconscious on the outside, Ang's mind is fully awake inside a bizarre mental realm. You really enjoyed that, didn't you? My power. Hearing this mysterious voice, he finally pays attention and demands to know who it is. Unfazed, the voice answers him directly. We met once, half a century ago. You should definitely remember me by now. Despite that cryptic answer, Ang remains perfectly calm. An 8-fin. You're one of the 2 8-fin demons I saw back then. Just how many of you exist? When confronted with this question, the voice immediately gets evasive, telling him not to worry since he will find out soon enough. With that, the speaker manifests, right next to Ang. Looking down at the resting boy, the demon introduces himself, saying, I am the Crimson King Fin, the strongest 8-fin. Staring at the demon, Ang is slightly surprised but remains calm. And that's where we leave it. Trust me, it gets wilder. All right, let's jump back in. Red King Fin isn't even surprised by Aki's reaction. Seeing a godlike being doesn't faze him at all. No wonder his mind is strong enough to resist my suggestion. Truly, snapping out of his thoughts, he offers a half-hearted comfort. But don't worry, I won't hurt you for now. Hearing this makes Aki jump in shock. Why on earth did he choose me? What actually happened to my body? Hearing this, Red King Fin rubs his forehead and gives a lazy reply. Well, a lot of things. Saying that, he grabs Aki's head, leaving him totally dazed, as another copy of Red King Fin appears out of nowhere, gently whispering, You will find out soon enough. No need to rush. With those words, he slowly runs his sharp claws down the boy's body. And your body right now is also my body. Due to certain reasons, I must go into a deep slumber for a while. For our own safety, you will have to work hard and evolve from now on. At the same time, the original Red King Fin stands up, enticing him, slowly closing in on his perfect vessel. Once freed from that monster's grip, Aki struggles to his feet. You demons? What exactly do you think we humans are? Furious at the thought, he lunges forward to land a heavy punch on the beast. But before he can strike, Aki is suddenly pulled right back to reality. Wake up, on. Now watch closely. It turns out Aki was accidentally gripping Situ Lu's collar, and because of that, he got a view of, well, everything he shouldn't have. Wait, it's so white. Staring at the beautiful sight right in front of him, he freezes completely. What am I even doing? Still dazed, Situ Lu snaps out of his grip and turns to leave, telling him to let go, while the disciples behind them immediately pounce to pin him down. Where do you get the nerve, punk? Damn it. Even if you saved Our Lady's life, this disrespect is absolutely unforgivable. How dare you touch Our Lady? Let's chop off this insolent hand of yours before we end your pathetic life. Just then, a booming, authoritative voice breaks the tension, as an imposing figure slowly approaches them from the distance. Is this how you show gratitude to the savior of Our Lady's life? Recognizing the legendary master, everyone instantly bows down in deep respect. Pinched to the ground, Aki immediately senses the heavy shift in the air. Yes, father. Staring intensely at the newcomer, Aki catches his eye. Sensing the tension, Joel steps up to introduce him. This is the master of the renowned martial arts clan in Helios City, the head of the Master Situ Shunggong. You are a citizen of our Helios City, correct? Why do you look like you have never heard of him? Aki, however, barely pays attention to the introduction. The captain's father? It seems he took good care of me while I was knocked out. Once released, Aki quickly stands to show his respect. Thank you for looking after me, Master Situ. Excuse my bad manners. He didn't expect such a formal welcome. Situ Shunggong chuckles warmly. Think nothing of it. He walks over, patting Aki's shoulder in comfort. You saved my beloved daughter's life. The Situ clan is truly grateful for your incredible bravery. With that, he turns around to instruct the three captains. Rest at our training hall tonight. Then, we shall all celebrate our glorious victory over the terrifying demon horde. The three captains bow in unison. Then we shall trouble you, Uncle Zhonggong. In response, he laughs, gesturing towards Situ Lu. I watched you all grow up. Why be so formal? Make yourselves at home. If anything, my stubborn daughter is the one who will be causing trouble for you guys. She is naturally stubborn. If she acts out, beat or punish her. Please train her well, and do not hold back. Ji Yaotong responds politely to the request. Rest assured, Uncle Shungong, we will absolutely fulfill our duty, and trust me. Situ Liu isn't happy with this request, but once the small talk ends, they turn their focus back to Aki. Sorry for the trouble, but we need to ask you a few questions. Escorted into a private room, the three captains immediately corner him. Without beating around the bush, Ji Yaotang gets straight to the point. From the Class 1 demon appearing in the warrior exam to this sudden demon horde, do you know anything about it? Before Aki can answer, Joel chimes in. Even if he is our recruit, we cannot afford to hesitate. He pauses briefly, then steps forward. Let me handle this. Let's be direct. I'm going to ask you straight up, without any of the sugarcoating. Are you actually a demon? The three captains unleash their massive crushing pressure to prevent him from lying. Seeing them completely suspect his true identity, Aki looks up, his eyes widening in sheer disbelief and confusion. They glare at him with heavy suspicion. Aki just scratches his head, letting out a very awkward laugh. Me? A demon? Are you guys playing a prank on me? Lu and I barely escaped with our lives from a Class 1 demon. Joel approaches him, hands in his pockets. Another Class 1 demon required the combined strength of Ji Yaotang and Captain Ji Yaoang to defeat. Is it possible? With a sharp, analyzing gaze, a cold smile plays on his lips as he looks down at Aki. Did you defeat that Class 1 beast all by yourself? Crossing his arms, he leans in close, staring directly into Aki's eyes. How did you manage to get Liu out of there completely unscathed? Aki tilts his head, slowly backing away. He nervously thinks to himself, is there really no way out of this? He's definitely in deep trouble now. What excuse can he make as Joel glares at him? You and I will have to wait and see. All right, stick with me here. Is he surviving because he's actually in league with those demons? Hearing that, he could only grit his teeth, panicking inside. Do I really have to reveal my biggest secret here? Can I even trust them with this? If I confess, what kind of nightmare is waiting for me next? Imagining himself sliced to pieces with blood splattering everywhere, he panics. Will they just execute me on the spot? Aki grits his teeth, realizing they won't let this slide. They'll never believe I'm human and will just see me as a monster. After all, inside this body, a real demon is sleeping, and it happens to be the strongest demon king of all. Her hand summons her weapon, threatening him with a terrifying aura. Talk, or I will cut you down right now. His eyes widen, clenching his fists as he stares at her drawn blade. Panicking, he wonders, what now? Do I really have to fight them here? Damn it. Is a clash unavoidable? Suddenly, Jago steps in, grabbing her wrist to hold her back. All right, Joel, cut it out. She thinks back to the demons, knowing only a 4th or 5th stage demon can take human form. But looking at Anne, he's barely 4th stage. Even if he made it to our C-grade town, he's harmless. She brushes her hair, giving him a playful, flirty wink. From behind, Yao Cheng finally speaks up, his face expressionless. Besides, demons don't rescue their own kind. They have no sense of camaraderie. They are purely selfish and ruthless beasts. All three of them instantly turn to look at him, while he tilts his head, remembering how they escaped, and risked his absolute everything just to carry Lu back to safety. I don't buy that he's a demon. Suddenly, Roll breaks the tension, slapping his back so enthusiastically it leaves the other two totally stunned. I know. I was just teasing him. Why are you guys so serious? He laughs, playfully ruffling Aki's hair. You and Lu basically danced with the Grim Reaper out there. Good job surviving, buddy. However, Yao Qiang's face remains deadly serious as he adds, but Liu told me she blacked out fighting that 1st stage demon and has no idea what happened next. His imposing shadow looms over him with a heavy question. In the end, you rescued Lu from that monster's clutches. So, what exactly went down? Beside him, Jago recalls the beast, looking at Aki in utter disbelief. Did you actually slay a 1st stage demon by yourself? Aki's eyes waver slightly under their intense interrogation. Sitting up straight, he clasps his hands, lost in thought. Right, I did defeat it. Now, pay attention here. I was so worried about the demon inside me, I totally forgot other possibilities. Aki puts on a smug face and points at himself, making the others want to punch him. The truth is, I'm a prodigy. Even he feels embarrassed by his over-the-top acting and coughs awkwardly. See, I can rapidly absorb a massive amount of core energy in a flash, triggering a sudden, explosive power. That's my ultimate secret weapon. Hearing this, Yao Cheng stares at him with deep suspicion. Are you saying this rapid core absorption of yours has the exact same effect as how we stimulate our own core energy? Aki looks at her, feeling a bit guilty. Exactly. But his mind is racing. Will they actually buy this crazy excuse? The three stare at him in tense silence until Rolls suddenly bursts out laughing. If that's true, you really are a genius. Jago analyzes him. So you mean both last time and this time? You use this power to defeat a first-stage demon? Sitting on the bed, Aki rests his hands on his knees, nodding solemnly. Yes. The first time was actually when I discovered this hidden ability. My body absorbed all the core's energy instantly to unleash one devastating strike, catching the demon completely off guard and blowing its physical form to absolute pieces. Since it was my first awakening, I immediately blacked out. And this time, I used that exact same method to defeat the first-stage demon that took Lu. My body couldn't handle that sudden surge of power. So the moment I got Lu back to safety, I just collapsed. Hearing this, Yao Cheng strokes his chin, falling deep into thought. If his story is actually true, that would explain why I found cracks on his core on a few occasions. The rapid energy absorption must have pushed his core way past its absolute limit. Let's pause for a second. The room goes dead silent as he comes to a wild conclusion. Anne really is a genius. Jago closes his eyes and shrugs. If that's the case, then this explosive power of yours is way beyond anything you can safely control at your current level. It's actually pretty similar to how our captain stimulates his core energy. Through brutal, high-intensity training, our captain has learned to suppress the physical strain to a minimum whenever he activates that raw energy. But that's only because we can control it. So until you master this control, you absolutely must not use it again. It's just way too dangerous. Suddenly, Yao Cheng cuts in. Rolls right. So let me test this skill myself. Anne, if you're a genius, prove it. And trust me, you and I are about to see a wild test of strength next. His body radiates intense, deadly aura. Pointing his thumb outside, he coldly suggests they head to the training grounds. Under the night sky, they face off. As Aki adjusts his gear, you and I can tell he's nervous. He still doubts me. The captain slams his hand down, cracking the earth. Shrouded in rising steam, his expression turns dead serious as he takes a combat stance. Come at me. Aki can only offer a tense, awkward smile in response. Right, please guide me. The captain of Ji Yao Tang stares him down with terrifying bloodlust. Aki panics internally, knowing he is currently no match for someone this strong. To his legendary past life self, these basic combat moves were nothing but child's play. But right now, this weak, untrained body simply cannot keep up with his battle instincts. Aki nervously clutches the badge on his chest. What should he do? Should he actually risk tapping into his dark demon energy? Suddenly, the captain leaps forward with a roaring battle cry, and Aki barely manages to dodge the devastating strike. Stomping his foot, the captain unleashes a deadly high kick. Aki quickly bends backwards to avoid the blow. His eyes widen as the sharp boot grazes past his nose. Looking back at the freshly cracked ground, Aki is genuinely shaken. Is he for real? Jago warns them to play nice. But pay attention here. Yao Qiang is actually quite impressed by Aki's quick reflexes. Say what you want, but your sheer reaction speed is undeniably impressive. Though Aki looks panicked, he is relying entirely on his past life experience. However, this fragile body has already reached its absolute limit. Suddenly, Yao Qiang winds up a massive punch, sending chills down Aki's spine. I am going to get serious now. A heavy fist smashes the ground, shattering concrete and throwing up thick clouds of dust. Aki leaps back as the captain completely demolishes the training arena floor. This guy is really treating me like a real punching bag. Suddenly, Yao Cheng vanishes, appearing right behind Aki in a flash. A strong hand grips Aki's throat, making him gasp in shock. Looking down coldly, the captain mutters, "Is this all?" Struggling against the tight grip, Aki panics. Damn it. This weak body has absolutely no way to break free from his hold. With a swift sweep, the captain trips him, sending Aki flying hard into the concrete wall behind them. Watching from the sidelines, Joel frowns in worry. This is going too far. We should step in and stop them. Jago shrugs. The captain knows when to stop. Let's just watch. Meanwhile, Yao Qiang beats his chest, looking down in pure disappointment. Is this weak power all you have? You definitely do not deserve to be called a genius. Hunched against the wall, Aki grits his teeth. He absolutely cannot tolerate being looked down on like this. Slowly standing back up, he remembers his previous glory. In his previous life, every single warrior revered him as their king. Ji Yao Tang, compared to who I really am, this captain is nothing but a mere child. Now, watch closely. Stepping forward, shrouded in dark mist, He knows acting like a genius isn't enough anymore, he has to actually prove it. Since he has been reborn, he cannot hold himself to his old godlike standards just yet. With his chest core glowing, Aki grins. He will borrow a fraction of the demon's power. Surely the captain won't mind a little trick from a 200-year-old child. Dark pressure erupts from his body, casting a shadow over his face. The onlookers freeze in terror. He marches directly toward Yao Qiang, radiating an absolutely overwhelming, dark presence. Standing firm, Aki's eyes burn with determination as his past life soul visibly looms behind him. The captain stares in utter disbelief, his jaw trembling as cold sweat breaks out. This colossal wave of energy is so heavy it makes the onlookers tremble with fear. The ground itself begins to sink as everyone watches in stunned silence. Channeling the demon's force, his muscles tighten, and his power levels start skyrocketing. Even the synchronization rate of this low-tier core heart is shooting through the roof. It seems that merely focusing his mind allows him to unlock the hidden potential of this body. Joel watches on, his eyes wide with shock. Can you feel his synchronization rate constantly surging? Ju mutters, staring in absolute disbelief at the display. Could our no-name town actually be harboring a legendary monster? You and I might be looking at a true, once-in-a-generation genius. Yao Qiang stares at the approaching boy, overwhelmed by his aura. This pressure is insane. His sync rate has instantly jumped to 40%, and it is still rising. He remembers C2 Lu's peak sync rate was only 39%. Yet with a single thought, Aki has completely shattered that record. Aki suddenly speaks, snapping the captain from his daze. Stepping closer, his fists clench tight as the smoke clears. Aki warns him not to get distracted. Frowning, he swings his arm forward. Here I come. A lightning-fast punch flies straight at the captain's chest. Yao Qiang grins with pure excitement, tracking the boy's movements. Aki's speed has literally doubled in an instant, and his physical stats are rapidly scaling up with it. With a smirk, Aki spins on his heel, unleashing a blinding high kick that leaves the captain completely stunned. The kick was a clever feint. Aki sweeps his leg, sending Yao Qiang stumbling backward. The captain grins, realizing this brilliant kid took perfect advantage of his brief distraction. Let us check out this incredibly smart attack, immediately throwing his opponent completely off balance. Suddenly, Aki bends his body backward, dodging cleanly as Yao Qiang stares down in shock at another incoming kick. Watching from the sidelines, Zhao frowns. Such precise and focused strikes. Where on earth did this rookie get such rich combat experience? Suddenly, someone approaches from behind, shocking them both. Close combat with a physical-type specialist is never a good idea. They gasp in surprise. Uncle Zun. He just smiles, watching the battle. This is C2 Zun, leader of the legendary C2 family. Joel turns around, grabbing his arm. Uncle Sun, when did you get here? The elder calmly explains. I just arrived because you kids were so focused. Yao Qiang scratches his head awkwardly. Sorry, Uncle Sun. We borrowed the training field to spar and made a bit of a mess. He looks at the absolute ruins in the training area. You kids call this a small mess? Yao Qiang winks, promising full compensation. C2 Sun just smiles warmly, looking ahead with excitement. Just kidding. I actually want to see how this kid, who shares his name with our greatest warrior, handles Yao Qiang's counterattack. Pay close attention here. Over there. Yao Qiang grabs Aki's ankle as the kid keeps trying to kick him from above. He looks up, perfectly calm. I have got you now. Watching this unfold, C2 Sun recalls Yao Qiang's childhood. Since he was little, Yao Qiang was like that. Give him even a split second to counter, and he will seize it perfectly. Not to mention his years of close quarters combat against deadly demons. He has developed godlike timing. Now that Aki's ankle is caught, he cannot escape. He is about to learn a very painful lesson. He pulls back his fist to deliver a devastating blow, keeping a tight grip on Aki's ankle. But Aki suddenly grins, his face filled with pure excitement as he whispers, No, I caught you, Captain Yao Qiang. He spins, catching Yao Qiang completely off guard, and slams his forehead directly into the captain's head. The other three watch in absolute shock as the captain is sent flying, clutching his head in pure disbelief. As Yao Qiang staggers, Aki leaps back and lands gracefully, casually pointing out that while human bones are incredibly strong, the forehead is a major sweet spot. With that, Aki charges forward, shouting, Bring it on. The captain's face twists in shock, but he grits his teeth, raising his hands to fight back. Fine, let's go. Zhao yells in shock. The captain is not holding back at all. His explosive strike shatters the ground. forcing Aki to widen his eyes. A dual offense and defense technique? His hands reach out with an excited smile. All right, let us test the real power of this beast. Aki's hand strikes with invisible speed, shattering Yao Qiang's defensive wall with a single punch. The captain looks up in pure shock. What? I know what you are thinking, but check this out. Aki vanishes in the smoke, instantly appearing behind him to strike. JGO analyzes from the sidelines. He used the mist to move right into his blind spot, throwing the captain's own signature move right back at him. Zhao comments awkwardly. This kid definitely holds a grudge. Situ soon smiles, realizing the kid's genius. No, it is his terrifying ability to copy and learn. Instantly, Yao Qiang lunges forward to attack. Do not forget this is my move. No one knows it better than me. Aki's arm rises, blocking the captain's heavy blow. They turn back to watch. Situ Shun's face darkens as he admits that Yao Qiang has lost. Right on cue, the captain is blown backward. Yao Qiang looks down at the punch that barely missed his waist. Did this kid intentionally miss to spare him? Aki backs away. Captain Yao Qiang has always relied on grapples and captures to launch his counterattacks. If he had fought seriously from the start, I might not have gotten the upper hand so easily. Aki moves so fast he creates multiple afterimages, raising his fists, ready to strike. A heavy blow to the forehead temporarily impairs vision, causing double vision and making the opponent misjudge the next attack. And I simply took full advantage of that. Aki stands tall, looking down with a quick smile. So, do you guys finally believe me now? Yao Qiang just closes his eyes in silence. The surrounding arena lies shattered, leaving a massive handprint on the wall behind them. He wonders, is this kid a true genius? Situ Shun watches in absolute awe. If it is this young man, maybe it is actually possible. Suddenly, a noise outside the door makes them all look. Tomoe pushes the door open, stepping inside with two others behind her. Aren't you guys coming to eat? What are you so busy with? Following the noise, Tomoe tells them Situ Liu has prepared a magnificent feast in an epic room. She looks up, covering her mouth in shock. What on earth did you guys do to this place? Seeing the ruined training arena, Aki scratches his head with a sheepish grin. Honestly, most of this was Captain Yao Qiang's doing. Situ Liu looks at them, silently evaluating. A duel? Meanwhile, Joel and JGO walk up to Aki, teasingly asking if he got hurt. Yao Qiang stands with hands on his hips, while Aki humbly replies, maybe because Captain Yao Qiang always fights deadly demons, switching to a regular kid like me threw his timing off. Trust me, our journey gets even crazier. All right, let's dive right back in. Outside, Lord soon bursts out laughing and calls out, no need to be so formal. The spar is over, and our victory feast is starting. Aki walks over as the master waves him over. Feeling quite hungry, he says, thank you, host. I won't stand on ceremony then. Aki adds, as Lord Shun watches him walk away. Looking at Aki, the master thinks to himself, strong, disciplined, and smart enough to save Lu's face during the fight. This kid's battle intelligence shows limitless potential. He suddenly calls Situ Liu over. Looking down at his daughter, he asks with a grin, that young man is quite impressive. Are you interested in him? Blushing furiously, she glares at him in shock. Outside, night falls, while inside, the banquet hall buzzes with excitement. Lord Shun raises his glass, and everyone at the table follows suit. On behalf of our entire town, I thank you all for protecting us, especially our brave warriors who fought until the very end. Thank you so much, everyone. He then turns his gaze to Aki, startling him. And to you, our talented young hero, Lord Shun adds, thank you for saving my daughter. Aki politely stands up and bows. It was nothing, really, Aki replies. There is no need for such formalities, master. Suddenly, Yao Qiang lunges over and chops him on the head, scolding, are you even old enough to drink? Aki rubs his sore head and yells back, I am an adult. I am 18, pretty sure. Isn't 18 the minimum age to take the warrior exam anyway? Jago smiles and whispers, he is just using this opportunity to get payback. Lord Jun just beams, waving it off. It's fine, it's fine. But look closely, he turns to Situ Liu and whispers, youth is a beautiful thing, isn't it? She pouts, catching her father's drift, and turns away in annoyance. She recalls their conversation at the training grounds earlier, where Lord Zun stood before her, saying, I watched your spar. That young man is truly remarkable. His talent and raw potential are easily on par with yours. Smiling warmly, he added, if it's him, He might just be the one to melt your stubborn, prideful heart. Situ Liu had stared at him, completely baffled. What kind of outdated logic is that? Why would he melt my heart? She clenches her fists, remembering the time Aki accidentally touched her. Stop joking, Dad. Besides, that guy is a total idiot. Back in the present, Tomoe excitedly grabs her camera, her eyes sparkling at the feast. This is amazing. Sino and I are totally piggybacking on your glory. Meanwhile, Sino looks at Aki, puzzled. Seriously, how on earth did you repel a first-class demon back then? Yao Chang crosses his arms and explains, this kid can forcefully absorb core energy, allowing him to unleash a massive burst of power that temporarily exceeds his current limits. Jago adds solemnly, it works just like when our captain absorbs core energy, but it likely only triggers during life-threatening danger, forcing his body into an emergency survival mode. She glances at Aki, knowing as we do how incredibly dangerous this is. Without proper training, doing this repeatedly will cause fatal damage, eventually destroying your body beyond repair. Joel finally chimes in. That is exactly why we had Aki spar with Liu earlier. Raising his glass with a smile, he continues, his explosive power is truly mind-blowing, but Aki needs serious physical conditioning, or his body won't hold up. Hearing this, Aki narrows his eyes in deep thought. If I tell them I actually absorbed the cores of 2 first-class demons and inherited the wood element healing ability from one of them, they'd lose it. Even if this weak body breaks, I can heal myself almost instantly. Closing his eyes, he forces a smile. Never mind. It's best to keep quiet and let them believe I just have the captain's absorption skill. This works out perfectly for me. Nodding, he agrees with their analysis. The captain is absolutely right. That's why I blacked out afterward. I definitely need to double down on my physical training. Sino looks at him in utter shock. Wow, I had no idea you had such a cheat skill, Aki. We can finally relax a bit. Tomoe snaps another photo, completely impressed. Meanwhile, Situ Liu quietly observes him from across the table, so he really possesses that kind of crazy power. No wonder he was able to rescue me back then. Sitting opposite them, Yao Chang speaks up again. Normally, we would punish Aki and Liu for breaking curfew and sneaking out last night. His gaze turns stern. But since you two managed to take down a first-class demon, we'll let it slide. The duo sighs in relief. Joel raises his cup and smirks. Don't celebrate just yet. The squad tournament is still very much underway. Jago rests his chin on his hand. Your squad is currently dead last, so tomorrow, you better start racking up some serious points. Aki smiles, clenching his fist. Of course, our goal is the top spot. Meanwhile, everyone is fighting over missions on the board. Following the devastating demon tide, the 1-month deadline is quickly coming to an end. And that's where we leave things today, as teams lock on to A-rank missions. Trust me, you and I are not going to want to miss what comes next. Trust me, securing a decent mission lately has been incredibly tough for everyone. After the 4 of them put their heads together, Liu and his squad came up with a bold plan. They decided to hunt down a fat sheep, leaving their target staring in total confusion. What? You're using points to challenge us? It seems their plan is to wager points to challenge other veteran squads, and their chosen target is the Dark Spear squad. Their leader turns around arrogantly, asking if they remember last time. Opposite him, Situ Liu stands with her arms crossed, urging them on. No more talking. 10 points, one by one. With that, their target puts on his mask and agrees to 10 points. So, the points for this first duel match a whole mission? They really know how to deal, but I don't mind. Even Captain Jiao came over to mediate. But it's time to settle both old and new grudges. He stands directly before her, teammates backed up on both sides. Shortly after, at the town arena, the crowd gathered below is already buzzing with excitement. Now, watch this closely. A rookie team is actually daring to challenge the veteran elites. Who knows where these rookies get their confidence? Even the legendary Gui Wuqi couldn't beat that many. Who are they to act so cocky? Is it because the month is ending and they couldn't get any missions? Bold move, but the Dark Spear squad isn't easy prey. How dare they? As 2 female fighters face off on stage, the crowd grows. The veterans mockingly warn her it is not too late to back out of this humiliating defeat. He glances over with a puzzled look, asking why the enemy captain isn't stepping up himself. Looking up at the arena, the captain explains, since your fighter is a girl, you might make excuses if you lose. Lucky for you, our vice captain is also a girl. On stage, their vice captain confidently steps forward, holding a giant needle. He boasts that she's more than enough for them, making our heroes smile. Is that so? Well, I'd highly advise you not to underestimate our squad. With a smug grin, Aki reminds them that Situ Liu is no ordinary girl, while Tomo films everything from below, cheering them on, and the match begins. Liu steps forward, green core energy radiating from her body as she gestures a provocation. Let's wrap this up quickly and claim those 10 points. Situ Liu calmly introduces herself as the eldest daughter of the Situ clan, widely known as the fearsome unsmiling Rakshasa. She adds that she is looking forward to a great fight today. The opponent laughs, channeling her own power and telling her to bring it. But before she can react, Liu blitzes forward with a devastating punch. The vice captain's face twists in pure shock. Isn't she supposed to be a green core healer? How could a healer match a blue core's speed? Liu suddenly grabs her wrist, surging energy straight through her arm and forcing her to drop her weapon and surrender. You and I both knew she saw this easy victory coming, just as I predicted. Although these veteran squads became warriors a bit earlier than us, they rely way too much on teamwork. In a solo duel, their individual offense and defense are completely non-existent. Teamwork is great, but it slowly degrades their raw, individual combat skills. Meanwhile, the enemy vice captain's hands tremble as she screams in pain. Liu actually injected energy directly into her muscles, forcing them into intense spasms. Liu interlocks her fingers as her energy fades. Leaving the center unguarded is a fatal mistake in combat, and Liu's precise strikes continuously hammer her opponent. The enemy leader watches in absolute shock while our hero smiles. Every single strike landed perfectly on the joints and muscle groups. As the vice captain collapses, Liu looks down and coldly explains that the Situ clan excels at martial arts. She flips her hair and confidently walks away. Thanks for the match, she says, as the enemy team rushes forward in panic. They cry out for their vice captain, while the crowd whispers that Situ Liu is easily the most impressive rookie around. Did their squad rise to the top solely because of her? She really is the unsmiling Rakshasa. So cool. Now nobody is sure who will win. When it comes to pure martial arts, very few can stand against her. Then our protagonist smiles at the enemy leader, reminding him to hand over the 10 points. The guy glares back in fury, realizing Liu is a monster. He suddenly roars and points directly at Aki, yelling that he will fight next if they dare to accept. His challenge makes Liu look over and raise the bet to 20 points, eagerly tapping her communicator, thrilled by the sudden windfall. Suddenly, a hand reaches out in front of her. Our captain just fought. She needs some rest. Aki steps forward with a bright grin, pointing a thumb at herself. Let me handle this. But the enemy leader screams in frustration, telling her to get lost, since he only fights captains. Aki just smiles back with total confidence. Let me be straight with you. She is our captain, so shouldn't you beat me first before earning the right to challenge her? He shrugs. If you lack the confidence to fight me, then trust me, you're not even worth my time. All right, you and I are about to see a wild fight. The vice captain mocks this cheap reverse psychology, but the guy steps up, pointing at his chest, boasting he'll beat him to a pulp. The team panics immediately, realizing their captain just fell for a trap. Behind them, they excitedly whisper, Yuhui, Anne is about to fight, as she eagerly pulls out her camera. I'm snapping photos right now. Meanwhile, the stadium crowd gossips relentlessly, as all eyes lock onto the opponent who is now drawing his weapon. He grips his gun with absolute confidence, boasting, I loaded training wind bullets, so you won't die, but trust me, it's still going to hurt. Aki just narrows his eyes, calmly analyzing his target. So they actually have specialized training ammo these days? Pretty impressive. Back in my day, we didn't have this. Gunners had to face real bullets on the battlefield to level up. Then, he cracks his wrists and steps forward. Then you'd better aim carefully. The chubby guy yells back with a smug laugh. Even though he's a rookie, this captain's marksmanship among regular warriors is definitely nothing to scoff at. Can he say that without feeling completely embarrassed? Now, look closely. Our arrogant target locks eyes with him, holding his gun and mocking Aki to choose any weapon he wants. What are you going to use? Don't say your old captain bullied you. Meanwhile, Aki is deeply lost in thought, figuring out how to strike back. A weapon? All he has right now is a standard issue combat dagger. He really misses the legendary weapon from his past life. That unique, legendary blade was his ultimate companion. He wonders if it is still waiting for him out there somewhere. Clenching his fist, Aki smiles confidently. Never mind. It doesn't matter. I'll just use my bare fists, okay? Hearing this, his opponent looks completely baffled. What? Fists? Behind him, his sidekick's eyes widen in absolute confusion. Fists? What is this guy talking about? The opponent bursts into hysterical laughter, pointing mockingly right at Aki's face. You want to fight me barehanded? Are rookies these days really this ridiculously arrogant? I gave you a fair chance, but since you chose to go empty-handed, I will gladly crush you. Aki just cleans his ear, walking forward. Too much talking. Someone should really install a silencer on his mouth. Thinking of himself as a mighty lion hunting a tiny rabbit, the captain arrogantly roars. Like I said, a lion must use its full power, even when hunting a rabbit. I am absolutely not holding back, and I will win back every single point I lost in one shot. Aki steps forward calmly, staring right at him. Fine, you'd better give it everything you've got. Below the stage, Shino turns to Tomo and whispers, wondering what kind of shocked faces they would make if they knew, and defeated a first-tier demon all by himself, and even won a fistfight against Goku Yudo's top captain. You and I can't wait either. She is so hyped to see Anne fight. Meanwhile, Situ Lu crosses her arms, deeply lost in her own thoughts. Anne's victory over the Goku Yudo captain really bothers her. Could that guy actually be more talented than she is? With teary eyes, her inner pride is completely shattered. As the captain, she can't be weaker than her teammate. She recalls her father's words, that young man is actually quite impressive. Are you interested in him? She bites her lip, blushing slightly as looking at this idiot constantly reminds her of what her father asked. No way. How can she be having these kinds of thoughts right now? Up on stage, the referee raises his hand, then slices it down to signal the start of the fight. Both focus intently as the duel begins, and the opponent immediately darts backward. He moves so fast he's a total blur, overflowing with confidence. They say longer range means greater power. I'll cover you in wounds before you can even get close to me. Watching closely, Situ Liu is surprised. He didn't fire immediately, but is using footwork to find the perfect angle, but Aki just closes his eyes, calmly sensing his surroundings. The three captains already have a rough idea of his power. There is absolutely no need to hide it anymore. His goal now is simple: take first place in this exam. He remembers the sleeping demon sealed deep inside his own body. To completely suppress this beast inside him, he must quickly regain his past power. No, he needs to become far stronger than his previous life. The opponent stops in his tracks. Aki senses the muzzle pointing straight at him as the guy sneers, calling him a fool. With a massive muzzle flash, he fires a shot. Like I said, I won't show you any mercy. Suddenly, Aki's eyes snap open, glowing with energy. That means the demon inside me will serve my power. He casually tilts his body, dodging the bullet effortlessly. The opponent quickly leaps back to maintain his distance, but in an instant, Aki locks onto him and lunges. The captain reloads, grinning widely. Keep rushing in, idiot. He raises his gun, firing rapid shots. This right side is loaded with tracking bullets, got that? But trust me, you and I know he's in for a rude awakening. He thinks these high-speed homing bullets can trap a demon, but Aki is on another level. Alright, you and I are jumping right into a death trap, as an invisible web of sticky traps surrounds him. Aki bites his lip and surges forward anyway. This is perfect challenging. This boss is the ultimate chance for him to finally prove his true power. He contorts his body, dodging the barrage like fluid water. The enemy captain watches in pure shock, as every single bullet misses him completely. Down below, the target's teammates are left utterly confused. Dodging the captain's bullets with fluid speed is just impossible. They cannot even track his movements with their bare eyes. The captain stumbles back, falling to the ground in total panic. Damn it, he did not even need to use his ultimate skill to win. Aki is still charging straight in. The underling grins maliciously, knowing the best feature of their captain's firearm is its ability to charge up raw energy and release it in one single, devastating hyper-powered blast. Above him, the boss aims directly at his face, daring him to dodge a point-blank shot that has been enhanced with maximum precision. But Aki simply grabs the gun barrel with a smirk. A heavy punch incoming, while something suddenly swells up right beneath the captain's feet. He looks down in confusion, losing his balance as he mutters, "What is this?" A massive energy blast shoots straight into the sky. The stunned crowd wonders how the elite Black Spear squad could possibly miss. Meanwhile, Aki spins into a confident counterattack, karate chopping the captain's wrist to disarm him before twisting away, leaving the boss stumbling around. Aki bends his body, delivering a devastating kick right to his gut as the onlookers gasp in horror. Now, pay attention here. Aki sends the captain flying back with a heavy strike, then proudly steps on his weapon to claim total victory. Clutching his wounds on the ground, the defeated target looks up shivering. His 20 points stolen. How is this possible? Below, Sin winks in praise, while Tomoe points her camera. squealing over how incredibly handsome he looks. Even Situ Lu is stunned, wondering where on earth this guy could have mastered such a bizarre, high-speed movement technique. With 30 points successfully stolen from the Black Spear squad, the bold, challenging style of An and Lu quickly grabs the attention of multiple other teams. Acting like four absolute demons on a rampage, they continuously sweep up points, drawing in eager young fighters and even veteran squads who step up to challenge them. Chino keeps dodging and counterattacking them, getting a taste of victory. Lu's four-member squad keeps accepting point-based challenges one after another. Tomoe and Situlu grab easy wins, while Sinuo and Yuhui perform beautifully. With Aki knocking out another opponent, Lu's squad dominates the board, continuously racking up points. Their rank shoots straight up the leaderboard, with their score climbing upward at an absolutely mind-blowing pace. And guess what? By month's end, this actually happens. Standing victorious on the chaotic battlefield, Lu's squad pulls off a jaw-dropping comeback to top the Radiant Hall leaderboard, officially securing their well-deserved ticket to the Ultimate Grand. The three-way squad finals are about to begin. Over at another arena, the hype surrounding this town's ultimate tournament is completely indescribable. Seeing the squad he leads make such incredible progress, despite his constant grumpy frowning, Joel wide-eyedly announces the shocking news. In just a few days, Lu's squad rose from the absolute bottom to become the top team. Standing out like this among 9 highly competitive squads is certainly no easy feat. Beside him, Jago crosses his arms and notes that they aggressively bet their points against other teams, winning almost every match. She holds her head in thought, wondering why nobody stopped them from taking such a reckless gamble. Standing tall, Yao Qing closes his eyes, stating that since they won points through sheer strength, there is no reason to block them. With on board, their team's strength is formidable. Plus, I have secretly analyzed several of their matches myself. His eyes turn sharp as he recalls Tomoe and Shino. Even Sinuo and Yu Hui are incredibly impressive. Standing right before the massive arena gates, Joel smiles with pure excitement. It has been many years since a rookie squad actually managed to break into the exclusive 3-team finals. It must be absolute chaos out there right now. Yao Chang steps forward to push the heavy doors open, letting light flood in. Outside, the other 2 finalist teams watch them, waiting to see who wins. The captain of the elite squad looks up with a smirk. A nameless squad actually made it to the finals. Hey, Radiant Hall captain, how did that bunch manage to pull this off? His teammate quickly warns him to keep his voice down, as this is the highly feared champion elite squad. Nearby, the Beam squad captain crosses his legs, rolling his eyes as he asks Yao Kyung if that is truly the top-scoring rookie team. I thought it was a total joke, but they seem like the real deal. This is the Sword Squad, led by Joel. As Tomoe does splits to warm up with her camera, you and I can definitely feel the squad's incredibly fierce aura. Let's dive right in as Shino cracks his knuckles, looking at her. They are the Elite and Flash squads, the absolute strongest under Captain Chao and Captain Jago. Here in Hilo City, we have quite a reputation. He looks serious thinking about their ranking. He even heard they will choose a temporary captain from their ranks to lead the Jimiaotang division. But Aki calmly stretches his shoulders, asking if they are really that strong. So our squad has to work harder. Aki smiles, looking around, thinking to himself that although his current body is still weak, but for now, relying on his secret abilities, he definitely won't fall behind. Even among the ordinary white stone warriors like Captain Jimiaotang, winning first place is no issue. The only question is the prize. Jago approaches them, gently calling out for everyone to gather up. Hearing this, the captain of the elite squad runs over with his team. Looking up at Jago, they act spoiled. She pats their heads, saying the elite squad is ready for victory. If we manage to take first place, we actually want an extra reward as well, like taking us to a Class B town to buy some clothes. Suddenly, a voice interrupts, asking about going to Class B towns just for shopping. Wait, is shopping their ultimate goal? You and I have to admit, that is pretty hilarious. The captain of the Flash squad struts over arrogantly with hands in pockets, mocking them. Our squad actually wants to visit Class B towns to meet experienced warriors and spar with them. Angered by the sarcasm, the elite captain snaps back. What do you know? For girls, shopping is a form of training. Are you an idiot? A girl nearby mutters that the annoying Flash squad has always disliked them. A voice from behind makes them turn. Are young people really this full of fiery passion? Jago walks in through the dust as a loud shout echoes, alongside Captain Yao Chang, who joins them. It is Captain Jimiaotang. He looks up, teasingly asking if they are trying to spark some romance. Frustrated, They both complain that Captain Jago always says things like that. Yao Chang turns around, telling Liu it is time to gather up. Liu nods, leading the other three forward. Let's go. The squads line up as Captains Jago and Yao Chang announce they don't need to introduce everyone individually. He delivers the news to them with a very serious face. The finals are split into a team battle and an individual challenge, with the winner decided by total points. Now, watch closely as Jago points to the box on the table. She says the exact rules will be explained as they go. To boost your morale, she playfully winks and points, announcing the reward beforehand. I know you have all been dreaming about this prize, and trust me, it will definitely not disappoint you. She opens her arms and shouts excitedly. As requested, the winners of the finals get to visit a Class B town for a week-long study trip. Everyone erupts in absolute excitement. Awesome! We are actually going to a Class B town. Incredible! This time we must take first place. Others around keep shouting in joy. All those non-stop missions were totally worth it. Even Shino gets fired up. If we go to a Class B town, what will you Hui do? She looks at her camera excitedly, wanting to buy a new lens. Yao Qiang clears his throat, calling the captains up to draw lots. The three step forward while the rest keep chatting excitedly. I heard Class B towns have so much variety, and their power levels are definitely on par with our own. A Class B town? This reward is massive. Aki stands there hesitating amidst the excited chatter. Is a Class B town really that far? Aren't Tier 2 core warriors much stronger than a temporary captain? Are there really Tier 2 core warriors in Class B? Theoretically, yes. But do you actually want to meet one? Aki strokes his chin, lost in thought. Reincarnating half a century later has brought so many unexpected changes. Class B? In his original era, towns weren't clearly divided like this. It was all about self-defense and survival. Then he remembers Hilo City is considered a Class C town, the lowest rank of all, making it the lowest possible tier, followed by Class B, then Class A, which is divided into 3 tiers. Town rankings depend entirely on the power levels of their resident warriors. Tier 1 and Tier 2 core warriors reside in Class C towns, while Class B has Tier 2 and Tier 3. If a town has Tier 3, Tier 4, or rare Tier 5 warriors, it earns a Class A ranking. We will see what happens next. All right, you and I are diving into a peaceful-looking world, where S-Class fortresses dictate survival, and the absolute pinnacle is Aurora City. Aki recalls the prime location of this stronghold, situated right at the center of the Land of Hope. Word is that Aurora City is absolutely massive. It doesn't just house 5th and 6th tier core warriors who wield massive energy inside their bodies. It's also home to legendary 7th tier powerhouses, making this city the ultimate gathering place for humanity's strongest fighters. Then, his mind drifts back to that legendary S-Class stronghold, the one and only Aurora City. Quite a majestic name, but he wonders how it truly compares to the city he once ruled. 60 years after that devastating war, he wonders if his old home even survived. Aki's eyes filled with doubt as he sinks deep into his thoughts. And his old comrades? Did they all really perish? Suddenly, a voice from behind snaps him out of his tragic memories. Sino walks over and asks if Brother Han Ang always likes to space out, like a dazed idiot. Nearby, Su Mo nudges him, warning him to snap out of it as she points towards Situ Liu, who is gearing up to take the stage. Holding the match roster, she announces the first face-off, Situ Liu versus the arrogant captain of the Flash Squad. As the speaker blares, both squads equip training gear, preparing for the intense battle ahead. Watching from the sidelines, Sumo suddenly realizes a crucial detail, suggesting they come up with an awesome, legendary name for their own squad right now. Sino totally agrees, saying a great squad name is essential for building a fearsome reputation once they inevitably become famous. Aki nods in agreement, suggesting they hold a team meeting to discuss names right after this match wraps up. Now, pay attention here. Situlu looks absolutely terrified as she prepares to fight. Across from her, the Flash Squad captain sneers, mocking her sluggish team for even dreaming of taking first place. He barks orders to boost his team's morale, shouting for them to pick their own individual targets while he personally handles their pathetic captain himself. His squad roars in unison. Up on the stage, Yao Qiang raises his hand as the fighters face off, then drops it to start the match. Instantly, the enemy forces charge forward, scattering across the arena to launch a multi-directional assault on Situ Liu's team. Situ Liu quickly frowns, instantly seeing through their one-on-one skirmish strategy. While this tactic works great against weaker opponents, she quickly leads her team to intercept them, launching a massive counterattack. Aki frowns as he watches, realizing that Situ Liu has already figured out their game plan. He knows that for their squad, taking down the enemy captain directly is their best shot at victory. Watch closely as Aki analyzes this move. He knows isolating yourself is a massive risk in group battles. If the leader falls, the rest will lose all morale. It is a smart, calculated play by Situ Liu. A girl in the crowd gasps in shock as she realizes their plan to target the leader. Suddenly, frantic shouts echo across the battlefield, ordering everyone to fall back and block the incoming flank. The enemy shouts out a sudden tactical shift, redirecting all their forces to take down Situ Liu first. 3 opponents rush Situ Liu from behind, but she remains completely calm, ordering her team to maintain their defensive formation. Right on cue, her allies spring forward, instantly blocking the attackers. Situ Liu charges directly at the Flash Squad captain. Shocked by her sheer speed, he quickly braces himself and gets into a defensive stance. "You think you can take me down that easily? Don't underestimate me," he roars, stomping his foot down. Leaping from above, she swings her short sword down just as the captain raises his hand, channeling a massive ball of energy right at her. Grinning wildly, he unleashes the attack, triggering a massive, blinding flash of light that leaves the entire crowd staring in sheer shock. She raises her arms to shield herself. "Try taking this hit first." Her eyes flash as she shouts a warning for everyone to close their eyes and brace themselves. Meanwhile, the captain concentrates his energy for a massive explosion. She looks back at the dazed fighters, realizing this reckless blinding attack is going to hurt his own teammates too. Watching from above, Yao Chang frowns. He turns to his peer, asking if anyone had warned him about his reckless style. In a one-on-one duel, his blinding flash technique is a lethal weapon, but in a team battle, it's just a disaster that blindly hurts his own squad. Joe closes his eyes in frustration, grumbling that he warned him countless times. Meanwhile, the arena remains engulfed in blinding light. Staring down at the chaos, he sighs, realizing some people only learn their lesson after suffering a brutal defeat. The Flash Squad captain smugly spins his blade, confident that the battle is already won. He thinks to himself that a rookie shouldn't try to show off. Once he crushes their captain, the rest of her team will collapse. As the blast hits, Situ Liu blocks the flare. "Trust me, we're about to see if her legendary family name can save her." "All right. You and I are jumping right into the action." As a hand suddenly blocks the strike, Aki stands defensively in front of Situ Liu, wearing water goggles, and looks up to ask, "Did you even consider that your own teammates would get caught in this too?" Right after that, Aki raises his leg and unleashes a brutal axe kick straight to the shoulder, slamming him to his knees and completely shattering the ground beneath them. Then, with absolute composure, he delivers a back kick that sends him flying. The Flash Squad captain grits his teeth in pure rage. "When the hell did you put on those water-resistant combat goggles?" Aki looks back with a mocking smile. "Ignoring your own teammates in the middle of a fight? Not very smart of you." The complex, thick water layer on the goggles filters out almost all of the blinding glare, acting as a refracting mirror to dampen the light, which actually works incredibly well. Behind him, Situ Liu finally lands as the blinding light completely fades away. Looking up, she spots his back and gasps in shock. "Aki, since when did he get over here?" Turning around with a smile, Aki whispers, "I'll leave the rest to you. Finish this." Seeing the enemy clutching his injured shoulder in the smoke, she instantly understands. Aki neutralized him. Was it during the moment everyone had their eyes closed? Now, pay attention here, because as Aki steps back, Situ Liu charges forward with total trust, lunging straight ahead as he seamlessly retreats to the rear. Gripping his sword, the Flash Squad captain growls to himself, "You dare rush me head on? Perfect. I'll slice you to pieces." But in that exact second, panic sets in as he realizes his hand is violently shaking. He can't even lift it. It had to be that guy. Damn it. His shoulder is completely dislocated. Situ Liu's fist slams straight into his gut. With glowing eyes, she whispers, "You were right about one thing, let's end this quickly." A barrage of relentless strikes punches directly into the vital acupoints of the Flash Squad captain's body. Meanwhile, Aki moves like lightning, distracting the remaining enemies to make the fight way easier for Shino and Tomoe, casually backing them up whenever they need a hand. Both of them are talented prodigies, getting more in sync as they fight. Suddenly, the buzzer sounds, stopping everyone in their tracks. Hands on her hips, Situ Liu surveys the aftermath as the opposing captain lies defeated. "Your captain is down. Do you still want to fight?" On the other side, the remaining 3 are left gasping for breath. Up in the stands, Yao Gang officially declares the match over. Joe slowly opens his eyes and looks down, completely unfazed by the outcome. Jago stares down, realizing that Aki didn't even have to use his special abilities. Yao Gang frowns, lost in deep thought. Nearby, the Jinghua squad captain and her teammates widen their eyes in utter disbelief. Wait, what? She shrieks in shock. You actually won? No way. I know we saw her potential, but is Situ Lu really that incredibly powerful? Clutching his dislocated shoulder, the defeated Flash captain approaches them with a look of pure frustration, admitting, we simply underestimated them this time. With a serious expression, he warns her, now that it's over, you're next. As your longtime rival, let me give you some advice. Just off the arena, Situ Lu and her team stand tall, staring back at them with absolute confidence. The Jinghua squad captain stands there, frowning in doubt. Shan Liang's warning has completely messed with her head, which is incredibly annoying. From above, Zhou announces the next match, Lu squad versus Jinghua. He reminds them that weapons have been swapped for training gear. The battle begins with both sides locking eyes, radiating intense bloodlust. The Jinghua captain instantly charges forward alongside her entire squad. Don't let Shan Liang's words break our focus. Stick to our training. We cannot let them disrupt our formation. Her team shouts back in unison. On the other side, Shino clenches his fist and grits his teeth, channeling all his strength into one heavy blow. Suddenly, he punches the ground, shattering it. A barrier erupts around Situ Lu's team, blocking the charging enemies. Aki raises his hand and smiles, thinking that hiding behind a smokescreen will only get them so far. From beneath the cracked earth, thick vines surge upward, tightly binding the opponents. The enemies look around in pure panic. Where did these roots come from? Aki grins confidently, realizing that absorbing elemental energy from demons has even more utility than he thought. He analyzes the cycle of elemental cores, water, wood. He wonders how many other elements are left to unlock. At the center, Situ Liu remains dead serious. Shino, she calls out. Receiving the cue, he stomps the ground and charges forward, protected by a massive shield. The opponents quickly leap into the air, scattering to evade the strike. The Jinghua captain screams out a warning to her squad. Fall back. Regroup at the secondary point. She curses inwardly. They were forced to break their perfect formation. Overhead, Situ Lu and Tomoe launch a devastating coordinated double strike. The captain barely blocks both kicks with her arms, frantically looking back for her squad's backup. On the other side, Aki is still clashing with two other opponents. Shino punches them both backward. Stick with me, because this battle is only getting started. All right, you and I are about to watch this intense showdown. Her eyes fill with panic as her rival's words echo in her head, warning her that her team is next in line. He stands in line, placing a hand on her shoulder to warn her. Watch out for that guy named Ann. In my opinion, he is the real powerhouse of their squad. His eyes burn with anger, as he recalls how Aki calmly analyzed the entire battle, treating everyone on the field like mere pawns on a chessboard. Tomoe takes advantage of the opening and dives straight down, shouting that ignoring them is a huge mistake. She looks up with a frown, snapping back that it does not matter, since she is still highly agile. Suddenly, Tomoe's illusion clones surround the Essence squad captain, leaving her completely stunned. Agility? Yeah, I can play that game too. She reappears with a devastating spin kick, locking her legs tightly around her opponent's neck and sending the captain into a desperate struggle. Keep talking now. Below, the crowd cheers for the victory, while up above, Jago crosses his arms, unimpressed by the tactics. It looks like this match is over, as Joe officially announces a total victory for the Lu squad. Next up is the individual challenge phase, with the competitors lining up below to hear the official rules. For these solo duels, you are completely free to choose and challenge any member from the opposing teams. The Essence captain looks furious, while the Flash captain beside her grits his teeth. Pointing in unison, they both declare they want to challenge Anne of the Lu squad. Diu Kwang frowns at this, reminding them that these individual matches are strictly one-on-one. So, who is going to step up first? But our hero calmly smiles, saying it is fine to save time. While Situ Lu face palms in disbelief, Aki confidently gestures for both of them to step up and fight him together. He adjusts his combat gloves and looks ahead with total confidence. Finally, a fight where he can get a little serious. Across the arena, the Flash captain whispers to the visibly irritated Essence captain standing right next to her. It looks like both of us are being severely underestimated, she mutters, promising to make him regret his insane arrogance. Up above, Jago points down to remind them that standard rules apply. The match ends when one side surrenders or loses the ability to fight. And with that, Let the ultimate battle begin. They both charge at Aki simultaneously, while he stands his ground. The Flash captain yells out, reminding his partner of their plan. She quickly snaps back that there is no way she would forget. Aki bends low, channeling his energy, and dashes forward. The Essence captain screams a warning, but it is already too late. Flash's hand swings out, preparing to unleash a blinding light. Do you think I am some easy target? You bastard, do not dare look down on me. She is shocked by the sheer speed, realizing their flash strategy has already been set in motion. Now, here's a quick flashback to show you how they set this up. In the preparation room, Flash insists they must win. Only victory keeps them in the game, giving them a slight chance to reclaim their spot in the Class B city. He approaches her as she leans against the wall, proposing a clever plan and handing her a pair of custom tactical glasses. Holding up the visor, he explains that these special tactical glasses are designed to shield her eyes from his blinding flash skill. He wants her to strike and defeat Anne the moment his flash goes off. She takes the glasses, feeling highly skeptical. She finds it hard to believe he is sharing such a valuable tool, but his determined face proves that Anne is no joke. To secure their ticket to the Class B city, they must cooperate. The blinding flash will be their ultimate attack signal. Remember, the flash is the cue to strike. Now watch closely, as that blinding light is blasted directly into Aki's face. Do not even try to run. This blast is 5 times stronger than my usual flash. In the stands, spectators cover their eyes as Jago remarks that this energy focus is vastly superior to his previous team match. Beside him, Joel gasps in shock. Using so much power right off the bat will destroy his core, proving they are aiming for a lightning-fast finish. Tomoe covers her eyes in regret, unable to capture any photos of this chaotic battle. Below, the Essence captain peers through her protective tactical glasses, knowing he must be temporarily blinded. She boosts her speed to the absolute limit to knock him out instantly. Spotting Aki crouching in defense, she blurs behind him for a swift surprise strike, fully confident this single blow will knock him out cold. But Aki calmly turns his head, noting that she is indeed the primary attacker. Panicked, she wonders what is wrong with his terrifying eyes. It feels as though the Essence captain's very soul is being dragged down and slowly drowned in a thick, slimy, corrosive liquid, leaving her helpless under the gaze of a monstrous beast in the freezing depths of the sea. Unleashing his water magic, Aki extends his hand, sending a massive torrent of water crashing directly into the helpless captain. Trapped inside, her glasses fall off as she screams in pain. Nearby, Flash closes his eyes with trembling hands, utterly confused by her screams. And that is where we leave it. You and I know this fight is basically over. I'm the one getting beaten up here. You idiot, my goggles fell off. I can't see anything. Aki drops right down between them and says, sorry to break it to you, but your plan just failed. Next, he uses his nature and water elements to suppress them both at once, blasting their bodies back in defeat as they crash heavily onto the ground. Watch closely as the dust clears. Yao Cheng looks down through the flashes and smoke, hoping this reckless brat didn't accidentally inflict any fatal injuries during that chaotic clash. With that, he leaps onto the arena. Jago shouts from behind as Yao Cheng lands firmly on the ground, but as he looks up, his eyes widen in shock. Facing him, Aki is radiating an incredibly suffocating, terrifying aura. He calmly looks down at him. It is over. The smoke below slowly clears as the crowd in the stands looks on. The dust clears. Someone is standing opposite the captain. Did this kid really just defeat our team leader? Another teammate quickly corrects them, saying, no. Situ Lu calmly smiles as she looks down, betting on Anne. The two opponents pass out. Aki happily looks at the goggles in his hand while his teammates run down. Encino eagerly rushes over, shouting, you crazy kid. How did you counterattack through that blinding light and take down both of them at the exact same time? Our vision only just recovered after the flash faded. But you had already finished the fight. He holds up the goggles, explaining he snatched them. Secretly, he feels lucky he managed to grab them in midair. Encino playfully ruffles his hair in disbelief. Meanwhile, Situ secretly watches, and you can tell she knows he is hiding some insane power. Suddenly, a loud voice calls out, drawing her attention to Lu's squad. Yao Cheng approaches them, and the group quickly bows to show their respect. He loudly announces, your squad has won the match and secured first place. Congratulations to you all. Next, he offers him some very special praise. Anne, you did incredibly well. Every single fight of yours surprises me, especially how you managed to pull off a counterattack under the joint assault of 2 squad leaders. Aki just smiles humbly, thanking him, but thinks to himself, I was once the strongest warrior. Even in this weak body, I can't lose to two brats. I won using sheer combat experience. Since I wanted to end this quickly, I used some real power, but it almost felt like bullying them. Yao Chang smiles, thinking of a certain city, before making his next announcement. In short, you are the winners, and you've earned your reward. Tomorrow morning, you will take the secret underground tunnel to a nearby B-tier town. You'll begin a 1-week training program there. Hearing this, everyone looks at each other in pure excitement, cheering. Oh yeah, awesome, he adds. That is all for today. Go get ready. We will gather back here early tomorrow morning. Dismissed. They nod in agreement and head off into the sunset, whispering together. I heard there are core 3-stripe warriors in that B-tier town. I really want to meet them. Then I'll take a photo of you with them. What are you planning to do in town, Liu? While she thinks, Joe watches them, and we can sense something big is coming. This guy is terrifying. If he went all out, we might not even be able to defeat him. Yao Chang agrees. He knows the boy doesn't belong here, watching his back, as he silently vows the kid will keep climbing higher. The remaining 3 leaders look puzzled. Are you really planning to take them through that secret underground tunnel? Well, it is much safer than traveling above ground. Jago stands next to them, arms crossed, warning them that they must remain on high alert. Sometimes, wild, low-tier demons still manage to wander in there, but as a core 1-stripe warrior of the sect, Yao Chang reassures them that any low-tier demons will be wiped out instantly. Even if I don't step in, those 4 can handle things easily. Down in a dark, winding cavern, this secret passage was once a bustling, prosperous underground transit hub. Now abandoned, it serves as a lonely, forgotten tunnel connecting the nearby towns. Inside, a heavily wounded warrior flees in absolute terror, looking back in panic at the horrifying sound chasing him down. Swift, invisible slashes instantly tear his body into pieces. Holding a severed head, the demon complains about how weak and boring human warriors are. He scratches his head in frustration, standing over a pile of dead soldiers. I'm lost again. How did I get lost underground? He mutters, releasing a terrifying dark energy as he walks through the tunnel. This is a Class 2 demon with completely unknown abilities, holding a bloody record of slaughtering 21 recruits, 9 1-stripe warriors, and 2 2-stripe warriors. Later, Sumo happily holds her camera, eyes shining as she stares at the entrance, asking, "Is this the secret tunnel? I had no idea there was an underground passage here." She snaps photos while walking, noting that it looks just like an old building. When was this even built? The fully geared squad continues making their way forward. Yao Chang leads, closing his eyes. Trust me, you and I are about to see what dangers lurk in this ancient, forgotten tunnel. All right, you and I are starting a journey where survival depends on a dying resource. Suddenly, Tomoe realizes something. How is this desolate place still be? After the legendary Battle of Dawn, countless legendary warriors fell. With only a handful of elite fighters left, expanding our territory or even carrying out missions became impossible. This forced everyone to rely solely on quartz energy, just to survive. But the population began to plummet, all because there was not enough quartz energy to power their massive survival systems. This massive underground tunnel network, which once stretched across the entire continent, was slowly but surely abandoned. These tunnels were built during the reign of the Great King. Suddenly, Liu looks up, noticing something incredibly interesting. Hey Aki, look! It was built under a king who shares your exact name. Down the line, Aki just smiles, resting his hands behind his head. Just doing my duty, you know. But seeing Aki's smug face, Captain Yao Chang snaps. Losing his temper, he yells out, giving the young warrior quite duty, my foot. You just happen to share a name with the king. It is not your achievement, so stop making a joke out of our greatest warrior. Aki scratches his head helplessly. Do not be so mad at me, Tomoe giggles. Look at our Captain Yao Chang. Honestly, it feels like his head is about to catch fire. Sino chuckles along while Liu scans the area. Even she cannot help but laugh at this silly dynamic. Embarrassed, Yao Chang clears his throat. He realizes he let his guard down too much around them, which was a bit unprofessional. Stepping forward, he urges the group to hurry up and keep moving. Behind him, Aki looks up, feeling a slight sting of regret. Staring at this massive hall, Aki remembers a secret. This was his own design from a past life. Watch closely. His gaze suddenly turns incredibly sharp. But Captain Yao Chang, you got one detail wrong when you called this a secret escape route. These massive, intersecting tunnels from his past life are actually a colossal, highly fortified underground city network. Back then, It did not just connect small towns. In his memories, this place was once bustling with traders and travelers, serving as the busiest and safest commercial highway in the entire land. Aki runs his hand along the wall with a trace of regret. He never expected this legendary, grand masterpiece to end up like this. Memories of his past life flash by. After his death, this place was completely abandoned. Suddenly, Sino steps forward, highly curious. Captain Yao Chang, did you say that quartz energy actually functions just like the demon cores inside our own chests? The captain confirms it. Yes, think of it as a massive cluster of demon cores. Once absorbed, energy flows through your body, and a single core is enough to empower a warrior like us. So, what happens if we refine multiple demon cores together? Let us find out. Using this exact theory, after endless trial and error in a specialized core laboratory, researchers successfully refined and synthesized a truly massive new power source, pure quartz energy. Every single street lamp in the city is powered by this energy. This quartz energy literally keeps entire towns running, serving as the modern equivalent of electricity from the old days. To secure it, elite teams hunt down high-level monsters. High-tier cities organize massive hunts to collect demon cores and refine them into quartz. These resources are rated from S tier down to C tier, and then distributed strictly based on rank. The crew continues to follow and listen. Taking you guys to B tier Pita City will not only open your eyes, Yao Chang says, but it is also to collect our own hometown Hazler's monthly quartz energy allocation. Tomoe speaks up with another question. Wait, what happens if a town's core energy runs dry and cannot be replaced in time? Gritting his teeth, he hesitates for a second before saying flatly, complete and total collapse. The four of them exchange panicked looks. Imagining a dark, dead city, the captain explains further. Without power, production halts, and daily life as we know it completely grinds to a stop. More importantly, the city's vital defensive barriers and heavy weaponry will become completely useless against monsters. The citizens will be completely forced to flee. In the end, with absolutely no defense force left, and all equipment completely shut down, everyone is forced to abandon their home and wander the wilderness as refugees. It would be an absolute catastrophe. The mood instantly drops, leaving the four of them walking in heavy silence. Yao Chang, still clutching his backpack, flashes a quick smile to break the tension. Do not look so grim. Hazler City is small, and our current quartz reserve is still enough to keep the power running for 3 months. We actually make this trip to Pita City every single month. This trip is just to secure a backup supply early, so do not worry. Behind him, Tomoe sticks her tongue out playfully. Honestly, the captain really knows how to give people a heart attack. Blee, blee, blee. Suddenly, Yao Chang turns serious again. You guys need to be on your best behavior. Pita is a B-tier city. They do not just have several second-stage core warriors, they even have 2 elite third-stage core warriors. He looks up, remembering them. One has a 69% sync rate. Trust me. You and I are in for a wild ride. Let's dive into a world where a 69% sync rate makes you an absolute beast. Toei is completely shocked, wondering if that level of power is even real. Before Situ Lu can speak, Aki stands in the back, totally unimpressed. He silently remembers his past life as the ultimate Tier 7 core warrior, where his sync rate was a rock-solid 96%. Suddenly, Toei spots a button on the wall. Wait, what is that thing? As she reaches for it, Aki shouts at her to stop. But boom, a sudden punch lands on her head, leaving poor Toei holding her head in tearful regret. Yao Chang stands beside her, completely furious as he shakes his fist and warns her not to touch anything down here. She pouts and tries to defend herself, saying the button was just sitting there, tempting her hand. He steps closer to examine the button, explaining it is an emergency shutoff. During a crisis, it separates the tunnels to contain threats. Right above the red button, it says total lock. He then looks up, pointing them toward the massive circular gate behind them. See that? Once you press it, massive metal plates will drop down from above, sealing the area instantly. Heavy steel doors will rise, completely blocking off the path. This mechanism is reserved only for the absolute worst emergencies to protect the remaining tunnels and the town's overall defense plan. Keeping his hands in his pockets, Aki notes that the tunnel's most critical defense system is still fully operational. Suddenly, a sharp headache hits him as his senses spike. He frowns in pure disgust at a massive wave of bloodlust. Don't blink here, because something terrifying is rapidly crawling toward them from the pitch-black shadows ahead. Aki steps forward and grips his energy core, leaving Yao Chang highly confused. Only then does Yao Chang catch the overwhelming stench of blood, Seeing Aki already in a battle-ready stance catches him off guard. Aki detected it way before anyone else. His nose isn't actually that sharp, he is just relying on pure combat instinct. Either way, now is not the time to worry about details. He immediately barks out an order, telling everyone to get ready to fight, and they respond in unison. Yao Chang adds, "Drop your packs and hold the formation." A trail of slimy, fresh blood oozes down the tunnel, reaching right to their feet from the direction of Peta City. What the hell happened? A lone figure suddenly staggers out of the dark, shocking them. Is it a demon? But as the figure comes closer, they realize it is a human. Aki and Yao Chang gasp. "You are a core warrior from Peta City." Holding his chest in agonizing pain, the man asks if they are from Hesslertown. His eyes roll back as he suddenly collapses. Aki kneels down, demanding to know what is wrong, while Yao Chang quickly checks his severe wounds. "You are badly hurt. What happened back in Peta City?" The dying man gasps out his final warning: a demon tide. A massive demon tide has completely overwhelmed Peta City. Hearing this sends shivers down Yao Chang's spine as the city abandonment alarm goes off. Situ Liu panics. "And honestly, you and I would too. What exactly is a city abandonment alarm? Do we need to go and support them?" Yao Chang goes dead silent. For any settlement, that specific alarm only triggers under one devastating condition. His mind fills with horrific images of a city drenched in blood, a fallen city with all its warriors slaughtered. The others freeze in sheer terror. Aki clenches his fists, grinding his teeth at the thought of the brutal massacre. Suddenly, gunfire erupts from the darkness. A bullet tears through the dead body, but Aki and Yao Chang leap away just in time. Aki frowns, looking down. Damn it, he was distracted for a split second. Before they can react, the corpse is violently dragged back into the darkness. A demon grips the head, whispering that he found him. The beast pokes its head out, laughing as its claws remain skewered in the victim. "Why are there still humans here?" Grinning, it mutters that letting anyone escape alive would complicate things. Meanwhile, the dying man tells them to run immediately. To their absolute horror, the demon casually tears the man's head clean off, mocking that the dead cannot speak. Smashing its fist into the wall, it lunges forward to continue the slaughter. Watch out. This is a Tier 2 demon, equipped with a fire attribute red core. Its kill record boasts 21 recruits, 19 Tier 1 core warriors, and 2 Tier 2 warriors. The flaming beast charges at them with pure, sadistic joy. Seeing so many targets, the demon spins its weapon, trying to make a choice. Who first? Who should I slaughter first? A wicked grin spreads across its face. Ah, decided. It whips its blade forward, aiming straight at its target. The deadly blade flies straight towards Sino, freezing him in place. Suddenly, Yao Chang leaps in front, deflecting it with his sword before grabbing the scythe chain with his bare hand. Using all his strength, he flings the scythe away, forcing it to crash harmlessly into the tunnel ceiling. Amused, the fire demon scratches its head and chuckles, noting that Yao Chang is actually pretty strong compared to the last guy. Yao Chang's hand is badly bruised and swollen, his entire body trembling as he gasps for air. This Tier 2 fire demon is far more powerful than he anticipated. Damn it, he cannot survive another direct hit like that. He grits his teeth, and trust me, you and I are left holding our breath as he prepares to risk everything to protect these kids. All right, you and I are about to see him grab Aki's wrist and quickly drag the group away from that devastating charge. But the relentless Tier 2 fire demon was right behind them. With a massive slam, the beast lands and unleashes a deadly barrage of fireballs straight at the fleeing group. From the back, Tomoe spots the emergency button and shouts for them to get through while she presses it. Suddenly, the beast lunges, claws outstretched, as Yao Gang watches in horror, while it roars that they will all die. Right after that, Aki rushes forward and pushes him out of harm's way, catching the fire demon completely off guard. They roll across the dirt, crashing straight into the group, while Yao Gang looks back, and Sino frowns with growing concern. Staring back in sheer panic, he wonders what Aki is planning. The demon steps forward calmly, as Aki drives his sword into the ground. "You are only delaying the inevitable," it sneers, before pivoting and charging right back at them with terrifying speed. "You will all die," the beast roars. But suddenly, Aki reverses his grip and targets the main control panel. He slams his fist hard into the wall button, smashing it to pieces as the heavy iron gate begins to slide down. Now, watch closely. Seeing this, Situ Liu rushes forward in panic, reaching out and screaming for Aki to get over to their side. Aki looks back through the closing gap as the heavy door seals shut, separating him. Situ Liu slams her hands on the metal, screaming in despair. She desperately cries out his name, remembering his final whisper, to protect the other three at all costs. Frowning, Yao Gang remembers Aki's final push. He walks over to the panicking group pounding on the door and urges them to stay calm. His voice echoes through the tunnel, reminding them that Aki gave his life to save theirs, and they can't let his sacrifice go to waste. This place is too dangerous. We need to leave right now. Hearing this, Sino gets even more emotional, shouting that it's a tier 2 demon, while Tomoe fumes with anger because even Aki can't handle a beast that strong. She agrees that they can't abandon Aki, slamming her fist against the wall as she decides to smash the stone gate to save him. But blocking their path is a massive, reinforced steel door. Made from a special alloy, this heavy barrier can easily withstand attacks from even a tier 3 demon. Yao Gang closes his eyes in utter helplessness, explaining that the door is completely soundproof and impossible to break through, leaving them with absolutely no way to hear what's happening on the other side. Zeno begs the captain to reconsider, while Tomoe loses her composure completely and screams for another solution. Situ Lu tightly clenches her fists and desperately asks if there's any other way, even suggesting they run back to get Captain Joel and Captain Jia Ao to help them. But Captain Yao just closes his eyes in defeat. No, even if Joel and Jia Ao were here, there are no guarantees. Suddenly, Yao Gang remembers something, and his eyes widen. Wait, there's another path, he says, quickly leading the group through the basement corridors toward a completely different security gate. He guides them forward quickly. These are alternative routes of the underground tunnel, and one of them leads straight to an A-rank town. He tells Brian that they can request elite help from there, stopping right at the correct gate to announce they have made it. The rest of the group quickly follows close behind him. Yao Gang frowns deeply, lost in his thoughts. I know what you're thinking, is this the end for Aki? Well, watch this. Green blood suddenly splatters against the door on the other side as the beast he slashes looks on in absolute shock. Aki glares at the beast, one eye glowing crimson, as he drives his blade directly into its skull. While Yao Gang desperately prays in his heart for Aki to survive, the hero kicks the beast, sending it flying backward. Aki steadies himself, dark energy erupting from his body. A single horn sprouts as a smirk spreads across his face. He finally doesn't have to hide his true power anymore. Witnessing this, the tier 2 fire demon stares at him in utter confusion. Are you human or a demon? It stammers. Aki just smiles, spreading his arms. I'm not sure myself. If you had pushed a bit harder earlier, I might have had to transform right in front of them. His face turns monstrous as bloodlust explodes all around him. But now, you have made me quite curious about your fire powers. Across from him, the tier 2 demon takes a cautious step back. A tier 1? No. This aura is far beyond tier 1. Vines suddenly sprout from Aki's arms, and he coldly whips them straight toward the beast. Faced with this, the stubborn fire demon quickly ducks down to dodge. Even if you have the wood element, my flames will burn you to ashes. The demon swings its arm, unleashing a burst of fire that incinerates the vines wrapping around its limbs. Aki frowns as the demon spits sparks, grinning as it realizes that devouring his wood element will only make its own fire powers grow even stronger. It opens its massive maw, preparing to launch a giant fireball, and that's where we leave it as the sphere blasts toward him. Aki ducks, letting the attack crash into the wall. All right, you and I are about to watch Aki launch an epic assault on a level 2 fire demon, whose burning body starts mumbling. Close combat? You can't even touch me, human. Get any closer, and you will be burned to absolute ashes. But Aki pulls back, channeling water on his hands and vines at his feet to deliver a devastating surprise punch from behind. His water-infused fist penetrates the demon's back, making the beast howl in pure. Standing behind his foe with a smug grin, Aki drives his hand deeper into the fire demon's body, mocking him. Who said wood was my only attribute? Now, it is my water element that completely counters your fire. Aki grabs the demon's glowing energy core, leaving the beast completely shocked. Water? You are a human, yet you have dual elements? A massive explosion erupts as the conflicting energies collide, filling the air with heavy dust before it slowly clears away. Holding the fire demon's severed head in one hand and its core in the other, Aki hears a terrifying sound. From the dark depths of the tunnel, a savage horde of demons begins to swarm out. Aki turns to face them as the mindless beasts charge forward, their jaws snapping in a frenzy of absolute bloodlust. He realizes these are unranked demons, likely drawn to the area by the loud commotion of his previous battle. Looking at the glowing red core in his palm, he wonders what kind of firepower this level 2 core will grant him. Now pay attention to this boss move as he shatters that core, unleashing a massive wave of energy that slices through the oncoming horde, claiming a brand new element as he watches the flames dance around his hand. This demon's fire is now my power. Feeling the fire sigil deep inside his soul recharge, he spreads his arms wide, fully welcoming the scorching rush of demonic energy into his body. With a sharp glare, he stomps his foot, causing waves of energy to burst outward as his body undergoes a dramatic evolution. Now, sporting a pair of fully formed demonic horns, Aki grins with pure excitement. This is incredible. I can feel a boiling, intense heat surging through my entire body. My evolution is complete. Behold, the level 2 demon form. Seeing his new form, the brainless beasts rush forward even faster. This endless tide of unranked demons just keeps on coming. Channeling his inner demon, Aki mimics his fallen foe by opening his mouth to build up a massive fireball, before unleashing a blazing column of fire that incinerates the entire horde. So this is how you use demon fire. As the flames slowly die down, Aki steps out from the ashes, completely unharmed. Gritting his teeth with absolute rage, he stares them down. You worthless beasts will pay. Your agonizing screams will serve as a tribute to the fallen soldiers of this tunnel. Unleashing his intense bloodlust, his fiery aura begins to burn the remaining monsters alive. Elsewhere, in the ruined ruins, a massive pillar of fire bursts through the surface, shattering the ground. Aki calmly walks up the stairs, leaving the underground behind. Aki looks up at the horrifying scene ahead. The only things waiting for him on the surface are dead bodies scattered everywhere. You and I can feel the absolute weight of this devastation as he stares at the ruins, frowning at the tragic sight. The B-rank squad is completely wiped out. He walks through the silent wasteland as scavenger birds begin to circle above the bodies. This is the first time they have faced such a high-level demon wave. Right in front of him, a warrior lies pinned to ironwood element pillars. Looking closely, he reconstructs how the soldier was skewered against the stone, killed instantly as vines tightly wrapped around them into a giant ball. Aki realizes this massive attack must have been a wide-range spell. This scale of destructive magic suggests a level 3 demon was slaughtering helpless civilians here, burning them alive without an ounce of mercy. He curses under his breath, frowning. He remembers the Jiao Hall captain saying that Pita City has 2 elite level 3 core warriors. Where are they? Suddenly, a faint sound makes him spin around, scaring off a flock of crows. Up in the branches, crows feast on the remains. The brave warriors are brutally skewered and hung from the trees. They are gone. The 2 elite level 3 core warriors are dead. Staring in silence, Aki commands the vines on the ground to rise. Gently wrapping his vines around them, he lowers their bodies to the cold ground with the utmost respect. You are all true heroes. His heart heavy with sorrow, Aki gently closes their eyes one by one, staring at their peaceful faces. Rest in peace. At least you can find some comfort now. Looking around, Aki can practically feel the brutal battle they fought against the fire demon. They fought with everything they had, but couldn't escape this tragic fate. The sheer cruelty of this war is unreal. Suddenly, a young boy rushes out from behind, pointing a short sword right at him, screaming, "You filthy demon, what are you doing to them?" Aki is stunned. A survivor? The kid's hands are shaking violently as he grips his blade, his eyes burning with pure hatred. With that appearance, you must be a high-ranking demon, a vile monster capable of taking on a human form. Aki just turns his head, staring at the boy's fragile yet incredibly brave stand. They saved my life. If you dare touch their bodies, I will fight you with everything I have got. Aki grits his teeth, his heart aching. In this monstrous evolved form, it is impossible to explain the truth. The kid is never going to believe him, and that's where we leave things. As a rogue demon suddenly lunges from above to attack the kid. All right, stick with me here as Aki suddenly flinches. The kid collapses, and those monsters instantly snap their jaws to bite. But Aki rushes in, kicking a demon clean in half. Gently catching the boy, he curses under his breath. Damn it, there are still rogue demons lurking within the city walls. Aki reaches out, supporting the boy's head to stabilize him. Save your breath, he tells him. I will help you recover. Using his wood elemental healing, the boy trembles and points at him, asking if he is a demon or a human. A human, Aki replies. The boy wonders about them as he takes his last breath, and Aki quietly agrees. He kneels before the child, completely lost in his own thoughts. Am I truly a human or a monster? As the bloodthirsty horde closes in around him, Aki slowly rises, his deadly aura flaring with pure irritation and rage. Human or demon, it does not matter. He glares at them, teeth clenched. One thing will never, ever change. Aki charges, blazing wings erupting from his back and claws sharpening. He makes a silent vow to wipe every last demon off the face of the earth. They clash head-on. Additional fiery, razor-sharp claws sprout from Aki's back. And with a single massive sweep, he burns and blasts a dozen monsters into the air. The surviving demons look up in utter shock. From above, a massive fireball rains down, triggering a chain reaction of explosions. Aki leaps clear of the blast, turning back to watch them burn. So, gathering fire on his back does not just boost his speed. It actually acts like explosive phosphorus, spreading and detonating. Too bad he still cannot fly, though. Now, watch closely, because Aki turns around for another brutal onslaught. Time for an experiment. He launches a demon high into the sky, surrounded by sparks ready to explode. Next, he grabs its neck, forcing his flames straight into its inner body. Then, he throws the creature down as its skin starts swelling with highly unstable, explosive boils. A devastating slam right into the dirt. Time to go reunite with the rest of your trash, friends. Aki wears a sinister grin, whispering surprise. A massive explosion violently shakes the entire area. Looking down from above with deep satisfaction, he realizes that compressing flames inside their bodies basically turns them into living demon bombs. It looks like he needs to experiment more with these elemental powers. He could create some truly wild things with this. Below, the remaining demons shiver in terror and try to run. Aki narrows his eyes. Trying to escape? He immediately hurls another explosive sphere right at them. Hitting the ground, Aki slams his hands down, summoning massive pillars of fire that incinerate the fleeing horde. Aki stands up with a cold, dark smile, watching the absolute slaughter. Too late for regrets, you monsters. Standing atop the pile of demon corpses, his body returns to normal. Memories of his friends flash back, and he mutters with deep worry. Liu and the others were really looking forward to this trip to Pita City. Even the captain of Jiyao Hall had to come collect the quartz energy. We have to wonder, how are they holding up right now? Aki remembers the core that powers the city, with a 3-month countdown ticking away. The quartz energy in Hesler City can only keep things running for another 3 months, but now, the path leading to Pita City is completely sealed off. But if he fails to bring back the quartz energy, the town will be in grave danger. He must locate the original storage facility and secure at least one core. Looking at the massive destruction around him, Aki has no idea where to start. He frowns, taking stock of his resources. Running around blindly will not work. He needs to carefully plan with the weapons and tools he has. Suddenly, an idea hits him. He summons thick, sturdy vines beneath his feet, putting his wood elemental powers to perfect use. The vines, shooting from his body, dig deep into the ground to explore. Since quartz energy is a highly concentrated cluster of cores, it definitely emits a signature wave. He can scan the town to sense those energy fluctuations. To pinpoint the quartz, his consciousness merges with the vines. Eyes closed, he carefully processes the incoming waves of information. Soon, Aki gets a rough layout of the energy flow from the hidden quartz. Suddenly, his eyes snap open. He found it. Retracting the vines, he rushes off instantly. Standing by a deep pit, the pointing branches confirm it is located deep underground. The energy signal is incredibly faint, meaning it must be heavily shielded. This is perfect. Without any hesitation, Aki leaps straight down. Before him lies a massive energy conduit plunging deep into the abyss. This underground world is completely different, he realizes, as he finally lands safely. Aki looks up at the massive energy pillar in awe. Is this really the massive energy distribution system of a Class B town? The sheer scale of this quartz setup is mind-blowing. Suddenly, a robotic announcement blares near the door. Attention, all units, you must defend this post to the death. The quartz. Defend the... Aki turns his head, completely confused. They had to defend the quartz core at all costs? Trust me, you want to see this. He rushes toward the automated broadcast, finally spotting the storage room. How much is left inside? Aki's eyes widen in absolute shock at the scene inside. Fallen soldiers litter the ground, surrounded by massive, glowing blocks of raw quartz. Let's dive into Aki's world as he grits his teeth in rage. Those damn beasts destroyed the quartz energy. Aki walks around inspecting the damage. These fallen warriors fought to their absolute last breath to protect the quartz. He places his hand on a shattered quartz core. This was definitely a targeted, deliberate attack. The demons went all out just to destroy the quartz. They're clearly following strategic orders now, making them way smarter than the mindless beasts from before. Ultimately, All he can do is close his eyes and sigh. It seems not a single quartz crystal survived. He'll have to scavenge the surface base for gear and food before heading back out. Yet, refusing to give up, he grits his teeth. He is absolutely determined to bring the quartz energy back home. If the Radiant Hall captains also ran into trouble, then Heslo City is going to face a total blackout. Frowning deeply, his eyes glow as anxiety and urgency scream in the back of his mind. He has only 3 months to find a new town and secure quartz energy for Heslo City. Suddenly, red lights flash outside, and 6 lamps glow. Aki slams on the gas, and his vehicle roars straight ahead. Now watch this. He charges out of the basement, looking incredibly badass behind the wheel as he begins his search for a new town. Leaving the ruined city behind, he sits inside the vehicle, completely lost in deep thought. The surrounding towns remain uncharted, and thick fog will roll in once night falls. Ahead of Aki lies a massive desert city, completely swallowed by sand. Once majestic metropolises are now buried under dust and debris. These ruins were once vibrant and full of life, but now, they're likely just dens for lurking demons. He unfolds the map, checking his route while driving. The next town is marked right along this route. Driving through the wasteland, he keeps moving forward, totally unaware of an ambush lying in wait. The assailant cuts the rope, sending a massive pile of rotten logs crashing toward his car, catching him off guard. Reacting instantly, he whips the steering wheel, swerving sharply to dodge the falling debris. Aki barely escapes the deadly trap. Stepping out of the vehicle, he scans the area, warily pulling off his sunglasses. What the hell was that? He examines the wreckage. Was this a demon's doing? No, there is rope here. Could it be humans? Suddenly, a figure stands atop the logs, aiming a gun straight at him. A fierce girl screams, "Don't move! Who the hell are you? Which hunter squad do you belong to?" She demands with absolute seriousness. State your name. Human hunter squads don't live in cities, operating instead as tight-knit units. Their survival demands peak physical and combat abilities. Down below, Aki looks up, feeling extremely annoyed. Just his luck, she really is part of a hunter squad. I know what you're thinking, time to fight? Actually, no. He calmly raises his hands in surrender, muttering about what a massive headache this situation is. He never expected to run into hunters out here of all places. He tries to de-escalate, saying, "Don't get me wrong. I'm not with any squad. I'm just an ordinary traveler passing through. These nomadic hunter squads wander the outer wastes with no permanent home. Operating in highly organized units, they recruit only the absolute elite to ensure survival in the wild. Their main goals are exploration and scavenging resources, utilizing heavy weaponry and highly coordinated, militaristic tactics." From her perch, she keeps her weapon aimed directly at his head. Your story is full of holes. No city warrior travels this dangerous wasteland entirely alone. You're a scout for the Silver Wolf Squad, aren't you? Silver Wolf Squad? Aki thinks, utterly confused, before calmly trying to explain the truth once more. No, look, I already told you. I don't belong to any squad. It's a long story, and we don't have all day. Unconvinced, the fallen spear hunter grits her teeth and aggressively chambers another round. She fires a warning shot. Aki calmly looks down at the smoking bullet hole near his feet as she continues her aggressive threats. Shut up. You scum are no different from demons. Tell me, are my fallen spear comrades still alive? Aki simply looks up at her, remaining incredibly composed while trying to piece everything together. Fallen spear? And what did she mean by still alive? They must have been wiped out by those silver wolves. Down below, Aki clenches his fists, trying to reason with her. Look, I know I can't prove who I am right now, but keeping your gun pointed directly at my face isn't going to help either of us. Suddenly, the fallen spear hunter slowly lowers her weapon. Aki instantly senses a shift in the air. They are no longer alone. She snaps her gun back up, yelling at them not to move. But out of nowhere, an attack hits her, sending her stumbling backward. 2 figures emerge from the shadows. Aki whips his head around to see them riding in on heavy combat motorcycles. And that's where we leave it as the armed rider prepares to take her down. Sitting on the ground with his smoking gun, the guy licks his lips and pushes up his glasses, muttering that Luo Shang definitely still has people left outside, and he can finally claim credit with the boss. Go check it out. This is the Silver Wolf Leopard Scout Squad. Over there, a Luo Shang team member drops her weapon and begins to sob uncontrollably. She collapses onto the dirt, completely lost in her own dark thoughts. They are still closing in, those scum from the Silver Wolf Leopards. Damn it, she can barely even lift her arms anymore. Then, a hand grabs her head, realizing that she is actually a woman. What a jackpot. The gunman pulls her up by her hair in excitement, demanding she look up so he can see her face. She grits her teeth in sheer anger, her face showing pure determination. Then he turns to his partner with a vile grin, saying she is top-tier quality and they should bring her to the boss first after they have their fun. Suddenly, out of nowhere, Aki rushes in and kicks the guy, grabbing her hair away, leaving the other thug wide-eyed in absolute shock. Aki lands perfectly on his feet, while the trash rolls across the dirt. Aki stands resting his hands on his knees, energy radiating wildly behind him, as the Luo Shang member stares in total disbelief. I do not want to get dragged into your squad disputes, but it looks like you Silver Wolf guys are nothing but scum of society. A lot has happened today, and my mood is honestly terrible. Before I decide to take action, his eyes burn with rage as he threatens them. Get lost. Seeing his overwhelming power, the thug screams in pure terror, calling him a demon, as Aki easily crushes the gun barrel with his bare hand. With a cold expression, he easily bends the metal, releasing an intense, suffocating aura, while tilting his head in annoyance. Getting a gun pointed at me twice in one day? Seriously annoying. The thug trembles violently under his gaze. Wait, you can just go. We, Silver Foxes, will let you leave. But Aki just grabs the gun, as a massive fist made of steel threads punches him straight into the sky. The girl kneels on the ground, watching in complete awe as his broken body crashes back down to earth. He clutches his stomach on the dirt, looking up in disbelief, asking if he has a core device, and if he is even human or a demon. Aki squeezes the gun again, crushing it into scrap metal, asking if he is a human or a demon, before completely shredding the steel. His hand gently burns away the debris, stepping forward with a calm smile, saying that it does not matter to a dead man. Instantly, agonizing screams echo through the area. Afterwards, Aki walks over gently, using his power to heal the wounded Luo Shang hunter. He kneels down, telling her not to worry, since he just happens to have healing abilities. The bullet only pierced her muscle, so he just needs to mend the torn tissue. She remains kneeling on the ground, whispering her thanks, before looking over at the thug Aki pinned to the dirt with iron spikes. She looks at her fully healed arm in absolute shock, wondering how such an incredible skill is even possible. Staring at his hand, she mutters about healing classes, saying she heard 4 core warriors can use miraculous skills that perform wonders, asking if he is really that powerful. Her eyes are full of pure admiration as she wonders if he is a 5-core warrior. Aki just silently contemplates her question. Inside his body, he can clearly feel the power of a second-stage demon. Even though his output is way stronger than a typical 2-core warrior, he smiles calmly, claiming he is just a 2-core warrior, with a very unique ability. Hearing this, the Luo Shang huntress bows her head in immense gratitude. Even 2-core is absolutely amazing, thanking him for saving her life, and apologizing for pointing her gun at him earlier. Aki brushes it off, saying it is only natural to be cautious in the wild. He then turns around, asking how to get to the nearest town since he needs to make a trip there. She lowers her head, her hair hiding her eyes, suggesting she knows the way, but asking if she can tag along. He looks at her with a playful smile, pointing out they just met, and he does not even know her name yet. Are you really going to trust me that easily? The Luo Shang huntress bites her lip until it bleeds. Aki asks if she has business there, and she explains that the closest place is in Wei Town, a very small C-rank settlement. Thinking of their leader, she adds that the place has been completely taken over by those vile silver wolf leopards. All right, you and I are starting with a tragedy. Our Lac Thuong squad tried to free the town, but we failed, right when we were about to win. The Lac Thuong squad members' eyes burn with absolute, undeniable rage, never expecting the Silver Wolf captain to recently become a triple-core warrior, boosting his strength to insane levels as pure bloodlust radiates from him. Her mind drifts back to that shattered emblem and her precious fallen comrade. My own captain was a powerful double-core warrior, but against an elite triple-core warrior, defeat was inevitable. And in the end, only I was lucky enough to escape. She looks completely helpless. Shyly looking up at Aki, she begs, if saving this town won't disrupt your plans, please help us. I will give you my life in return. Seeing her raw sincerity, he sinks into deep thought. Let's find out together. In his past life, even though this hunter group existed, under his strict rule, they never dared to cross any lines. Yet now, they actually dared to seize a whole town by force. What on earth were the managers doing? The hunter team member looks down in gloom. Plus, I heard the Silver Wolf squad took over the town to steal quartz energy, though I have no idea what their actual goal is. Aki murmurs the words, quartz energy, his anger rising. How dare they steal the core energy of the town? Finally, He stands up and tells her to lead the way. Either way, his murderous aura, as he stares into the distance, is intense. Stick with me to find out what happens. That night, in a desolate mountain area, sitting in the driver's seat, Aki confirms, "We need to hide the car before entering." Right after, they push the vehicle into the thick bushes. Stepping out, he looks around. In his past life, he had absolutely no memory of this town, and it wasn't even on the map. Standing before him is a gloomy castle, completely surrounded by dense, dark woods. Now, Tanvai Town is fully occupied by the Silver Wolf Squad. Suddenly, a monster appears right behind him. Aki calmly removes his glasses. "We will go on foot from here. We must scout the town's situation first." The hunter team member turns around in sudden shock. Seeing them, she screams in terror, "Demons!" But he quickly ties them up with a rope, slamming their bodies hard onto the cold ground. Gagging the gatekeeper demons on the ground, he calmly walks up and says, "Just cooperate. You beasts are not going to ruin our master plan." Then he turns to explain things to the hunter team member. "We cannot kill them now. The scent of demon blood will only attract more of their kind here." Turning to face her, he urges, "Let's move." Her eyes sparkle with pure admiration as she looks at Aki. "Right. Yes." Aki walks on ahead. The girl rushes to catch up, thinking, "He is so strong. There is finally hope for both my town and my comrades." Sneaking up to the gate, he gets suspicious. Why are there no guards on the walls? She is equally confused. You are right. Even the city gates are wide open. Suddenly, someone runs out, carrying a child in his arms. Aki instantly goes on alert. Is someone escaping? Behind him, an invisible hand reaches out to grab him, as he desperately hugs the child, screaming for help. The pursuer catches up, grabbing the man's neck and slamming his head down. Watching this, the hunter member loses her patience and raises her rifle to aim. Those damn silver wolf bastards. But Aki swiftly grabs her gun barrel to stop her, explaining with a serious look, "That will give away our position. Let me." Outside, a massive hand stretches out. Aki is startled as the giant hand drags the father and child back inside. The arm vanishes, leaving only two henchmen guarding the gate. Aki and the girl realize the truth. "Don't blink here." She shouts that there are demons in this town. He frowns, deep in thought. With demons around, the original plan is ruined. Now, he has no choice but to charge in and save them one by one. He instantly dashes forward, leaving her watching in utter confusion. Elsewhere, Aki masterfully takes down the two guards. The hunter squad member quickly rushes forward to back him up. "Wait for me. This was my request in the first place." She looks at the two guards on the ground, feeling completely lost. He just took out members of the Silver Wolf Squad. She looks up in absolute shock. Their bodies are completely drained of life force, turning rough and shriveled. What happened to them? Their flesh looks decayed, as if they actually passed away several days ago. The hunter squad member then looks up, staring into the chaotic battle raging inside. The town is crawling with Silver Wolf members, and her eyes lock onto him as he fights them off. Gripping his short sword, Aki stabs into the demons. These are mere corpses, puppets controlled by a demon's special ability. Striking with flawless, effortless movements, he realizes there is absolutely no need to hold back anymore. With sharp slashes cutting through the air, Aki leaps up to wipe out the remaining demons. Landing gracefully, he bends down to inspect the rapidly decaying bodies on the ground. Based on the dark mist on their bodies, this demon possesses a unique ability, acting completely on its own. He then tracks the energy thread extending outward. It seems he must follow the scent of these corpses to locate the source. Aki shouts a quick warning. "I am going to save that father and child. Go search the town and see if anyone else is still alive." The hunter behind him steps forward in complete awe. "Understood." With that, he dashes off. "Trust me, you and I are about to see him storm that gloomy castle." "All right." You and I are diving in with Aki as he storms the door, kicking it wide open. His eyes widen in horror. The bodies of the father and son are strung up on wooden beams. Aki grits his teeth. Damn it. I was one step too late. Right before him, a smug demon stands admiring its work, with stolen soul stones driven deep into cross-shaped wooden beams. The demon mutters, "Everything in this city belongs to me, living or dead. That father and son, Lu Dui, were just a little game of cat and mouse. They dared to flee the city and break my laws." It rises from the shadows with a mocking smirk, turning its head toward him. Let us see who this uninvited guest is. A Tier 3 demon with a purple core, illusion powers, and unknown corpse manipulation attributes. Looking from below, Aki sizing it up, noticing 3 energy quartz crystals glowing behind it. So, the Silver Wolf Squad seized this town to steal them. Is this what drew the demons here? But what do they even want with energy quartz? The demon steps down the stairs, looking suspicious. An unfamiliar face. Are you human? Or a demon? Aki frowns, staring directly at the demon's core. Just as he thought, it is a rare purple core, which houses unique and dangerous illusion powers. He steps forward calmly, demanding answers. You killed those members of the Silver Wolf Squad, didn't you? Even if the Silver Wolf Captain broke through to become a Tier 3 warrior, facing your corpse manipulation, he probably stood absolutely no chance against you. Staring at Aki, the demon remains smug. A Tier 3 warrior? You mean this? It mocks, flinging something heavy straight at Aki, catching him completely off guard. A humanoid corpse puppet lunges at him. Aki instinctively leaps back to assess the threat. Before him stands a once mighty warrior, turned into a mindless zombie, harboring a Tier 3 core. It's the Silver Wolf Captain, now a Tier 3 zombie. An army of shadows emerges, and standing at the center, the demon stretches its arms, commanding the puppets to surround Aki completely. Now, watch closely. The demon sneers. Welcome our special guest, leaving Aki shocked by this sudden ambush. It's not just the Silver Wolf Squad, but the town's original defenders too. There are way too many of them. The demon's laughter echoes with pure excitement. As the undead army growls, it grins. Welcome to my feast. In an instant, the horde charges straight at Aki. Aki grimaces, thinking fast. It's a Tier 3 demon, and I'm only at Tier 2. If this were a combat type, things would be a lot worse. Slicing through the soldiers, he glares at the demon. Luckily, as a purple core beast, it is terrible at direct combat, relying instead on illusion magic to control the flow of battle. Aki swings his fists, unleashing a torrent of flames that incinerates the surrounding puppets in one sweep. As ashes rain down, his blazing fire completely consumes the remaining zombie soldiers. The Tier 3 metal demon points at him, declaring, "You are definitely no ordinary human. Get up and fight." Standing amidst the roaring flames, Aki tightens his grip. Underneath the burning pile of corpses, the demon begins to tremble. It's useless. I've already incinerated their bodies. Hearing this, the creature shivers in absolute rage. Damn you. It took so much effort to collect those precious puppets. You and I both know burning them feels harsh. But Aki grits his teeth, realizing that destroying their bodies is the only way to free their souls from this monster's control. He plants his foot, launching himself forward. With his puppets gone, the demon is defenseless as Aki charges straight at him, blade in hand. Unleashing a flurry of strikes, Aki forces him back, slicing him repeatedly. Without your puppet army, your actual combat strength is basically zero. He aims his final thrust directly at the demon's core. But just as the blade is about to strike, a child suddenly leaps in to block it, forcing Aki to stop. Hiding behind the kid, the metal demon smirks and beckons mockingly. Aki hesitates, recognizing the child from earlier. Suddenly, the demon tosses the child aside and launches a vicious counterattack directly at Aki. You hesitated. It sneers, slashing down, but Aki swiftly leaps backward to dodge. A veil of water wraps around him as he slides back, clutching his bleeding stomach. Damn it! Thankfully, his water element barrier saved him from a fatal blow. The smug metal demon gloats, raising its foot. Did you really think I could only control dead bodies? I also possess the razor-sharp power of the metal element. Metal? Aki thinks, pressing his hands over his stomach to stop the heavy bleeding. The cut is deep, and he must patch it up immediately. Wood element healing. Up on the platform, the demon shakes its head. Looks like defeating you requires some risk. Getting this was incredibly difficult. But I guess I have no choice. Bring it here. At his command, a minion steps forward, holding a strange vial of medicine. Taking the potion from the captive father, the metal demon sneers. You two actually turned out to be useful. With that, he downs the entire vial. Aki watches in suspicion. And trust me, you and I can already sense the immense danger radiating from whatever he just drank. Right after, he charges forward to stop him. Ignoring his injuries, he endures the sheer pain to interrupt the process. Stick with me, things are about to get wild. Aki swings his sword, stabbing downward. Meanwhile, the Tier 3 metal attribute demon desperately tries to swallow down the medicine. At the last second, he swallows it. A massive shield materializes right in front of him, blocking the attack. Then, he slowly looks up with a grin. Aki leaps up, grabbing the upper wall. Staring down, his face is filled with pure confusion. Where on earth did this sudden burst of energy come from? His body surges with newfound power and confidence. Energy overflows all around him. Is he actually forcing his body to absorb the energy within raw crystals? No way. The chaotic energy within these raw crystals can usually only be refined and purified by specific human abilities. The Tier 3 metal demon looks up. Aki is lost in thought. If anyone absorbs raw energy directly like that, their body will definitely explode. Suddenly, the demon grabs a crystal right behind him. Aki quickly recalls this deadly theory was already proven true during his previous life. Suddenly, he freezes as a thought hits him. Although the demon's energy is wild, it should have a limit. Aki wonders in confusion, could that drug, or rather, that strange liquid, be the key? There is no way a regular demon could ever brew such a thing. How did he get it? Down below, his body trembles violently as he gasps out. I am evolving. Finally evolving. A massive wave of energy explodes outward. Aki looks down through the clearing smoke, realizing the demon used the crystals to evolve. Now, don't blink, because he just transformed into a woman and is grinning right at him. A Tier 4 demon, purple core energy, with metallic phantom abilities. Aki's expression turns completely grim. Fighting a Tier 4 demon is going to be brutal. She waves her hands, summoning energy spheres, and marvels. So, this is how Tier 4 feels? In an instant, she launches the attack straight at him on the wall. Aki watches the hollow metallic spheres speeding toward him in confusion. The newly evolved demon smiles, unleashing sharp metal spikes from the tiny holes on those spheres. As the spikes burst out, he quickly wraps his body in protective vines, thinking to himself that he is in deep trouble. She already possesses a Tier 4 demon skill. The metal spikes grow rapidly, forming a deadly maze while he curls up. He curls tightly inside his vine shield, but she leaps up, shattering the ball with a powerful kick. Sneering that running is futile, she slams him into the ground. As the dust and smoke slowly clear, he lies there gasping, his body battered and broken. She swoops down, pinning his wrists to the ground with her razor-sharp legs. He screams in agonizing pain. She looks down with a smug smirk. See that? There's an insurmountable gap between every stage of evolution. This is the end of the line. Her hand transforms into a deadly, pointed needle as she mocks. Though, I must admit, I actually quite like you. She leans in, close to his face, declaring he will become her plaything. The sharp spike aims directly between Aki's eyes, plunging down. Suddenly, she stops the spike right at his forehead. Of course, I only want your corpse. The metallic demon turns around in total confusion as she feels the surrounding space warp. Meanwhile, Aki immediately recognizes that reality itself is being twisted. The surroundings and her body blur completely out of shape. Suddenly, a hand reaches out from the warped space, firmly grabbing the demon's head. Black King Chi steps out of the rift, holding her head. Pay attention, because she whispers, I cannot let a minor character like you ruin our plans. She trembles. Could you be the Black King? Black King Chi simply gives a quiet command. Compress. Her face starts distorting. With a casual wave of her hand, she manipulates space to completely crush her body. Aki sits up, staring at the hazy destruction around him. Before him stands Black King Chi. Stepping right out of the dimension, she stands over the remains of the dead Tier 4 demon. Looking down at him with utter contempt, she remarks that humans are completely untrustworthy trash. Meanwhile, she calmly holds the newly obtained evolutionary core in her hand. Aki looks up in sheer panic. A Tier 8 demon. This overwhelming pressure feels exactly like the red mark sealed inside his own body. Suddenly, a realization hits him. She is that black Tier 8 demon from his past life, the very same demon who once saved him. Ignoring his shock, Black King Chi looks down at him with pure disdain. Wondering when Red King Chi will finally wake up, she mocks him for losing to a mere Tier 4. Indeed, humans are such inferior creatures. He grimaces in anger, asking what she meant, but she just points at him. With a look of disappointment, she mutters that for the strongest human, his evolution is far too slow. Instantly, Aki's body is forcefully lifted into the air against his will. Black King Chi tightly grips the core and thrusts it toward him, ordering him to evolve to Tier 4. She shoves the core directly into his chest, forcing his body to assimilate it. Under the impact, he falls backward before collapsing to his knees. As his body begins to mutate with the new core, a sense of wonder fills him. She actually forced the Tier 4 demon core into his chest. That's where we leave it for now, he whispers. All right, you and I are about to witness one of the most intense power-ups ever. By skipping Tier 3 entirely, sudden agonizing pain hits Aki. Raw energy violently surges, screaming as his body begins to rupture from across from him. Black Queen Chi looks down, stroking her chin. Really? Why are you so incredibly weak? He cannot even absorb a simple tier 4 core. As his body trembles violently, cracks begin to splinter across his skin, with wild energy violently leaking out from the ruptures. This is bad. I am going to blow. This mortal body cannot hold this much. Think of something. Quickly, think of a way out of this. What a foolish demon. Instantly, she freezes the very space around Aki, chanting her spell, 8-sided space lock. Black Queen Chi shouts out a warning. Focus on the space around you, human trash. Stand firm, trapped inside that locked space. His body swells up to its absolute limit. As a desperate scream echoes, his eyes suddenly snap shut and reopen. He speaks with deep, cold impatience. You dare disturb my slumber? Hearing those chilling words, Black Queen Chi eagerly steps closer. That voice. Inside the locked space, Aki's body begins to shrink back. Blood steadily pours from one eye as he grits his teeth in sheer annoyance, asking, "Did you completely forget what I told you before?" Watch closely now. Aki's hand literally shatters the locked space, sending sharp glass-like fragments flying right at Black Queen Chi, leaving her completely stunned. The true form of the Demon King emerges, tearing right through the fabric of space. Looking down from above, Aki coldly warns her not to interfere with human evolution. Her trembling legs yield, and she instantly rushes forward to throw her arms around him. Surprisingly, he hugs her back. "My lord, you have finally returned." He gently pats her head, a warm smile gracing his face. Inside the ruined church, warm sunlight bathes the two reunited lovers. Looking up with a pout, Black Queen Chi explains, "I have been keeping a close eye on this human, master, but this time, his raw strength was just too weak to resist that newly ascended tier 4. If he dies, wouldn't you?" Aki gently cups her cheek, explaining that this vessel must undergo constant, painful tempering. Human bodies are nothing like ours. They are fragile, yes, but they also possess limitless, unpredictable potential. The ancient demon inside Aki's body goes on to explain further. He had only evolved to tier 2, yet she forced him to skip tier 3 to absorb tier 4 energy. His physical vessel simply cannot process that much power. They step apart. However, this massive overflow of tier 4 energy was the only thing that allowed his sleeping soul to temporarily wake up. And I know what you're thinking, but get this, as he turns to leave, he strictly warns her never to meddle with human evolution again. Keeping his sleeping soul in mind, this vessel must evolve carefully, step by painful step, to eventually become the absolute, ultimate host for his power. Then, he locks eyes with her and demands, "Do you understand?" Black Queen Chi bows deeply, replying, "Your wish is my command." But suddenly, she remembers something of vital importance. Right. During the time you faked your death, the other 4 king banners grew highly restless, yet none dared to make the first move. The 4 major factions of the continent each rule their own domains, maintaining a tense, delicate balance, exactly as you foresaw. Hearing her report, the Crimson King scoffs in mocking amusement. Back then, they feared my power so much that they united to destroy me. Yet now, even with me gone, their deep mutual distrust remains entirely unchanged. He closes his eyes in quiet disappointment, muttering that they have all forgotten their original sacred mission. Walking outside together, the Crimson King looks around. "And what about you? Are you well? Surely they don't suspect you, do they?" Beside him, Black Queen Chi pouts playfully. "Only you would worry about me, Lord." She smiles softly, adding, "Even if they suspect anything, they don't have the spare energy to investigate what really went down back then." She steps in with a playful wink. "So I am perfectly fine. Don't worry about me." Gently placing her hand on his chest, she gazes up at him with deep affection. "I only hope your majestic power has fully returned," she whispers, her captivating face breaking into a soft smile. The Crimson King smiles back gently. "It will. It is only a matter of time." He then spreads his arms, taking in the vast landscape. "I have forced this vessel's evolution to tier 4, but he still needs to slowly adapt and stabilize the raw power within his soul." Closing his eyes, he deeply inhales the fresh outside air. "You should avoid getting too involved with this human. We cannot risk drawing unwanted attention that could ruin our entire plan." Blushing deeply, Black Queen Chi confesses, "I just missed you so much. I had to come see you, even if you are using this mortal vessel." Just then, members of the Lac Thuong Hunter Squad walk in and spot them. One of them looks up, trembling in pure horror. "Tier 8. A legendary Tier 8 demon actually exists," the hunter stammers. Black Queen Chi covers her mouth, as the Crimson King sighs at their sloppy mistake. His gaze cold and merciless, He glares down at the terrified girl before unleashing a swift, devastating slash. Deep within his inner consciousness, a haunting voice urges him to wake up. So, you are actually a demon, and that's where we're left. Aki snaps back to consciousness, only to find his hand buried deep in the hunter's core. All right, you and I are diving into a brutal scene where a young female hunter lies gasping for air as Aki screams in absolute panic, standing up only to find her body completely torn to pieces. Leave this to me, just leave it, he stammers, his trembling hands covered in blood. Realizing it was all his fault, Aki grits his teeth in sheer agony before an explosive burst of energy erupts from him. A devastating roar piercing the clouds as his core begins to transform. Aki looks at his new form with utter confusion. He has successfully evolved into his Stage 4 form. Then, the gentle voice of the fallen Luo Shang hunter team member echoes in his mind, along with her warm smile. I really want to visit Aurora City, she says, running ahead and turning back to flash him an excited smile. If possible, I want to be a florist there. I really love flowers yet right now. Her body is being cremated by Aki. Resting on the wooden pyre, the Luo Shang hunter clutches her burning chest, while her hopeful voice echoes inside his mind, one last time. This post-apocalyptic world is just too cruel, so I think we really need more beautiful flowers to heal it. Inside the ruins, funeral pyres burn bright. Aki sinks into dark, self-destructive thoughts, unable to forgive himself for this tragic mistake. He walks away while the entire city continues to burn, all because he failed to suppress his inner devil power. He prays these flames will save everyone from the devil's torment, freeing them from pain forever. Aki recalls his newly evolved form, his heart heavy with deep, unsettling anxiety. He is in no mood to test this newly acquired Stage 4 power. With so many pressing issues to analyze and solve one by one, he thinks back to the Black King flag, and how she forced him to absorb that core. That terrifying female devil possessed Stage 8 power. What was her connection to his own king flag, forcing him to skip Stage 3 entirely and jump straight to Stage 4? Damn devils. What on earth is their ultimate goal? He also recalls the metallic attribute Stage 3 devil potion they used, and that suspicious breakthrough machine that forced the jump from Stage 3 to Stage 4. It is deeply unsettling. That technology is definitely not something devils could build. How did they even get their hands on it? Now, watch closely as Aki stares into the distance, asking himself the most critical question. Who on earth supplied them with it? With such a sophisticated level of machinery, only a high-tier city could possibly manufacture it. Could it have actually leaked all the way from Aurora City? Calmly, he walks over to the vehicle waiting outside. Either way, he needs to find a major city quickly, at least to let Captain Joel back in Hilo City know he is safe. Memories of his comrades flash through his mind, leaving him wondering how they are doing. Aki climbs into the car, adjusts his glasses, and purses his lips, hoping they successfully escaped the tunnel to reach that city. His foot presses the gas pedal down, continuing his journey forward. There is an A-rank city called Picadilla ahead. At the very least, he can send a transmission back to Hilos from there. Moments later, the car speeds through the dark forest, and as night turns to day, another story unfolds elsewhere. Over at Jiao Hall, the four of them have safely reached the A-rank town of Brian. Inside, Brian rests his hands on the table and we just received some critical news. Let's pause here, because Pita City, a B-rank town, was hit by a high-level devil wave. This is Brian, a Stage 5 core warrior and combat officer. He sits in the office right across from them. Brian explains to Yao Chang, Situ, Lu, and Tomo Shino. Your companion is likely dead by now. Sending backup recklessly is irresponsible to our own men. Yao Chang, standing at the head of the group, remains stubborn. But sir, this team member of ours has a special talent. He might still be alive. But Brian taps his finger on the desk, flatly refusing. Brian is an A-rank city, and we have absolutely no shortage of talented young warriors here. Yet, not a single one of them can survive a devil wave of that massive scale. Hearing this, Yao Qiang looks grim, unable to argue. The officer then leans back in his chair, sighing. But in this apocalypse, every human life is too precious to just abandon. While I cannot send direct reinforcements, I can at least dispatch a scout who is already heading that way to check on the situation for you. Seeing a glimmer of hope, Yao Qing smiles, thanking him. Brian then gets up from his desk, saying, I have other business to attend to, so please excuse me. Make yourselves at home. He walks to the door, muttering solemnly about whether the high-level devil wave at Pita City will affect the Demon Hunt tournament in Aurora City. Behind him, Yao Chang remains polite. I have heard of the upcoming Demon Hunt tournament, but as you know, our Hilo City is merely a C-rank town. Hearing this, Brian just smiles, glancing back over his shoulder. It does not matter. If you are interested, stay for a few days to learn more about the only S-rank city, Aurora City. They will host the upcoming demon hunt. Registration requires a minimum of a B-rank city. Though your town does not currently qualify, those 3 talented young warriors behind you might actually stand a real chance. He glances at the 3 of them before walking out. And that is where we leave it sometimes. Knowing your place is for the best. You and I are starting as they're told. Feel free to explore, while they bowed to the departing officer. Thank you. I speak on behalf of Helios City. We truly appreciate it. Special Division Combat Commander. In the hallway, Tomoe felt lost. Ji Yao Squad Captain, is there something wrong? Yu Hui asked, her eyes wide with curiosity. What exactly is this demon hunt? He closed his eyes, recalling that only Dawn City can host this massive tournament, where warriors must hunt down various tiers of deadly demons. The goal is to select a new generation of powerful warriors, who will then receive special rewards provided directly by Dawn City. Inside a mysterious, locked treasure chest. Frowning, Ji Chong added, this is a massive, recurring event, and it's the ultimate dream that every single warrior strives to reach. He turned back to look at them with some regret. Sadly, the minimum requirement to enter the demon hunt is being from a B-rank town, but I'm sure we'll get our chance in the future. Beside him, Sino also felt helpless, wondering how Anne was doing. If he were here right now, he'd definitely be incredibly excited about this Dawn City demon hunt. Watch this part closely. He looks down at the ground, filled with guilt. Beta City was completely wiped out by the demon wave. I just hope Anne was lucky enough to survive. Waiting for the tide to recede, Tomoe fell silent, muttering, I never expected our very first journey outside our town would end up like this. Situlu stared out of the glass window and threw himself into danger just to save us. Her reflection cast softly upon the pane. Hearing this, Ji Chang could only sigh heavily, stretching his hands out to comfort them. Guys, our only option now is to wait for the scouts to return with news. I already got permission to use their communication tower and sent a message to Helios, explaining our situation. We will be staying in Blaine for now. Since we are rarely here, we must study hard and learn everything we can. Below, crowds of people bustled through a prosperous rank A city. This was the legendary cradle that produced countless elite warriors. High above, the sky remained clear and blue over the grand central castle of Victoria, a prosperous rank A city. Inside a room in Victoria City, 2 figures sat directly opposite each other. In the reception room, a woman tapped the table. We have successfully verified the information you brought us. Just like you said, the rank B Beta City has been completely destroyed by the demon tide. She flicked her cigar's ash. Additionally, we've already helped you send an official message to Helios City, detailing the status of your entire squad. You'll likely get a reply soon. But as for your other request, putting the cigar to her lips, she coldly declined. I'm sorry. She lowered her hand, looking at Aki. We cannot provide you with quartz energy. Her arm rested behind her chair, legs crossed in a relaxed posture. Whether you get quartz energy is not for us to decide. Normally, it's allocated directly by your higher tier city. This was the 5-star elite core warrior and active combat commander of Victoria City, known as Parasi. She explained further. Since your governing city, Beta City, is destroyed, you must travel to Dawn City to report the situation and request a newly assigned superior town. You see this? Aki is already planning his move. Dawn City. Who knew they had such tedious regulations for distributing quartz energy? The red tape is incredibly annoying. Since that's the case, I guess I'll have to pay Dawn City a visit. He recalled the once prosperous city now overrun by demons, wanting to investigate the devices they used to breach the defenses. However, given my current status, actually getting inside Dawn City is going to be a real challenge. Right after, Aki inquired, thanks for the tip. Can I travel to Dawn City acting as the representative of our Helios City? Meanwhile, Parisi slowly stubbed her cigar into the ashtray. Absolutely not, she stated, looking at him with dead seriousness. Unless you hold a captain's rank back in Helios City, or have received direct authorization from them. Otherwise, you have zero authority to speak with anyone there if you aren't recognized as an official representative. Hearing this, Aki wondered. If I need their authorization, doesn't that mean I have to travel all the way back? What a pain. Her hesitation made him look up. Crossing her legs, Paresi placed her hands on her knees seriously. Actually, there's another way to reach Dawn City. You just need a recommendation from a higher tier city, like mine. Leaning forward with excitement, Aki asked, does that mean you're willing to vouch for me? she proposed. I can back you up, but it comes with a condition. Aki smiled excitedly. Let's hear it. Paresi smirked. You've heard of Dawn City's demon hunt, right? I assume you've heard of it by now, she added. If you join my squad as an external recruit, serving as our vanguard to scout out dangerous territory and gather information during the match, I will immediately provide the recommendation you need. But let me warn you beforehand. Aki stared back at her, crossing his fingers in deep thought. Her eyes grew cold as she warned, we won't guarantee your survival. And that leaves you and me wondering, will Aki survive the demon-infested forest as a vanguard? Only time will tell. All right. You and I are diving into a world where every team needs a vanguard to gather intel on deadly demons, basically acting as a scout. But since this demon hunt is ridiculously brutal, and demon power levels are totally unpredictable, since they will target soldiers head-on, making this vanguard position an incredibly dangerous and risky choice. Casualties are practically guaranteed, and since they are treated as shield fodder, contestants do everything they can to avoid this spot. Hearing this, Aki calmly puts 2 and 2 together, realizing that absolutely no one on her squad wants to take this job. No problem. Full of confidence, he boldly steps up and claims the position for himself. After all, he was the one who created this tournament. Letting him act as the vanguard in this nano lab is just a necessary step. Parisi and Aki walk together while discussing the plan. Naturally, none of the competing towns would ever risk their star members on a dangerous vanguard duty like this. For years, every vanguard has ended up either dead or severely mangled, she explains coldly while laying down the harsh terms, which is why she repeats her warning, stating they cannot guarantee his safety, but she will do her best to meet his requests. You can choose anything in this nano armory. With that, they both walk past rows of high-tech gear. Now, pay attention here, because Aki quickly catches on to Baresi's point and agrees to browse the lab on his own. She looks at his excitement with deep suspicion. His core identification mark is heavily worn out and completely unrecognizable. As a weak fighter from C-rank Hilo City, his strength shouldn't even pass a level 2 warrior. Yet he seems to possess this insane amount of self-confidence. Aki carefully inspects the advanced gear, one by one, completely amazed by what he discovers. Could a mere warrior from a low-tier C-rank town actually be hiding some hidden trump card? Baresi is genuinely stunned when Aki finds exactly what he wants in just a split second. I will take this one, he says, looking at a device that transforms into a massive nano greatsword, whose true power he knows best. His old battle blade was agile, but it lacked real destructive power. Seeing him make such a reckless choice, Baresi quickly tries to stop him, warning that this heavy nano gear requires a stage 3 warrior. Forcing your power to control it will only end in disaster. But she is a second too late as Aki immediately equips the dangerous device, risking serious injury. A blinding light erupts from his body, forcing Baresi to shield her eyes as a strange feeling washes over her. Aki swings the massive sword in a perfect circle, spinning it at high speeds before slamming it down, cracking the solid floor. After pulling off some highly skilled moves, Aki calmly gives his honest feedback, saying it fits him perfectly. You and I both saw how easy he made that look, but Baresi is left completely speechless as he effortlessly wields the weapon. She wonders if he has hidden nano knowledge, but then she remembers a few legendary exceptions. There are extremely rare, high-talent warriors who can handle advanced nano gear effortlessly, without facing any backlash whatsoever. Her eyes lock onto him with intense, serious curiosity. Meeting one in person today is truly shocking. Aki then boldly asks her about other facilities to test his power. By the way, you guys have a live combat arena here, right? As they leave, she agrees to grant his request, but remains highly curious, asking why he wants to go to a live battlefield. Aki does not hesitate to reveal his bold plans for the upcoming test. I want to test this new nano gear on some real demons, just as a warm-up. Baresi looks at him with utter disbelief. She double-checks, asking if he seriously wants to go completely alone. Even though our flagged zones are monitored, dangerous level 1 demons still show up out of nowhere. It is too risky. Let me come with you. Flagging uses special mist-dispelling devices to clear out outer city fog, temporarily claiming the area for scouting, live combat training, or running various experiments. However, Aki politely declines her generous offer. He confidently replies that a level 1 demon is nothing he cannot easily handle on his own. Impressed by his determination, Baresi smiles and decides to place all her trust in Aki. Confident and brave, those are incredibly rare qualities for any fighter. Make sure you stay safe out there. I still have several level 4 fighters waiting to be trained. If only they had half your confidence, my job would be so much easier. They bid farewell and head in separate directions. As Aki walks away, a subtle smirk creeps onto his face, and that is how we leave things, with Aki successfully shaking her off, because there is no way he could let her tag along. Let's dive right in. Aki has an incredibly important plan lined up. He is not just testing this new weapon, but more importantly, he needs to see what he can truly do. He's also really curious about the new gear he'll be getting soon. What kind of abilities will I have in my 4th stage form at the flagged area? Arriving at the scene, Aki double-checks to confirm the flagged zone. The thick fog has cleared up quite a bit, so this must be the exact spot. Hearing a noise right behind him, he instantly realizes a demon has already targeted him. The beast shrieks right next to Aki, but he remains completely unfazed, keeping his cool. The monster lunges forward to grab him, but Aki swiftly dodges to the side and instantly summons his weapon to fight back. He counters the beast with unmatched power. Aki is glad he chose this specific weapon, feeling it was definitely the right call. As expected, this sword feels incredibly natural in his hands. In the blink of an eye, he completely obliterates the fierce beast. Aki stares down at it with cold, expressionless eyes. But before he can even rest, another massive wave of monsters comes rushing in. Instead of backing down, Aki is thrilled by their huge numbers. Now watch closely, because he's glad they finally dared to show their faces in broad daylight. He rests the heavy sword on his shoulder, ready to unleash absolute hell on the horde. It is the perfect chance to get used to this sword. Time to start the feast, as things have been super annoying lately. Aki crouches down, prepping for a massive leap. He leaps high into the air, delivering a decisive, powerful slash. Wherever Aki glides through, the monsters instantly drop dead. They are absolutely obliterated. With every single swing of his sword, blood sprays and severed demon limbs fly everywhere. At this rate, Aki looks like the real demon here, while those low-level beasts stand absolutely no chance. Dancing through this bloody storm, he glides so gracefully, looking like he was born solely to hunt demons. Without even using the wood element or his mastered water, fire, and metal elements, he just swings his sword repeatedly, letting his body's muscle memory take over. Every single swing of Aki's sword acts like a grim reaper's scythe, leaving a trail of mass death. Amid the ruins, he clashes head-on with a horde of unranked demons. He paints the battlefield in a horrific, bloody mess. Actually, to be more precise, this is just a one-sided slaughter. Only the agonizing screams of dying demons echo through the dark. Who knows how long this slaughter has been going on? The monsters shriek in agony as his sword mercilessly cuts them down. Aki finally pauses, feeling a bit exhausted amid the carnage. This is the final wave, but you and I can see he still feels weak despite wiping out such a massive horde. Could this body's evolution be powered by the demonic energy flowing deep within himself? Although he's far stronger than when he first arrived in this world, he still feels his other stats are lacking. Sighing after just a quick warm-up isn't going to cut it. Suddenly targeted from behind, Aki rests his sword on his shoulder, his eyes remaining highly alert and guarded. Just as he predicted, 2 powerful demons are slowly creeping up on his position. Well, isn't this interesting? One of them gets visibly excited seeing a human warrior like Aki, calling him fresh food. It's a tier 1 wood element demon. Remaining completely calm, Aki mocks them, saying they finally decided to show their ugly faces, these tier 1 demons. The 2 clueless monsters fail to grasp Aki's sarcasm. They ask if he's not afraid, assuming his calm look is actually a face of pure terror. Aki responds by putting on an adorable, friendly face. The dumb beasts look at each other, wondering about the unranked demon corpses behind him. One of them steps up to test the waters, telling the other to let him try. It unleashes its innate flame power to burn him down. A bright flash of light erupts, leaving the demon completely clueless about what is actually happening. Unbelievably, Aki is completely outclassing them. He remains unscathed by their fire, noting that using the metal element is the best way to counter flames. He plans to test out a few other moves as an experiment, wanting to see exactly what the 4th stage power can really do. The 2 demons back away in absolute terror, stammering and asking if he is even a real human. Aki's eyes light up, making him even more certain of his theory. That 4th stage purple core demon possessed the unique power to control dead warriors' corpses. Since I devoured him, maybe I can do it too. He immediately absorbs the demon's spiritual energy to power the skill. Meanwhile, the second monster stands at a distance, trembling in absolute horror. Unbelievable. A massive beast quickly rises behind Aki, fully obeying his commands. Even Aki is pleasantly surprised by this incredible perk. The surviving demon shivers with intense dread, shocked that he can actually manipulate the corpse of a demon. Back in the quiet city of Bacardia, A loud voice suddenly echoes as Baresi asks, with deep concern and urgency. She demands to know why the boy she escorted out hasn't returned yet. She is Baresi, a Tier 5 warrior and combat commander of Bacardia. Her subordinate quickly confirms the situation and reports respectfully, calling her Commander Baresi. With the sun setting and the threat of the demon tide near Beta City, all gates, including the side ones, must close immediately. Baresi furiously demands a report on local demon tiers. And that's where we leave it, trust me. You won't want to miss what happens next. Yes, reporting to the commander. Lately, we are not just seeing Tier 1 demons, but Tier 2, Tier 3, and even Tier 4 beasts are running rampant. Report complete. Baresi talks tough, but deep down, her heart is racing with intense anxiety and restlessness. Damn it, don't tell me that brat already ended up as demon food. I need to get him back here right now. I literally just submitted the contestant list. Seriously, please do not cause any more trouble for me. True to her word, she immediately leaves to search, heading to the battlefield to find the kid before the city gates shut. A bolt of lightning flashes through the woods as Baresi dashes. And honestly, you and I can see she's deeply regretting her carelessness right now. Halting briefly, she begins to carefully analyze the situation. That kid is just an ordinary warrior from a C-rank town. I should never have allowed him to enter this brutal battlefield all on his own. Baresi seems unusually cautious and reserved during this particular mission, even though the kid insisted on coming. And this training ground usually only has harmless unranked demons. A Tier 5 beast actually appeared here years ago, making her steel her resolve and sprint even faster. If Dai dies during this field training, my reputation as a Tier 5 warrior will be completely ruined, and I'll fail Heraclos City entirely. Her boots slam hard onto the ground, creating heavy friction. Baresi sprints forward, warning him in her mind, "Brat, you better still be breathing." Suddenly, her eyes go cold as she senses a demonic aura. But why is there such a thick stench of death in the air? Baresi heads straight toward the strange scent, pointing directly to the training ground. Wait, isn't this aura surprisingly sweet and alluring? As the scent grows sharper, she can actually sense their staggering numbers, meaning there is a massive horde gathered nearby. Baresi's mind races as she counts every type of monster she can think of. Lots of Tier 1s, Tier 2s, and even Tier 3 demons. What is happening? This is definitely not normal demon behavior. I know what you're thinking. Why are Tier 2 and Tier 3 demons grouping up like this? After tracking them, she finally pinpoints their location, and the beast lurking below senses her presence, staring straight up at her. Baresi remains entirely cool and unfazed. Realizing her rank, the monster shrieks in absolute terror, a Tier 5 warrior, before turning tail and running for its life without looking back. Baresi immediately gives chase, blasting it with a devastating strike from behind. The impact is so ridiculously powerful it mimics a massive explosion, allowing her to easily pin the beast right under her foot. But Baresi senses something is seriously off, muttering to herself that this feels incredibly bizarre and completely unlike their usual behavior. Just as she suspected, another wave of vicious monsters begins to emerge one after another. Baresi sneers at them in utter contempt, mocking, "How strange. Since when did you pests love gathering in groups?" Making a sharp, ruthless decision, she vows to slaughter them all before the gates close, tightening her grip on her sword with overwhelming bloodlust. Looks like I'm running a bit tight on time. Examining their hideous bodies, Baresi notes these demons look exactly like brainless zombies. They radiate pure death energy just by standing close, but she quickly snaps out of it, letting out a wild, thrilled smile. Whatever, as long as they are demons. Baresi drops low into a combat stance, shouting, "Now, all of you die." Her eyes burn with fierce pride, teeth gritted as veins pop on her face, turning the entire battlefield into absolute, bloody chaos. A dark atmosphere and shifting energy sweep through the forest, as yet another wave of monster shadows begins to close in. Baresi peers into the distance, realizing a whole new horde is approaching, wondering just how many of them are out there. Aki suddenly drops down from above, demanding, "What are you doing here?" Instinctively, Baresi whips around to counterattack without a second thought. Fortunately, Aki blocks her blow just in time to avoid disaster, shouting at her, Hey, it's me. Look closer. It is me." Baresi hesitates, feeling a bit embarrassed by her mistake, stammering, "Hey, kid, are you all right?" But then, something about his style instantly forces her to realize something is different. Wait a second, did he really just deflect my sword strike? That previous strike was a subconscious reaction, packing massive power and terrifying speed. Baresi stands stunned, finally recognizing Aki's unbelievable power. Isn't this kid supposed to be from some low-rank C-tier town? Unbelievable. Even a tier 4 warrior would need everything to block that strike. And yet, we just witnessed this kid do it effortlessly. Let's dive right back in as Aki casually shrugs, admitting her rank 5 power is actually pretty impressive since his hand is still numb. He apologizes for losing track of time while testing his moves, but she quickly shifts focus straight to their main objective. She lets it go since he is safe, insisting they immediately handle the highly unusual behavior of the surrounding demons. After looking around, she warns that many are dangerous third-tier demons, telling him to stay behind her for safety. But Aki is not worried at all, casually pointing toward the creatures and asking if she is talking about them. Don't blink here, because with just a simple wave of his hand, Aki easily wipes out the entire horde. Trust me, his power is on another level. You and I are about to see Baresi completely frozen in speechless shock. Every single demon drops dead instantly. With the mission cleared, Aki casually suggests they head back to town. Baresi marches over and grabs him by the collar, demanding to know what he just did and if he controlled those monsters. He clearly has red core energy, so what is his true power? But Aki flatly refuses to answer her. We're just partners, so I don't owe you any explanation. Left with no reply, Baresi can only stand there in silence. Aki only drops a tiny hint about his actual abilities, calmly telling her that he can only manipulate a very limited number of deceased demons. In a brutal world like this, isn't it completely normal for a warrior to keep a hidden trump card? Baresi is utterly baffled, highly skeptical of his bizarre method of controlling lifeless, deceased demons. As a 5 Flags warrior, she's never heard of such a rare ability, so she makes Aki a proposal. Since that's the case, we'll set off for Dawn City first thing tomorrow morning. Aki readily agrees to her request, wanting to set off immediately so they can quickly secure and distribute the critical quartz energy back to Harrods City. As Aki happily marches off in high spirits, Baresi is left totally speechless, wondering why he's so excited for the upcoming Demon Hunt tournament. Deep down, she is dealing with a very difficult dilemma. Baresi is eager to return to the city, completely unaware of the grim reality of the nearby battlefield. But pay attention here. Deep inside that distant forest, a bizarre phenomenon has left a terrifyingly desolate wasteland, which happens to be their very next mission. It looks incredibly dangerous and loaded with traps, and reports say some mysterious power has completely wiped the place out. Soon, their off-road vehicle is speeding down the bumpy path. Baresi steps down first and strictly warns Aki to get moving and make sure he doesn't embarrass their hometown. He opens his eyes wide, taking in every single detail of the passing scenery and the layout of the foreign terrain. Aki is absolutely amazed by the breathtaking views unfolding right before him, realizing that Dawn City really is the legendary Seoul S-class fortress he used to rule in his past life. Dawn City. After studying the massive fortress, he quietly grades how much it has changed. It seems they renamed this place Dawn City after his death in his past life, probably to commemorate what everyone now calls the legendary Battle of Dawn. Yet, it looks far more majestic now. Looking up at the towering gates, Aki feels a strange premonition rising. He thought returning here after his reincarnation would take a long time, but then he pauses. And now, you and I are about to see him remember something that instantly gets him incredibly hyped. This means he might finally reunite with his 6 elites, the strongest squad of 6 legendary followers that he personally led back in his glorious past life. He wonders how they've been doing since that fateful battle. If he actually told them about his current situation, would they even believe him? Meanwhile, Baresi, thinking he's just a clueless tourist, proudly puts her arm around him. Is this your first time in Dawn City? Stunned speechless. Relax. Don't get so overwhelmed just yet. We haven't even stepped inside yet. Dawn City is humanity's only S-class fortress, representing the absolute peak of our species' supreme military power. She proudly leads the way, continuing to blabber on with her endless, arrogant boasting. Not everyone gets the once-in-a-lifetime chance to visit Dawn City. This prompts Aki to ask her a curious question. Since Baresi is a core 5 Flags warrior, she must know some highly valuable intel about this city. I want to know what happened to the 6 elites after the Battle of Dawn. She instantly stops in her tracks, deeply puzzled by his strange interest in that historic battle, before tossing a crucial follow-up question back at him. Are you asking about the new 6 elites or the old ones? This unexpected question leaves Aki frozen in absolute confusion. Weren't there always just 6? Meaning my original subordinates from before. He doesn't hide it anymore, frankly, referring to the ancient warrior once praised as the strongest, the legendary king who shared his name, who once led those Elite Six. Before Aki can even finish, Baresi quickly covers his mouth, scolding him for casually bringing up such taboo topics. Are you playing dumb? Or are you actually an idiot? Baresi's gaze turns dead serious. She warns him that the new 6 elites absolutely despise hearing anyone mention the old guard. Repeating these taboo words inside the city is forbidden, and she proceeds to drop another massive piece of information. As for the king, the era has changed, and he's gone, and honestly, that's something you and I should remember. The strongest warrior now is the new king. The legendary Aki, you mentioned, who shared your name. He is already yesterday's former king. All right, let's dive in. Baresi finally releases Aki's mouth to give him one last warning to watch his tongue once they are inside the city. Aki keeps muttering, "New king, new 6 pillars," before quickly changing the subject. So let me ask you, how are the former 6 pillars doing these days? Baresi snaps in frustration, turning to yell right in Aki's face. Did you not hear a single word I just said? A few bystanders stop to watch their argument, but she ultimately chooses to let go of him and turns her back. Commander Lizzie. Baresi adjusts her gloves, deliberately choosing to ignore everything that Aki has just blurted out. Fine, though I do not understand why you keep bringing up this, Anne. Whether it is out of pure worship or not, I simply do not care. Her tone turns dead serious, her eyes burning with anger. I am warning you. Once we are inside the City of Dawn, do not ever mention the former king or former 6 pillars. Baresi then explains why they must keep this a secret. In a C-rank town like Helios City, things might be different. Those people might still be deeply revered by you, but not every place in this world is going to accept them. And especially the sacrifice of the former king years ago, no one in the City of Dawn even acknowledges it. Hearing this, Aki stands completely frozen, feeling utterly devastated. She urges him to keep moving, reminding him, "Get inside, and remember exactly what I said." The two of them calmly step inside. Now, pay attention here as Aki walks on. His heart is heavily weighed down by a painful truth. No one remembers his ultimate sacrifice for this city. He cannot help but recall his glorious, earth-shattering battles from the past. After his death, what on earth actually happened to this world? Back then, I led the legendary 6 pillars and all our brave warriors in a life-or-death battle against the demons. As a legendary warrior, he and his trusted comrades fought with unmatched bravery. Even now, Aki clearly remembers the final goal he set for himself back then. I infiltrated the ancient king's stele completely alone, driven by a single purpose to uncover the dark secrets of the demons. In the year 3069, 6 massive steles crashed down from the heavens, shining in distinct colors of red, yellow, green, blue, purple, and black. From these monoliths, 6 different types of core demon lords continuously emerged, terrorizing the world. This was the source of all evil. Yet, nobody truly knew what dark secrets lay hidden deep within those steles. Uncovering the truth was never going to be easy. In fact, back then, only Anne discovered that the steles held the secrets of the 6 crests. Recalling these memories of the past, Aki cannot help but feel deeply troubled, his mind racing with endless questions. And yeah, you might be wondering the same thing he is. Was his glorious, ultimate death in battle completely meaningless to these ungrateful people? As Aki steps closer to the glowing gateway, a bustling scene of endless crowds, laughter, and lively chatter opens up right before him. Towering, modern skyscrapers stretch up high, standing proudly against the clear blue sky. Aki is slightly overwhelmed as he witnesses the drastic changes firsthand. So, this is the city center. It has definitely been upgraded quite a bit. This place looks like a flawless, highly advanced world. This is the great metropolis known as the City of Dawn. Calling it a mere city does not even begin to describe it. Within the inner city, the districts operate entirely independently of one another, boasting unique architectural styles and diverse landscapes like forests, lakes, oceans, and rolling hills. It functions as a self-sustaining world surrounded by impossibly tall walls. This massive, frighteningly large city is split into 7 distinct districts. 6 of these sectors are ruled by the new 6 pillars, while the new king resides in the central heart. Aki takes a slow stroll down the street, taking in the familiar, lingering vibes of this city. Although many buildings have been completely redesigned, the overall layout remains unchanged. Even the air carries that familiar scent he remembers. It instantly takes him back to the days when the entire city cheered his name, like a savior, flooding his mind with emotional memories. I remember, at this exact spot. Suddenly, his eyes land on a monument, dedicated to him, his very own statue. But now, that grand statue has become nothing more than a weathered, outdated monument, heavily damaged by the passage of time. Baresi stops and looks up with a sympathetic expression. That statue of the former king you admire has been standing here for decades. The citizens carved it back when he was still around. She speaks quietly, her voice heavily laced with deep regret. He was once incredibly loved by the people, but never mind. Baresi sighs, preparing to reveal the harsh truth about this neglected monument. Anyway, word is they are tearing it down soon. A bigger statue of the new king will be built right in this spot. She facepalms in pure exhaustion, groaning, "Honestly, I really do not know if we should call this lucky or just plain unfortunate." While Baresi is busy explaining, Aki spots a mysterious figure wrapped in a long green cloak standing right in front of the weathered statue. It is one of the former 6 pillars she just mentioned, holding a floral wreath and standing before the monument with absolute reverence. Baresi introduces the figure as Viradina, a former 6 pillars member and once the strongest recovery class warrior of the 7 attributes. And trust me, we are about to see his world completely unravel. As her flawless image flashes in his mind, Aki trembles, unable to speak. All right, let's jump right into this. Aki instinctively steps forward and calls her name Lena. Lena pulls back her hood, revealing a breathtakingly beautiful face. She looks around in confusion, wondering if someone actually called out to her. Suddenly, a rude man aggressively shoves past her, shouting insults without showing an ounce of respect. He yells that memorials are banned here, especially for someone like Lena from the former 6. The yellow chrysanthemum she carefully prepared is brutally trampled, its petals scattering all over the cold ground. Watching this play out, Baresi clenches her fists in absolute anger, but Aki knows Lena's fiery temper best. She might be a support healer, but she is legendary for her explosive attitude. It looks like they are in for a real show. Surprisingly, she swallows her pride, quietly bending down to pick up the broken flowers and apologizing to those arrogant men. Hearing her apologize, Aki stands completely frozen, utterly shocked by this drastic change in her personality. But the thugs refuse to stop. No matter who she used to be, one of them continues to loudly insult and humiliate her right in the middle of the street. He sneers, asking what use a former 6 member is when she lost her core and is no longer a real warrior. If the new king hadn't allowed them to stay, they would have been thrown out of Dawn City to survive on their own long ago. The idiot even points his finger up at the majestic statue, shouting more disrespectful insults. He keeps blathering on about how it's all the former king's fault, but don't blink here because before he can even finish, Lena snaps and delivers a massive, earth-shattering slap right to his face. Otherwise, humanity wouldn't be forced to live in such a pathetic, helpless state. He rants that this statue should have been demolished long ago. That final insult pushes Lena's boiling anger right over the edge. Abandoning all fear, she stands tall and glares back at them, her beautiful face now filled with pure, cold hatred. Holding his burning cheek, the thug flies into a violent rage, screaming in disbelief that she actually dared to strike him. Before he can react, a flash of steel cuts through the air, stopping the thug dead in his tracks. Aki has stepped in, blocking the blow with his sword. Aki calmly challenges his arrogance, asking if he truly dares. Furious, the entire gang prepares to turn this into a bloody brawl. They bark at him, demanding to know what a brat thinks he is doing in Dawn City. They instantly threaten to shoot him if he doesn't back down. But let's pause for a second. Aki stands his ground completely. He bravely asks how their pathetic behavior is any different from the garbage monster hunters outside. He declares that he is going to teach them a lesson they won't forget. Suddenly, Baresi steps in between them, telling everyone to stop. She uses her quick wit to defuse the tense situation before blood spills. She claims it is all a misunderstanding, explaining they are elite warriors from the A-rank town of Arcadia, here for the demon hunt competition. She asks if they really want to start trouble with visiting warriors, before turning to Aki to keep him from escalating things further. She tells him to sheath his sword right now. She reminds him that he represents Bacadia City now, though he hesitates and feels conflicted about letting them go. Aki is smart enough to keep his cool and avoid acting on raw, reckless impulse. Hearing where they are from, the thugs immediately hesitate, suddenly not wanting any trouble with official competitors. They realize these kids are registered fighters, deciding it's better to back off than clash with official representatives from other cities. After all, if the enforcement captain finds out about this brawl, they will definitely face some serious punishment. Still, one of the thugs refuses to let it go easily, giving them a fierce, menacing glare. He loudly warns them that if they are indeed official competitors, they should quietly run back to their hotel, telling them they got extremely lucky this time. The thugs finally turn around and leave them alone. Only then does Lena find the courage to speak up, asking Aki in complete surprise if he actually knows her. Faced with her direct question, Aki hesitates, unsure of how he should answer without revealing too much. He desperately wanted to tell her that their strongest warrior has finally returned, but blabbering such a truth out loud might end up causing her far more trouble than good. Thinking fast, Baresi quickly makes up an excuse to avoid this awkward situation, pointing at him. She introduces him as a troublesome guy named An. Hearing that name, Lena's eyes instantly widen in pure shock. Aki sighs in frustration at Baresi's cover story, but he decides to play along and deliberately denies his true identity. He claims it is just a coincidence that they share the same name, causing Lena's hopeful expression to quickly fade into deep disappointment. She pulls her hood back down over her face, whispering a quiet response before turning around and walking away. There is a clear trace of resentment and frustration in her voice as she mutters about that troublesome name. Lena's rude attitude completely triggers Baresi, who angrily shouts back at her for being so ungrateful. She yells that Anne is her senior and just saved her, asking if she even knows how to say a simple thank you. But the generous Aki calmly tells Baresi to cool down so they don't cause any more trouble, though he secretly feels deeply hurt by Lena's cold indifference. And that's where we leave it today, Aki swearing he'll find a chance to explain everything. Let's dive into this. As Lena watches his retreating back, he feels certain she has so much to tell him. On their second day in Dawn City, the streets are absolutely packed for a major event, the Grand Demon Hunter Parade. Flags flutter in the wind, celebrating this monumental day. The crowd erupts in cheers as the new warriors make their grand entrance. Compliments flood in praising their looks and the fresh faces. Meanwhile, Baresi whispers a quiet promise to Aki. She assures him that once this competition wraps up, she will personally recommend him to the head of Quartz Energy. Touched by her kindness and how well she remembered this, he genuinely smiles and says, "Thank you." Aki reassures her with absolute confidence, saying, "Do not worry. I will definitely bring back results that'll make you proud." Baresi is highly pleased with his attitude, saying that is how it should be. But she warns him to stay alert, hoping he won't go and die during the competition. Outside, the energetic crowd keeps cheering them on relentlessly. With fans screaming and shouting from every direction, Aki suddenly spots a very familiar face in the crowd. It's Lena. He immediately flashes a warm smile and waves her way. Shying away, Lena quickly pulls her hood down to hide her blushing face. Deep within Dawn City, the arena is a massive forest the size of an entire town, custom built for the Demon Hunter clash. Now look at this, a city within a city. It's incredibly massive, but in Dawn City, this jaw-dropping setup is totally normal. Reaching the massive gates, Baresi bids them farewell, explaining that since she isn't a competitor, she can only guide them this far. Once they step inside, they are completely on their own. She slams her flagpole into the ground to boost their morale, before stepping forward to lead them in the sacred oath. For the glorious honor of Bicardia, brave warriors, go forth and hunt down the demons. The rest of the squad passionately shouts back, swearing to fulfill their grand mission. Aki can only manage an awkward smile, internally wondering if he was supposed to chant along with them. Right on cue, an announcement calls the warriors to assemble. It instructs the squads to enter the arena in order, while the vanguards of each team must head to the assessment room. Aki looks up, completely locked in and ready for action. And so, it begins. Stepping past the massive gates, Aki is genuinely amazed by the grand scale and meticulously decorated arena layout before him. The hype is real. Over the past few decades, the Demon Hunter Clash has evolved into a massive, top-tier tournament. Back then, it was nothing more than a tiny town competition. And let's be honest, it's pretty awesome that everyone outside can watch and cheer for their favorite fighters, right? Up next is Team Bicardia. Boldly enough, they have chosen an outsider to lead their vanguard squad. Bicardia is in the house. While the squad is busy admiring the gorgeous city walls and architecture, they suddenly call out to Aki as their savior, bowing their heads in deep, respectful gratitude. Long live our friendship. A female warrior gets visibly emotional, deeply moved by the incredible sacrifices Aki made for them. We are counting on you for the scouting mission. Your immense sacrifice will be remembered by us forever. Other fighters crowd around in pure admiration, eager to shake his hand. Please, let us shake your hand, savior. He quickly reassures them. Aki responds with awkward humility. I will do my absolute best. And besides, Guys, I am not dead yet. This hilarious, yet awkward situation leaves him completely speechless. They all know the Vanguard's risk is sky high, so they are basically treating him like they're sending him to his grave. Aki also notices the sheer anxiety and panic on the faces of the other Vanguard members, being picked as the Vanguard. For them, this must feel like a literal suicide mission, right? Every single one of them looks absolutely hopeless and miserable. Meanwhile, the female guide steps up to explain the rules. First, I must offer you all my highest respect. The mission you are embarking on is packed with unpredictable dangers. Every single warrior here is brave and battle-ready, standing tall in a neat line to listen. Just standing here today, in this high-risk role, proves you possess an immense, admirable amount of courage. With that, the guide enthusiastically announces the brutal mission ahead. Your core mission is to infiltrate the dangerous arena and gather as many crucial clues and information on the demons as humanly possible for your respective teams. Outside, the hyped crowd roars and cheers, chanting for the brave vanguards to give it their all. She also goes on to lay out several crucial safety warnings and the extreme risks they might face during this operation. You must prioritize your safety and survival above all else, because waiting out there in the wild are demons of completely unknown tiers. Glancing over the details, Aki's sharp eyes immediately pick up on a very strange pattern in the rules. Most of the contestants entering this tournament are only Stage 2 core warriors. Since this modern tournament is basically just a rookie talent showcase to find promising new warriors, it makes perfect sense why they've banned high-level elite fighters from joining. Realizing this, a smug, satisfied grin spreads across his face. And honestly, you and I both know nobody's ever going to find out Rebus's true, insane power, as long as he keeps his mouth shut. Our guide is about to drop some major news on a mysterious figure. Trust me, you and I are going to want to pay close attention to this next legend. He is entering this competition as a judge. And get this, he is actually one of the 6 greatest warriors alive. Hearing this, snaps Aki right out of his thoughts. He looks back at the entrance with pure anticipation, waiting for one of those 6 legendary heroes. The guide proudly introduces him as he steps forward, calling him the strongest healing warrior of all humanity. Please welcome him. Even his footsteps echo with absolute confidence and raw, arrogant power. The crowd goes completely wild the second they see him. The fangirls are screaming over his dual cores and good looks. He struts out with ultimate pride and an insane aura, one of the famous 6 heroic warriors. Behold the dual core healer, Van Dillen. This young guy doesn't just have top-tier looks, his powers are at a whole different level of absolute mastery. He is a Tier 7 dual core healing warrior of the new 6, Green Element Van Dillen in Arena 40. The entire arena now erupts into pure, chaotic madness. Die-hard fans scream Van Dillen's name at the top of their lungs. 6 hero, Lord Dillen, Van Dillen, Van Dillen. He proudly waves as he marches out in front of the massive crowd, chanting his name. Van Dillen, Van Dillen, Van Dillen, Van Dillen. Over and over, his name echoes through the stadium. Now, pay attention here. Aki's eyes are locked onto this guy, with sheer determination to win. But as he observes, he notices some very strange details about him. Dual cores were just a theoretical concept back in Aki's past life, but they've actually made it a reality here. Those 2 glowing stones embedded right on Van Dillen's cloak immediately catch the young man's attention. A dual core setup means power will double if the sync rate is high enough, potentially unleashing a level of force that is totally unpredictable. These are incredibly rare, high-end treasures that ordinary citizens could never dream of touching. A warrior's power comes directly from their demon core. The higher the synchronization rate between them, the more they can unleash the true, terrifying, latent energy hidden deep inside that demon core. Its incredible functions and magical properties are always thoroughly explained to those lucky enough to wield them. But the higher the sync rate, the more intense the backlash and physical strain on the human body becomes. It's literally like a crushing wave of destructive energy. Now, you and I both know why weak warriors have low sync rates. Their bodies simply cannot handle the pressure. Seeing this, Aki connects the dots and confidently arrives at a very interesting conclusion. In his past life, human technology could only build grafting devices to analyze demon cores, nothing more. It seems the new 6 in this era haven't just successfully grafted demon cores, as green spirit energy flares from Van Dillen like a beacon of sheer dominance. Their actual combat strength is also on a completely different level. The moment he approaches, everyone bows down in deep respect. Thank you for your hard work, taking time out of your busy schedule to watch us. But Aki? He acts completely different. Sticking to his rebellious attitude, He remembers the fallen old six and feels a strange disgust toward this guy. There is no way in hell he will bow to him. Van Dillen begins sharing his thoughts on the brave warriors who dared to enter this dangerous trial. You Vanguard elites are truly outstanding. Even knowing the sheer danger of this role, you still stand proud. Each and every one of you is a legendary warrior. He even announces a highly valuable reward for the warrior who claims ultimate glory here. To reward your outstanding bravery, after the match is over, I will personally gift each survivor a Tier 3 Demon Core as a special souvenir. I hope you all return safely. The others get a massive burst of motivation, bowing even lower while shouting their deepest thanks. Seeing Aki standing completely still, someone nudges him out of concern. Hey, why are you being so disrespectful? Bow down already. Aki just scratches his head, making up a quick excuse. Sorry, my back is killing me. He stands right in front of Van Dillen and boldly delivers his excuse, making it clear he won't bow. Dillen falls silent after hearing this, but quickly composes himself with a playful smirk. Aki, however, doesn't even blink, staring right back at him with absolute defiance. He tries to act completely normal, but deep down, he is thoroughly disgusted by the guy's fake attitude. Ugh, so gross. Did he really have to smile at another man like that? Absolutely disgusting. The guide raises her voice again, announcing, "Next, you will all bear witness to our magnificent warrior, Van Dillen." To hype up the crowd even further, she announces that this legendary hero of the new six will kick off the match by hunting a dangerous Tier 4 demon live, ensuring the Hunt Devil tournament starts with a massive bang. Fans scream wildly as their idol prepares to fight, shouting, "Go show them, Lord Dillen. We have been waiting for this moment forever." The guide then requests the other candidates to step back and let Dillen take the spotlight. Vanguard elites, please follow me to the sidelines so we can clear the stage for our great Lord Dillen. And that's where we leave it today, with Aki highly suspicious of Dillen's powers. Alright, you and I are about to watch how these arrogant elites use a 4-mark demon hunt just to show off. But capturing and keeping a 4-mark demon locked up tightly is definitely no easy task. It looks like Dawn City's overall power is way stronger now than it was back in the day. He walks up to the female guide and asks her politely, "Excuse me, are you the new evaluation commander?" The girl smiles warmly and nods in agreement. "Yes, sir. It is an honor to meet you." But suddenly, Dan bows so respectfully that the young guide gets a bit flustered. "Lord Dillen, what are you?" But he leans in close to her ear, whispering with a dark, hidden meaning. "So, someone is replacing you soon, right? Because we are the only hexagrams." Dan finally shows his disgusting, true colors with a smug, vile grin, calling us the new hexagrams over and over again. That word "new" is starting to get on my nerves. The guide is so paralyzed by fear that she can't even speak up or cry out for help. If you weren't a Dawn City warrior, this slap of mine might have accidentally crushed your internal organs. Meanwhile, the girls outside have absolutely no idea how fake he is and just keep screaming in pure adoration. What are they saying? Don't miss this next part. Guys, Lord Dillen actually bowed down. He's so incredibly gentle. After threatening the girl, Dan ruthlessly shoves her aside and barks out a cold command. "Get lost." Aki turns around in shock, stealing a glance at him. Suddenly, the crest on his cloak glows, activating the device. Having successfully gotten rid of the guide, Dillen pretends he's going to handle this entire mission himself. "Since things turned out this way, I'll represent the hexagrams and give you all a 4-mark demon hunting show." He starts showing off his silver tongue, claiming his performance will guarantee a successful hunt today, while giving all of our brave Vanguard warriors a perfect head start. The stadium erupts in thundering cheers once again, leaving Aki completely speechless at the absolute hypocrisy. Lord Dillen, they don't deserve this." Then, he coldly barks out his order. "Bring it out." A massive steel cage slowly rises from beneath the ground. Dan coldly commands them to open it up. As he steps inside, the tense atmosphere becomes heavier than ever before. "Everyone, our official live broadcast of this competition will now begin the play-by-play commentary." Terrifying roars echo out as a hideous monster slowly emerges from inside that strange metal container. To capture this brutal 4-mark demon locked inside the transport cage, we had to deploy 3 of our own elite 4-mark warriors. You and I can already see how terrifyingly strong this beast is. Just look at this massive, ferocious monster stepping out. What you are witnessing is a highly rare and aggressive mutation of the 4-mark demon. In any pack, only 2 or 3 of these beasts exist. The aggressive, red core metal elemental 4-mark demon steps out, speaking with the arrogant voice of a battle-hungry beast. "What is the meaning of this? I don't know what you puny humans are planning, but keeping me alive, throwing me into an open arena and gathering a crowd? It takes heavy, echoing steps and roars out a challenge. So incredibly foolish. The beast charges forward at full speed, mockingly laughing at them. You humans are not smart at all. It transforms into a blazing beam of light right in front of Dylan. The terrified warriors nearby scream and scatter in absolute panic. Oh my god, a 4 mark. The beast begins its physical transformation, unleashing its defensive barrier skill. It recklessly leaps toward the spectators above. But Dylan doesn't even flinch, using his spirit ropes to easily drag the beast back down. He calmly glares down at the struggling monster and sneers. Do you see it clearly now? Who is the foolish one here? He then looks up, casually asking about the barrier. The protective shield surrounding this entire arena is pretty sturdy, isn't it? The creator of this barrier is an extraordinary master with unparalleled skills. This massive dome was personally erected by one of our very own hexagrams, the man known as the strongest illusionist warrior. Watching this, a group of kids touch the glowing shield with pure excitement. Look, brother, it feels just like an invisible wall. This is so cool. Hunting demons is actually super fun. Dylan then turns back to the beast with a cold demand. Now, I'm going to need your help for our next act. He unleashes a terrifying surge of energy, roaring a chilling threat. Now, die. Faced with this overwhelming pressure, the demon begins to tremble in pure terror. No, please. But despite its terrified act, the beast suddenly seizes the opening to strike back, shouting, "Bring it on, human!" Instantly, a razor-sharp slash is unleashed. Amazingly, even though the solid ground is split into 3 pieces, Dylan remains completely unharmed. Standing safely inside his own protective barrier, he continuously taunts the beast, mocking, well, as expected of a dirty demon. Not only are you low class, but you also have 0 brains, let alone any sense of manners. His insulting words drive the demon absolutely insane with rage. Roaring in fury, it charges and punches the barrier repeatedly, but fails to leave even a single scratch. The beast reaches out, trying to grab the shield, but with a simple snap of Dylan's fingers, its entire arm is instantly blown away. Dylan just laughs in amusement, sneering, "You can't even fight back." But despite losing an arm, the demon talks big. A 6-core power is nothing special. And that's where we leave it. Trust me, you and I won't want to miss what comes next. Think he's tough? Watch this. There is a logical rule behind Van Dylan's absurd power. Normally, a green core represents recovery, which is why most support class healers are green core warriors. But the moment he lowers his shield, the monster uses its remaining hand to launch a desperate strike. Even with only 1 arm left, that human warrior has more than enough power to drag you down to hell. Before it can even move, Van Dylan binds it with raw energy. Looking at the helpless beast, he arrogantly introduces his true title. "Oh, let me correct you. Although my core is green, I am actually a legendary double 7-stage core warrior within the hexagram itself." The moment he speaks, the beast's body begins to swell up rapidly like a balloon. Simultaneously, Van Dylan gestures, forcing the creature to stab itself with its own razor-sharp claws. He laughs with delight, telling the monster that it talks too much and it is time to shut up. When the monster can no longer take the pressure, Van Dylan detonates it into pieces with his sheer power. Stepping forward proudly, he confidently declares that the blood of this demon will serve as the opening act for their grand hunting competition. With this, I officially declare the demon hunting competition started. Hearing his words, the crowd erupts into wild cheers. As they chant hexagram repeatedly, Aki stands in the crowd, watching silently. He cannot help but admit that this power is truly formidable. With that in mind, he begins to analyze Van Dylan's moves, dissecting the incredible power displayed during the fight. A dual core does not just double the energy output of a single core. They actually complement each other, amplifying the final power exponentially. The new hexagram is no joke. Stick with me, because Aki is getting more curious by the second. I wonder what this so-called new king is really like. Just the way they treated Lena back then was enough to piss me off. Following that grand announcement, the commentator steps up to do his job. First, we invite our great hexagram master to leave the arena, and we call the vanguards to begin their hunt. With permission granted, everyone moves out, bowing respectfully as they pass Van Dylan. Wow, look at all the vanguards bowing simultaneously. Lord Dylan is clearly highly respected here, but Aki just walks past him at his own casual pace, making Van Dylan stop in his tracks. He calls out, telling Aki to wait. Aki turns back without a hint of fear and calmly asks, "What is up?" visibly irritating Van Dylan. "You seem quite unhappy with me," he says. Hearing this, Aki quickly flashes a relaxed smile and replies that he has got it all wrong. I always stay sharp and keep my guard up before entering the battlefield. You know how tough the vanguard position is, after all. Hearing this, Van Dillen remains highly skeptical, but decides not to push the matter any further. You are quite an interesting warrior. I will definitely keep an eye on you. With those final words, Van Dillen continues walking, adding that he hopes Aki will not disappoint him. This incredibly patronizing, arrogant remark deeply annoys Aki, who finds his attitude absolutely hilarious. While I was busy fighting demons in life-or-death battles, your parents were probably still playing in the sandbox. No matter how annoyed he is, Aki still lines up with the others to await the official command. Alright, the vanguard of each squad needs to gather up. Let's pay close attention to the rules of this deadly competition. Pausing for a moment, the commentator goes over the most basic rules. The vanguard acts as the lead scout who moves first, serving as the eyes of the squad in this forest. Your mission is to map out the most optimal battle route based on your team's overall combat strength. After giving the overview, he explains the scoring rules, where teams must hunt down demons to earn points before the time limit runs out. With the main rules cleared up, the commentator adds a few critical warnings. This competition features not only basic unranked demons, but also first stage, second stage, and even a few terrifying third stage demons. They have all been randomly scattered across different locations within this massive urban jungle area. Now that all the details have been shared, the commentator gives one final warning. Remember, the area of this urban jungle is absolutely massive. Every squad's vanguard is required to inspect their assigned route thoroughly. While you are searching, you must prioritize your own personal safety. This is absolutely no joke. You must stay safe out there. Never forget that you are operating completely alone. Do your best to avoid attracting any unwanted attention from the demons. Hearing this, the gathered vanguards instantly start to panic. Did he really need to remind us? Who in their right mind would actively try to provoke a demon? Exactly. Even if the unranked and first stage demons are weak, they are still highly dangerous. What if making a noise ends up attracting a whole horde of other monsters? The second and third stage demons are on a whole different level. Bottom line, everyone must look out for themselves. Do not forget the previous demon hunting competitions. The survival rate for vanguards was under 36%. While they debate, let's watch Aki's reaction. Aki takes the opportunity to size up his competitors. Seeing these second stage and dual-core second stage warriors, he realizes their real power might fall far short of the true tier. Hey guys, you and I are about to dive into a crazy world where some warriors are completely losing it, while others stay chill, because keeping your composure is absolutely everything. Maybe because he is so young, with no heavy captain duties on his shoulders, he actually looks pretty childish. Taking a quick look around, Aki makes a final observation: they do not look nearly as sharp as the elite captains. Those are instincts and combat skills forged through thousands of battles to protect a town with very few resources. Suddenly, his eyes lock onto a girl trembling in fear as some rookie fighters start panic-stricken. We are talking Phase 2 and even Phase 3 threats here. Just when you think the rules are set, the announcer chimes in again. It turns out, there is one final special twist to this competition. And this time, he drops an absolute bombshell on everyone: the exact location where a deadly Phase 4 demon resides. That is right, deep within the inner city. A monstrous Phase 4 demon is locked away inside a secure container. If your squad is brave enough, you can target it. To stop a total panic, the announcer quickly clarifies the rules. Slay that single boss demon, and the match ends immediately with an instant victory for your squad. Hearing this, Aki grins with pure, unadulterated excitement. Now, watch closely, because this is where Aki stands out. While he is thrilled by the news, everyone else starts backing away in sheer terror. Sure, a Phase 4 beast yields the highest points, but no rookie squad in their right mind would dare take that risk. We are talking about a Phase 4 demon here. Phase 4. Right on cue, the announcer starts the match, and Aki instantly lunges forward like a bullet. Phase 4 is his ultimate goal, but right off the bat, other fighters are already being chased down by Phase 1 demons. With 3 of them clustered here, it is best to avoid this zone entirely, or it will completely ruin his scoring efficiency. In another area, a terrified girl is desperately running from a horde of monsters, a dangerous Phase 2 red core demon. Elsewhere, scouts are scattered and fleeing in panic. It is a Phase 3 demon. Run for your life. Run. Just then, a fleeing warrior rushes past Aki and shouts a warning: a Phase 3 demon is over there. Turn back if you want to live. With that, he vanishes, leaving Aki standing alone. Phase 3? Huh? Well, That happens to be the exact path he needs to take. Out of nowhere, a massive wooden branch sweeps across the field, wiping out the frontline scouts. And there it is, a giant, blue, wood-core Phase 3 demon slowly emerges. Up in the stadium seats, the crowd gasps in absolute shock at its terrifying appearance. Look, it is a Phase 3 demon. Get out of there, young warrior. Seeing a survivor, the beast enters a frenzy of pure rage. Damn humans, keeping us locked up in here for so long. Exploding with raw anger, it unleashes its full power to crush the foolish mortal. Staring at this intense hatred, Aki is not surprised at all. Since they are kept captive, these battleground demons are far more bloodthirsty and vicious than the ones roaming in the wild. We both know Aki has the power to strike back, but he just keeps dodging, leading the frustrated demon on a wild, chaotic chase. With so many spectators watching his every move, keeping a low profile is tough. He does the math and charges straight ahead, deciding to end this in a flash. But before he can strike, the demon's razor-sharp claws are already slashing right in front of Aki's face. Using his insanely fast reflexes, he dodges the blow, and right there, shining clearly, Aki spots his target, the exposed core. Stopping himself instantly, he draws his sword and drives a clean, straight thrust right through. Apologizing as he strikes, he declares he has no time to play, since a Phase 4 is waiting, leaving the entire crowd completely speechless. Did that young warrior just slay a Phase 3 demon in one single second? Did a lone scout just pull off a solo kill? Aki made that lethal strike look so easy because of his gold element greatsword, reinforcing his blade with pure gold energy to maximize sharpness and destructive power. Even the legendary Van Dyen, watching the match live on the monitor, is visibly surprised. Was that a surge of gold elemental energy just now? Having successfully taken down the beast, Aki cheers in pure triumph. Awesome, I secured a Phase 3 agility core. Cutting his celebration short, he takes a deep breath and dashes forward once again. The Phase 4 demon has to be somewhere up ahead. Scanning the area, Aki keeps up his pace. If the battleground layout is still the same as before, he reasons, then the elite viewing room up ahead is the key, designed to give the highest status crowd a perfect view of the entire action. A simple blueprint forms in Aki's mind. The Phase 4 boss must be locked away at the highest peak, right near the elite booth. Aki's clever movement path and sharp gaze do not escape Van Dyen's watchful eyes. It seems his ultimate target is indeed the Phase 4 demon. Knowing the spot, his excitement flares up. This fierce monster is exactly what he is after. After a long, exhausting sprint, Aki pauses, noticing that most other squads are still playing it safe and sticking together in a large group. It looks like the scouts from other teams have absolutely no intention of hunting down that deadly Phase 4 demon. Looking at the faces of the rookies passing by, he realizes that while a Phase 4 demon guarantees victory, these rookies are paralyzed by the fear of death. Do you think our boy Aki can survive this hunt? All right, let's jump into the moment. Van Dyen, sitting high above and watching Aki, demands his assistant to bring him the warrior's files. The girl beside him immediately steps forward, holding a sleek digital tablet. Yes, Lord Dion. Which of the Vanguard scouts are we looking up first? He points directly at Aki on the screen, who is looking incredibly relaxed. That guy? The one with the white hair? With a few quick taps, the assistant brings up his profile, displaying every bit of detailed information they have. He is registered under Phrygia City as a 3-core warrior. Hearing this, Van Dyen narrows his eyes in deep thought. 3 cores. He remembers that while 3-core warriors are technically allowed to participate as vanguards, but they rarely volunteer. It is a thankless, grueling job, with no real rewards, despite them being a whole tier above the regular combatants. Everything clicks. Is that why this kid treats everyone like trash? Van Dyen pauses in silence, then coldly asks, what is his actual name? The assistant looks at the screen, her body suddenly trembling in pure terror. His name is Aang. The second she utters that name, Van Dyen grips his throne so hard it completely shatters. What did you just say? Trembling in absolute fear, she hands him the tablet. I am only reporting the data, sir. Please forgive me. Staring right at the name on that file, Van Dyen's face twists in complete disgust. It truly is a wretched, cursed name. But pay attention here. While this storm brews in secret, everyone else is hyper-focused on the active battlefield. The Vanguard scouts have officially spotted the target. Right at this moment, the excited commentator's voice echoes across the arena. They are tracking demon locations and marking down the coordinates. It seems they have stumbled upon a massive nest of bloodthirsty beasts. As the other scouts rush off to their next targets, Aki continues his leisurely stroll, completely ignoring the entire live broadcast to do things his own way, pinpointing locations, mapping out safe routes, and planning the ultimate path for maximum points. This is a Vanguard's true duty. Watching the other rookies frantically scramble through the forest, Aki can only offer a small smile. What a massive nostalgia trip. But back in Phrygia City's prep room, the viewers are absolutely furious, watching him treat a deadly exam like a casual stroll in the park. Is this guy seriously going to be reliable? Unable to watch any longer, they turn to complain to their leader, Commander Paresi. Just look at what Aang is doing. She responds with a simple nod, but her mind is drifting back to what Aki told her before the mission. Paresi, if you believe in me, I won't be following the standard, boring path of a typical Vanguard scout. Instead, I will guarantee that Phrygia City takes home the victory. Recalling those words, she repeats them to herself. A guaranteed win. And you feel that too, right? The intense confidence in his eyes was definitely no joke. Trying to reassure herself, Parisi thinks back to the raw, monstrous power he displayed in his previous real-life combat encounters. Even so, there is still one annoying little thing that keeps bugging her. That brazen little brat is getting way too bold, actually addressing her directly by her first name. She finally relaxes, deciding to sit back and see how everything plays out. That kid certainly has a way of keeping her thoroughly entertained. Back on the field, a sudden, massive explosion echoes from a hidden corner of the dense forest. From the smoke, Aki slowly emerges, casually standing over yet another dead demon. That makes 5 of them now. Staring down at his fresh kill, he notes that as they approach the deeper zones, the demon's bloodlust spikes to an unnatural level. Examining the creature's corpse, a thought crosses his mind. He originally wanted to take his time and study these monsters, but with things moving so fast, he can only sigh. Letting them live simply is not an option. These pests just won't stop hunting him down. No wonder nobody wants to be a Vanguard scout. For any low-level rookie, this is basically a one-way ticket to the grave. Looking at the demon corpses littered around him, Aki chuckles to himself, realizing that since he has already eliminated 5 Tier 2 demons, his teammates back home must be watching their overall score climb at an insane pace. He eagerly anticipates their reaction, hoping he did not startle them too much, though it is already way too late. And indeed, back in Phrygia's prep room, every single person is looking completely pale with shock. Staring up toward the mountain's highest peak, Aki wonders if the elusive Tier 4 demon is waiting for him right at the very top of that summit. Catching a brief glimpse of a shadow in the high-altitude viewing booth, he correctly guesses that Van Dion of the new 6 Fins is sitting inside. And just as Aki suspected, Van Dion is indeed watching his every single movement with absolute fascination. What staggering ambition! Is targeting a Tier 4 demon the official plan of your squad? Or is this just your own reckless decision? As Aki moves forward, you and I can see Dion still focused on that name. Aang has already deduced the exact target zone, and his bold path immediately draws the attention of the commentators. The Vanguard scout from Phrygia City is charging straight toward the Tier 4 demon. But wait, how could he possibly know its exact location? All right, you and I are about to watch a squad freak out over a reckless move. Is he really planning to clear a path to a Tier 4 demon for them? Our squad's strength is nowhere near enough to defeat a Tier 4 demon. Is this really your decision, Commander? Commander Paresi, as the man in charge, could only stare blankly at the screen in complete disbelief. No, I have no idea what that kid is up to either. Aki, you brat. Stop causing me so much trouble. No matter how much they panic about not being strong enough to face a Tier 4 demon, Aki has already locked onto his target. The commentator speculates as Aki scans the area, having finally located the exact Tier 4 demon he was searching for. It looks like Pigdia's Vanguard is analyzing his surroundings. He must be formulating a plan, and I believe he's about to retreat. If he safely reunites with his squad, they will easily be the first team to deploy. But human plans never match fate, and Aki tearing off the warning tape leaves the entire broadcast room stunned. The live audience is completely speechless. Aki isn't just ripping off the tape, he is actively destroying everything around him. A chilling system notification pops up, stating he has removed the container's limits. Having met his goal, he starts shamelessly provoking the beast. Get out here, Tier 4 demon. Watching from above, Van Dion gets so hyped, he stands up, muttering how incredibly interesting this is. And check this out, guys, he doesn't want his squad's help at all. He's actually planning to solo this beast. Does he want to claim victory alone as the Vanguard? Recovering from their shock, the tournament staff quickly get back to their duties. Unbelievable. The Vanguard of Pigdia has actually removed the restriction. Could he really be trying to solo a Tier 4 demon? Something like this has never happened in the history of the Great Demon Hunt. Like a spreading wildfire, the entire crowd starts chanting the name Pygdia in unison. As the commentator hypes up the solo battle, Parisi listens from the waiting room, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. Everyone else is just as utterly terrified and confused. Commander Parisi can only scream, asking if that kid has gone completely insane. The tournament's hype reaches an absolute boiling point, as Aki's reckless move has the entire arena roaring with excitement. But this is a Tier 4 demon. He's dead meat. She remains completely silent, only quietly reflecting on everything that has happened. Even with his bizarre mind control power, Parisi thinks, crushing his cigarette after a long drag, a Tier 4 demon is a whole different beast. When I fought a Tier 4 demon, I had to use 100% of my strength, and he's doing it alone. So, let me ask you, can Aki actually pull this off? Because at that exact moment, the blue core water demon he deliberately released finally breaks free, completely thrilled to be liberated at last. And the very first thing it sees is Aki standing there tall and proud, just a single human warrior standing before it. Completely looking down on his human opponent, the demon strikes first, shouting that it'll start with him, unleashing a devastating storm drill attack. Ready for the assault, Aki waits for the charge, swinging his massive sword to summon a solid wall of earth right in front of him. However, that earth wall is immediately shattered, and the demon's drill-like charge doesn't slow down for even a single second. Against a Tier 4 demon, a wall like that is nothing but thin paper. Our warrior is in serious danger as the demon lunges straight at him, thinking it's an easy kill. Human warrior, how dare you challenge me all by yourself? Prepare to be crushed, just like your pathetic wall. But right as its claws are about to pierce Aki, the ground violently splits open. Suddenly, a summoned demon claws its way up, grabbing the enemy's arm, allowing Aki to proudly ask who said he was fighting alone. Staring at the creature fighting alongside Aki, Van Dyen gasps in shock, recognizing the Tier 2 demon he had defeated earlier. And that's not all. A horde of resurrected demons rises to swarm the Tier 4 beast, though it easily leaps back to evade them, successfully backing away. The beast growls in sheer frustration, disgusted by the overwhelming stench of death coming from them. What on earth is going on here? How can you manipulate the dead? Amused by its confusion, Aki sneers, asking if this sort of dark necromancy is supposed to be exclusive to demons, but I'm really not in the mood to explain it to you. Meanwhile, Parisi watches from the waiting room, completely unsurprised. There it is, that kid's bizarre puppet master ability. Up in the stands, the entire crowd is left staring in absolute shock. Are our eyes playing tricks on us? What did that vanguard from Pygdia just do? Those 3 demons are actually fighting for him. Are those the exact same ones he killed just moments ago? Good grief. Can a warrior really possess this kind of power? Controlling dead demons to fight for him is absolutely insane. Paying zero attention to the crowd's wild reactions, Aki stays laser-focused on his target, sending his undead minions forward as the demon readies its counterattack. Think some dead beasts can stop me? Take this rapid-fire water blast. Trust me. You and I need to see what happens next. All right. Stick with me, you're about to witness one of the most badass entrances ever, as Van Dyen stomps the demon to hell. This sudden arrival leaves Aki completely shocked and highly on guard, especially since a single shockwave from this man completely pulverized a Tier 4 demon. He doesn't beat around the bush, making a move immediately while saying, "Forgive me, but I'm just too curious about your true power and abilities. I want a quick duel with you." Right after his grand entrance, Van Dyen immediately starts sizing our main character up, controlling dead demons. I've never heard of such an ability, but it's clear you're already strong enough to defeat a Tier 4 beast. With that, he holds absolutely nothing back, unleashing his full power to say, "Let me put your strength to the test." Watching this live on the screen, the commentator completely loses it. Our legendary fighter D, he actually wants to personally test this outstanding rookie. The audience today is insanely lucky to witness a fight like this. The crowd erupts into hyped-up cheers. Lord D is seriously way too enthusiastic about testing out the newcomers. Can this rookie even last any longer against Lord D than that Tier 4 demon did? Meanwhile, the Pykedia city officials are in absolute panic. What on earth is happening? Dion of the Hexagram division is personally testing him. This has gotten completely out of hand. Aki raises his sword on high alert, staring warily at his opponent. What is this crazy guy's problem? Testing my strength? That chilling aura of silent hostility doesn't match his friendly words at all. Seeing his stance, Van Dyen just chuckles, offering a casual compliment. Not bad. You don't seem panicked at all. That calm composure of yours doesn't belong to a typical rookie warrior. Aki plays along with this sudden friendliness, relaxing his posture slightly. I've just been through a lot of intense training. Since I was born with a special ability, my commanding captain has been incredibly strict with me ever since I was a little kid. Seizing the chance, he decides to double down on his bragging. Maybe that's why my strength is way above anyone my age. You know, they call that a genius. Internally, Aki is incredibly pleased with how easily he can lie. Even if I'm making this up, it's not like you're going to go verify it, right? Hearing this, Van Dien just chuckles. You really are an interesting one. I'm getting more and more curious about you by the second. Without warning, he lunges forward to throw the first strike. Almost instantly, a massive, earth-shattering fist crashes down on our main character right alongside a blunt provocation. Show me everything you've got. Luckily, Aki manages to dodge the devastating blow just in time. Even after dodging, he still has to scramble to avoid the flying shrapnel. The blasted rock fragments are flying out exactly like high-speed bullets. They're incredibly fast and carry insane power. Aki backs away, desperately trying to create some distance to prepare his counterattack. If he hadn't stayed on high alert from the very beginning, there is absolutely no way he could have dodged that. Even though he managed to dodge, a fresh scratch opens up on his cheek. This is bad. The guy is actually dead serious. Damn it. Seeing Aki stand his ground, Van Dien slowly walks forward. You've been on guard this entire time, haven't you? Otherwise, you wouldn't have dodged that. Saying this, he gets visibly excited, prepping for another blow. Pay attention here, because things are about to get real intense. But before Van Dien can strike again, Aki cuts him off with a direct question. If you don't mind me asking, you don't seem very friendly towards me. Why is that? Van Dien replies bluntly. When Chu-Ok disappeared, there were 3 reasons. Before Aki can even process this, Van Dien instantly vanishes, reappearing right behind his back. First, he punches down as Aki lets his guard down. I don't like your attitude. Aki barely manages to dodge, but Van Dien instantly teleports right behind him again. Second, throwing another heavy punch, you carry the disgusting stench of a demon. Aki desperately scrambles to dodge yet again. Now, you and I are probably wondering, why run? Well, Aki is analyzing his opponent's moves as he flees. He definitely suspects something. He can feel the demon power lingering inside my body. But get this, the strength this guy is using right now is barely even half of his full power. This suffocating, overwhelming pressure. You only feel this when standing in front of absolute, crushing power. Ever since that encounter with the Tier 8 demon, how long has it been since I felt this terrified? While lost in thought, Van Dien suddenly whispers right into his ear. Third, and this time, no punch follows. He just leans in and whispers, I absolutely despise your name. Hearing those words, Aki's bottled-up rage completely explodes. He actually hates my name. So you basically just hate my past status as the Demon King, don't you? Realizing this, Aki feels a sharp sting of bitterness. I risked my life for you people, and I lost so many of my comrades because of it. Now that all the cards are on the table, Van Dien reaches his hand out, ready to end everything. Humph, I'm done playing with you. Hearing this declaration, Aki just scoffs. Done playing around? Refusing to back down, Aki suddenly spins around, thrusting his sword straight at Van Dien. Who the hell do you think you are? The two forces clash head-on, their red and blue energies colliding to trigger an absolutely earth-shattering explosion. Thank goodness the arena has a strong protective barrier. Both fighters leap back, but this time, Van Dien actually has a scratch on his face. Trust me, you and I are in for one hell of a fight. Let's dive into this epic standoff. Even the commentator is completely losing his mind right now. Unbelievable. This Vanguard actually managed to block a direct hit from the great Van Dien. Standing there, his body is radiating an incredibly intense aura. Honestly, his true strength is completely off the charts. Meanwhile, Van Dien silently activates his 6 cores to heal. The commentator is absolutely stunned by this sight. In just a split second, the mighty Van Dien was actually wounded, though he remains completely silent about it. Without saying a word, Van Dien unleashes his explosive power. With his preparation complete, he smirks. Once you are dead, explaining that demon aura on you will be easy. The viewers online can't hear a thing, but they are wildly cheering as their great idol attacks. What a visual masterpiece. Those high-speed energy gears will shred everything. Van Dien is absolutely going to end this. Let's witness this grand display of power. Van Dien stomps the ground for momentum and charges straight ahead. Now, pay attention here. Facing that terrifying charge, Aki knows his opponent is aiming straight for his life. If I keep hiding my strength, I am dead. You forced my hand. Seeing that excited face charging, his resolve hardens. Van Dion, you may be a member of the Six Paths, but if you want me dead, I won't go down easy. Aki unleashes his entire arsenal, preparing for a devastating clash as they collide. Right then, a third person suddenly intervenes, stopping the clash right before impact. A massive protective barrier instantly appears, completely deflecting the great attack. Van Dion's face darkens at the sudden interference. This move of hers is incredibly foolish. Why step in? Lena appears out of nowhere, blocking the path. You said you hate this kid? Former Six Paths member, healing class specialist, but I actually like him. Seeing exactly who is standing in front of him, Aki is totally shocked. Is that Lena? Did she actually use her 6 cores to restore her body to its absolute peak? Van Dion looks at Lena with pure disgust. Lena, have you completely forgotten the rules? Aren't you forbidden from ever wearing battle gear again? After mockingly laughing, his tone turns threatening. Are you trying to defy the king's absolute laws? Despite his warning, Lena remains perfectly calm. It seems your memory is failing you, kid. My only restriction is that I am banned from joining any active demon hunting operations. It's not like I am banned from wearing clothes. If I can't wear my uniform, am I supposed to walk around naked every single day? I know what you're thinking. Seeing her like this brings back all the memories of their old squad days. Lena is still the same sharp-tongued girl. Just like before, she remains the most energetic member of the Six Paths. Reflecting on the past, he finds this situation quite ironic. In his previous life, he always stood in front to protect her. But now, she is protecting him. As Lena fully reveals herself, the commentator goes completely wild. This is unbelievable. The legendary former member of the Six Paths, Lena, has returned. The hype is real. Oh my goodness. Is this destiny? This demon hunt event is seriously full of insane surprises. Van Dion looks at her determination with a cold sneer. I respected you as a veteran, but that doesn't mean I will let this slide. You shameless woman. Even after being insulted, she doesn't flinch and snaps back instantly. What about you? Causing such a massive scene in broad daylight as a member of the Six Paths is highly inappropriate. To make sure he gets the message, she leans over and points directly at Aki. This kid behind me is the son of an old friend. Surely your little test has gone far enough. Just when things seem to settle, she takes a sharp jab. Or was testing him never your actual intention here? Her words successfully make the veins on Van Dion's face twitch in anger. This time, he holds nothing back, completely unleashing a massive wave of terrifying energy that makes everyone shiver. Seeing this, the commentator gets absolutely hyped. Van Dion has activated his high-impact barrage skill, completely locking down the entire front zone so his opponent has absolutely no way to escape. With things reaching this point, Lena has no reason to hold back. How boring. But before they can clash, Aki suddenly steps forward to take the blow for her. Seeing this, she freezes, instantly flashing back to their past. The commentator is completely shocked by his reckless action. This vanguard actually deflected the first wave of attacks, but unfortunately, the next devastating blast is heading right for them. There is simply no way to stop it. Those words snap Lena back to reality. She flings him behind her, blocking the impact. Trust me, things are about to get wild. All right, you and I are about to see Aki completely freak out as warning bells scream in his head, desperately trying to stop Lena from making a move. Watching her get into her stance only made him more anxious. If her legendary temper flared up and she charged right in, Aki knew it would end in the worst-case scenario. There would definitely be major casualties. Her blindingly fast charge sent the commentator into pure hype mode. Is this really a clash between hexagram masters? This is way rarer than even 7th ring demons. Facing his oncoming opponent, Van Dion felt the thrill of battle. Realizing he had to go all out, he charged forward with his most devastating, ultimate technique. With such epic hype material, the commentator was absolutely on fire. Right now, this entire stage belonged to these legendary 7th ring warriors. Using every epic word in his vocabulary, he screamed out, Lord Dylan has unleashed his forbidden secret technique, the demon-piercing spear. Now pay attention as Dylan gets dead serious. Aki takes a massive breath behind them. Right as their attacks are about to collide, he suddenly screams out, leaving everyone totally stunned. Thank you, great warrior Dylan. Even Lena is caught off guard and turns her head, completely ignoring the awkward stares. Aki keeps shouting at the top of his lungs, Thank you, great warrior Dylan, for teaching me so many invaluable combat skills. In a corner where nobody's looking, He smirks triumphantly. It actually worked. Seeing that his crazy plan is actually working, Aki gets even more hyped up. Despite his incredibly busy schedule, the great warrior Dylan spared his precious time to guide the younger generation like us. I am truly, deeply grateful to you, my lord. Watching this live broadcast, Baresi is completely baffled. What on earth is happening? And if she is confused, the live arena audience is absolutely lost. Aki completely ignores their sheer confusion and just doubles down on his shameless flattery. May ask if you are satisfied with my performance? The commentator, desperately trying to rescue this incredibly awkward atmosphere, quickly speaks up. Our young vanguard from Picardia is eagerly expressing his deepest, heartfelt gratitude to the legendary Lord Dylan. The spectators are slowly getting totally brainwashed. I really thought we were going to see a crazy Hexagram Master showdown. It ends just like that? Stop complaining. Hexagram Masters only fight in extreme emergencies. Seeing Lord Dylan make a move twice is already more than enough. Exactly. After whispering back and forth, the entire crowd suddenly starts chanting together. Great warrior, Lord Dylan, Dylan. Now watch how the commentator, getting exactly what he wanted, hypes this up to another level. Indeed, despite his busy schedule, he still spared precious time to nurture his juniors. He truly is our legendary Hexagram Master. Everyone, let's all cheer together for our great, beloved protector. Caught in this trap, Dylan can't do anything either. Realizing the clever scheme behind this, he reluctantly accepts reality. Nice trick, kid. With that, Dylan declares. So I guess I can't really continue our fight now, can I? Aki doesn't answer directly, playing his role to perfection. No, I am eternally grateful for your guidance. Going all out with his shameless act, he adds, without missing a beat, I promise the future generation won't disappoint you. I'll keep doing my best. But deep down, Aki is sweating bullets. Thank goodness his flattery skill is so overpowered, because in front of this massive crowd, Dylan can't force a fight. Since their opponent backed down, Lena stops charging too, completely losing interest in the fight. Dylan agrees, using his magic to manifest a mic. Forget it, kid, you really know how to catch everyone completely off guard. Composing himself, he turns to the crowd and announces loudly, not a bad performance. The test is officially passed. You are an outstanding young warrior. Keep up the great work. The commentator then officially announces, congratulations to our amazing vanguard, representing the city of Picardia, receiving the personal approval of the great Lord Dylan. This test was indeed truly spectacular. Let us all congratulate the city of Picardia for claiming the undisputed championship of this tournament. Following this epic announcement, the entire arena explodes with joy, chanting one name loudly in unison. Picardia, Picardia, Picardia. Back in the waiting room, Baresi is utterly dumbfounded. What? We literally did nothing, and we won the championship? Without keeping everyone waiting, the commentator proudly declares, I announce, this is officially the fastest and most shocking demon hunting tournament in history, and this absolute miracle was created entirely by our brilliant vanguard. With the results out, Lena leaves, whispering a few cold words to Aki on her way. Soon, news of his victory spreads like wildfire. Relying on insanely overpowered outside help and their genius vanguard, Picardia managed to secure the ultimate championship in this crazy demon hunt. Meanwhile, Aki is being praised to the absolute heavens. Kid, you've got serious guts. Baresi runs over, aggressively rubbing his head and showering him with praise. You actually won the championship for our Picardia. Do you have any idea how many rewards I'm getting when we get back? Aki can only smile awkwardly. Honestly, he doesn't even know what to say. I almost got killed back there, Baresi. But just when he thinks it's over, she suddenly pulls him into a suffocating, tight hug. Tonight's my treat. Do whatever you want. And as Aki literally foams at the mouth, you and I leave him being rescued by the crowd. Hey, Commander Parisi, Anne is suffocating. Stop. You and I are hoping she lets him go before he passes out. Commander Parisi, please calm down. Once he is finally released, Aki gasps for air and calls out her name. Parisi, successfully catching her attention, he asks her quietly, do you still remember the promise you made to me back then? Hearing his unexpected question, Parisi answers honestly, of course I remember. I will be your guarantor so you can speak directly with the head of the court's energy department. Getting what you wanted should make you happy, right? Yes. With that sorted out, Aki looks down at his clothes. My cloak is dirty. By the way, could you help me get a normal, everyday cloak ready? Also, if there is a victory, banquet, or anything like that, I have some business, so I won't attend. Hearing this, a girl nearby suddenly pipes up. Does Warrior Ann have an important date? Is it a guy or a girl? He just smiles gently and gives a vague reply, just meeting an old friend. Later that afternoon, Aki gets dressed up and heads to a cliffside. Hey, I'm here. Why did you ask me to meet you at this place? Watch closely here, because Lena is not surprised at all. You actually came, she says, pausing to analyze the situation. Before, some people said your name was on, but I only told you to meet at our secret base. Laying out all the clues, Lena steps closer to interrogate him. How did you know about this place? Without waiting for an answer, she presses further. Are you really? This time, Lena can no longer hide her tears as her eyes well up. To understand her intense emotion, we must flash back to their past as comrades. Look there, was I right? She had asked him proudly. Not only is this place peaceful, but you can also see the entire town from up here. After showing off to Aki, she stands at the cliff's edge, enjoying the breeze. I love this place. This is where you and I. Realizing how that sounded, she blushes and quickly tries to explain herself. I mean, this is my own personal secret base. Amused by her sudden panic, Aki just smiles gently and flicks her forehead with his finger. He teases her. A secret base? Lena, are you still a little kid? This instantly triggers her anger, and she begins yelling at him nonstop. You flicked my forehead again. That's going to make me stupid. Besides, who doesn't want their own secret base anyway? Especially an idiot like you, Heng. You only know how to slay demons and understand absolutely nothing. Even though he is getting scolded, Aki doesn't mind at all. All right, fine. Once she calms down, he looks out into the distance and smiles in admiration. But it really is very quiet here. As they watch the sunset together, Lena raises her hand to use her power. Under her magic, letters slowly begin to form on the stone. Once their names are carved, Lena says happily, it's decided. From now on, this is our official secret base. Heng, you are not allowed to tell anyone else about this, okay? Back in the present, seeing those faded names, Lena breaks down completely. Honestly, you and I can feel her hope here, as she asks if he is really Heng, and if he remembers. Faced with this question, Aki hesitates, unsure of what to say. Seeing his reaction, she quickly turns away to wipe her tears. I'm sorry. I lost control for a second and probably startled you. Once she regains her composure, she confesses, you just remind me so much of someone who was extremely important to me in the past. Pausing, she brings up the recent tournament. Your actions during that competition were far too reckless. If I hadn't stepped in right then, you probably wouldn't have survived. Consider this payback for helping with your statue. Now, we are completely even. Just as Lena is about to walk away, Aki calls out her name. Stunned, she turns back, unable to believe her ears. What did you just call me? Before she can process it, Aki steps forward and flicks Lena's forehead, saying the exact same words from back then. Still talking about a secret base? After all these years, are you still such a little kid? The same familiar words and actions. Lena bursts into tears, crying out for Heng. Seeing this, Aki finally sighs in relief. You've lived well, Lena. Truly, seeing you safe is all that matters. Taking a deep breath, he finally confesses. Yes, it's me. Heng has returned. Hearing his confession, Lena rushes forward, tackling Aki into a tight hug. Sobbing in his arms, she starts crying and scolding him. Why did it take you so long to come back? Why didn't you tell me sooner? Lena screams out, pouring all her years of grief. Just like the old days, they sit together after their tearful reunion, catching up on everything that has happened during their time apart. So, you are saying you traveled through time from half a century ago to the present? And an 8-ranked demon actually exists inside the ancient king's monument? Isn't 7-ranked supposed to be the absolute highest? Aki is not surprised by her shock and calmly answers. Crazy, right? Honestly, even I don't understand how any of this happened. As if that wasn't shocking enough, he drops another bombshell. Even to my own ears, what I'm about to say sounds completely absurd. To put it simply, I died half a century ago, but somehow ended up here in the future. On top of that, there is something bizarre living inside my body. Lena sighs in pure relief, agreeing with him, and that's where we leave them. Guys just happy he's alive. All right, you and I are about to see Aki finally ask the burning question in his heart. By the way, Lena, why are the people in this city so incredibly hostile toward us now? Bringing this up, he still couldn't hide his deep confusion. Back then, we sacrificed our very lives to save everyone. So why do they hate us this much? Hearing this, Lena pauses in thought before replying. Honestly, if you want the truth, you are the root cause. Hearing this, Aki is left completely bewildered. I know you are confused, she says, beginning to explain further. During the War of Dawn, you led our elite warriors to the ancient king's cell, remember? Most of us tried to stop you, begging you not to rush in. Frontline warriors and logistics leaders even stepped in to block you, as the situation was heavily against us. Speaking of this, her eyes fill with deep sadness. Everyone just wanted to maintain the delicate balance we had, but you refused to listen. You just told everyone to wait for your return, and then charged straight inside with your squad. Pausing briefly, Lena recalls the shocking tragedy. Soon after, devastating news broke that you had perished inside the ancient king's monument, sending shockwaves everywhere. Our soldiers instantly lost all morale and hope. Since our strongest champion was dead and our king was gone, absolute despair consumed all of humanity. But don't blink, because this is where the story gets even darker. After you fell, a massive demon tide launched a brutal counterattack. Our reclaimed 7 territories were overrun, leaving the bodies of our fallen warriors scattered everywhere. Back then, reports showed a shocking survival rate. Out of every 10 warriors, 9 of them died. To the survivors, they believed this horrific tragedy never should have happened in the first place. Even though it is all in the past, Lena still feels a wave of deep regret. If you had just listened to us and stayed out of the ancient king's monument, the survivors of the Dawn War would have been 10 times higher. Now, let's pause for a second. This next revelation is where things get truly shocking. Then, as time went by, the new 6 pillars and the new king rose to power. The frustrating part? They were the very people who opposed your old decisions. That is why so many people hate you today. Saying this, Lena remembers how she and her comrades were spit on by the angry crowds, and because the remnants of our 6 pillars were branded as your loyal supporters, we were completely shunned too. After enduring all of that, she calmly explains how the new king finally stripped away her title as a warrior. Learning the brutal truth, Aki's body trembles with intense regret. My past choice, did I really end up killing so many of my own people? Seeing his shattered expression, Lena looks up, letting the breeze hit her face as she speaks calmly. Years have passed, and I have gotten used to it. The past is the past. So who was right or wrong no longer matters. Shifting the topic, she remembers something. Sometimes, when I walk past your old statue, I still stop and look up, remembering the good old days. Returning to reality, Lena stares in absolute awe at Aki, who has somehow returned to life through bizarre means. It is a total miracle. But as Aki regains his composure, his anger boils over as he snaps. What kind of logic is that? Back then, I only entered the ancient king's monument to eliminate the demon threat from its very source. I did it entirely for humanity, so our future generations would never have to suffer from these demons again. Hearing his frustration, Lena gently comforts him. I understand your pain, but perhaps we cannot blame them either. Many people simply could not accept that tragic outcome. And as their king, you naturally became the ultimate target of all humanity's blame. With her putting it that way, he has no choice but to accept it. Dropping the subject, Aki asks about their old comrades. So what about the rest of the 6 pillars? Hearing this, Lena pauses. Though hesitant at first, she answers him with complete honesty. Of our original 6 pillars, 3 others were killed in action shortly after you made your sacrifice. Only 3 of us survived, including me. After summarizing, Lena begins to detail the fate of each remaining member. Yellow Koran, one of our 6 pillars, was gravely wounded. He voluntarily gave up his warrior status and went into hiding in a quiet town. Saying this, she gazes down at the quiet town below, contemplating her own future plans. In fact, I was planning to leave this place too, leaving behind all these painful memories. After sharing her own plans, Lena drops a bombshell. But Blue Core Duo was brutally tortured by the new king, his limbs shattered, and locked in a dark dungeon to die. Learning this horrific truth, Aki instantly explodes with rage. What? Duo? How could they dare to treat one of us like that? Unable to stand his old comrade being treated like trash, he asks, why didn't you gather our remaining loyal supporters to rise up against the new king? Lena replies bluntly, without a single moment of hesitation. Because he is simply too powerful. As a 7 banners and 3 cores warrior, I doubt even you, our former strongest champion, could defeat him. You must have noticed it too, right? The new 6 pillars have already far surpassed us, and you and I are left wondering if Aki can actually make a comeback. A rank 7, dual core warrior. That's the hard truth. But Aki just cannot accept it. Let's see why. But he absolutely cannot just watch Da die in that dungeon no matter what. He has to save him. He says that, but deep down, he still cannot believe how a triple core warrior achieved this. It is so frustrating. Sensing Aki's frustration, Lena offers a hint. Maybe there is a way he can try. She gets straight to the point. She asks if he knows about the elemental powers demons now hold. Hearing this, Aki is highly skeptical about it. Seeing his confusion, Lena explains that demons no longer just have 6 core power colors like red, yellow, green, blue, purple, and black. They have evolved 5 elemental powers. Metal. Pausing for a moment, she explains further, even giving him a clear example. Because of this, demons are no longer as easy to deal with as they were before. Processing this information, Aki gets lost in thought. So, they are split into 5 major elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. That means his own body is only missing the water element right now. Puzzled, he looks up at the girl standing before him. But how does this relate to warriors? Lena stays silent. Now, pay attention here. After a long pause, she asks a crazy question. What if warriors could actually fuse elemental power? Hearing this wild idea, Aki cannot hide his utter shock. Can warriors actually fuse elemental power? Is fusing elemental power similar to his very own special ability to control the elements? Reading the thoughts right out of his head, Lena shares more details. This is not just a simple gap in strength between 4 core and 5 core warriors. Powerful 5 core warriors now battle one another to seize this precious fusion core. Mentioning this, she cannot hide her nostalgia as she drops a major hint. Go to the Dogura Bone Burial Castle to get the fusion power. I believe you still remember this very special place. Hearing that name, Aki frowns, looking down with an unreadable expression. Of course, he remembers the Dogura Castle. Instantly, everything that happened there plays back in his mind like a movie on rewind. It was one of the most brutal battlefields where he once led millions of warriors to fight the demons. It is called the Dogura Bone Burial Castle today because it was the main epicenter of that massive, historic war. So that is why they call it bone burial? Seeing that he remains silent, Lena continues her tale. Many years have passed since the legendary Battle of Twilight ended. Buried deep beneath that bone burial castle are the countless bodies of both human warriors and demons. Then one day, someone discovered a highly unusual type of demon emerging from inside. Recalling that fateful day, she remembers soldiers encountering a bizarre demon crawling straight out from the earth. This special beast was at least a level 5 demon. Of course, things are not that simple. She hesitates briefly before revealing the most critical detail. Unlike normal demons outside, these creatures have completely hollow chests with a glowing fusion crystal floating right inside. Let's pause for a second here. That unique crystal allows warriors to fuse elemental power. But as you and I can guess, not every warrior has the sheer strength to survive the process. Fearing Aki might not get it, she simplifies everything. Simply put, the warrior's level must be at least a level 5 core, and they must possess insane physical resistance. Hearing these extremely tough conditions, he processes it and asks a surprisingly clueless question. If you get the fusion crystal, can you fuse all 5 elements? Hearing this insane idea, Lena quickly shut him down. No. How could anyone possibly fuse 5 elements? You can only fuse a single one. Worried about him, she warns that elements constantly conflict with each other, and absolutely nobody has ever succeeded. Theoretically, a single human body simply cannot hold multiple elements at once. Even the current new king and the new 6 pillars have only ever fused one element. Aki is completely shocked by this news. So you mean they have already fused elemental power too? When Van Diane and I fought, I did not notice it at all. Seeing his confusion, Lena steps closer to explain, because if he used his full power, the arena's shield would have shattered, putting the audience in grave danger. That guy cares a lot about his public image. If he had used his full power from the start, you wouldn't stand a chance. She brushes her hair back, looking into the distance thoughtfully. I hate to admit it, but the new 6 pillars and the new king are far stronger than we were back then. They possess dual cores and elemental power at the same time. And that is the exact reason why I could not rescue Da from prison. Understanding the situation, Aki remains silent. 4 elemental powers already exist inside him. Is it really because of that legendary 8-core entity? But Lena is right. Even with this, his current strength is still far below the new 6 pillars. As a warrior, he cannot rely on demon power forever. You and I know he must find his own strength. Alright, you and I are about to see a hero driven by pure determination to rescue Desa. knowing he must become unbelievably strong. Driven by that resolve, Aki made his next move. I get it. Seems like I have no choice but to visit Dogura's skeleton castle. Knowing his answer already, Lena looked at him with worry. But right now, his strength hadn't even reached the 4 to 5 core stage yet. Before she could finish, Aki finished her sentence. It was a massive power gap, and he knew it. Lena didn't even have to speak before he reassured her. That massive power gap was a concept he himself had created in his past life. As he spoke, he clenched his fist tightly. In this lifetime, he wouldn't be bound by those old rules anymore. He was confident he could break those limits. Later that night, Aki walked the streets with Baresi, who complained about being dragged from the bar. She thought they'd stay a few more days to relax. But Aki simply replied that plans had changed. Once the deal for the energy quartz was done, they had to leave. Hearing this, she stretched and sighed. Young people really are full of energy, she thought. After relaxing, Baresi spoke with absolute certainty. She reassured him that since she had promised to be his guarantor, she would definitely go along. Despite her enthusiasm, Aki remained completely stoic. Thanks, he replied. Just then, a familiar voice echoed. The issue of Hilo City's energy quartz supply was finally resolved. Looking up, the two of them quickly spotted Ji Yaotang and Situ Liu walking toward them. They were heading to the warrior division for reinforcements next. But pay attention here, Aki spotted them and couldn't hide his excitement at this unexpected reunion. Why did you stop? She asked. Walking along, Situ Liu heard a familiar voice and spun around quickly, only to have the very face she had sorely missed appear right before her. Overwhelmed with emotion, Situ Liu froze in her tracks. As the other three turned around, they all stood there completely stunned by the reunion. Unlike their shocked faces, Aki remained completely calm. Barely able to contain themselves, the four of them rushed forward and hugged him tightly. How are you even here? Ji Yaotang asked, walking up to shake his hand. This kid really did survive, and he's gotten so much stronger. Aki smiled, thanking Captain Ji Yaotang for all his hard work. Sino sized him up, asking if he had gotten much taller. Aki chuckled awkwardly, making up a quick excuse. He claimed he hadn't noticed, guessing it was the Demon Core's influence. After catching up, Sino explained why they were in town. They had actually followed the commander of Bryan City to spectate the tournament, but along the way, Situ Liu had managed to hear rumors about his survival, so they immediately left Bryan's squad to search for him. But the intel was wrong. Now they had just arrived in Dawn City, where Captain Ji Yaotang had just finished negotiating the distribution of the energy quartz. Smiling warmly as his name was mentioned, the captain admitted they had fully planned to keep searching for him. I know what you're thinking. Things are finally looking up. Aki was thrilled, glad that the quartz issue was resolved since he originally wanted to negotiate as their representative. Just as they continued talking, Baresi chimed in. It looks like you've reunited with your old team, so I won't disrupt your gathering any longer, she said. Realizing he had been rude, Ji Yaotang stammered, apologizing that they got too excited and ignored her. He apologized and thanked her for taking care of Aki, but Baresi had already walked away. Since they were new, they didn't realize Aki was actually the one protecting her and Pigia City. Once she left, Sino quietly urged him to go talk to Situ Liu. Ever since you separated from us, she has barely eaten a single thing. To make matters worse, Tomoe chimed in, showing off a picture of Situ Liu looking incredibly gloomy, noting she had been completely spaced out ever since. Meanwhile, the woman in question stood silently to the side. Hearing this, he slowly stepped directly in front of Situ Liu and softly whispered to her, Captain, I am reporting back. I am truly sorry for making you worry. Hearing those words, she couldn't contain herself and gave him a playful blow. Afterward, she gently warned him to never leave the squad alone again. Aki smiled softly and replied, Understood, Captain. As the four of them chatted happily, Lena stood, hiding behind a nearby wall, watching the entire scene unfold. Seeing their happiness only reminded her of the past, looking so much like how they used to be. The next day, in a deserted city, Situ Liu had Aki's arm draped over her shoulder, running forward with all her might. Hang in there, she pleaded to his unconscious body. We finally got it. With no response from him, Situ Liu gritted her teeth through the pain, trying desperately to keep him moving. Don't fall asleep, Aki. You can't fall asleep. She dragged herself forward on trembling legs, begging him to please open his eyes and stay awake. We went through so much, just two. Despite her frantic encouragement, Aki completely lost consciousness. His hand went limp, and the precious jewel they had risked everything to obtain rolled away behind them. And that's where we leave it. That lost gem was the elemental quartz, their only hope to fuse with demonic power. Before they can grab their loot, a demon appears. Stick with me. This low-level warrior actually had elemental quartz, but your only end here is death. Saying this, the demon immediately lunges forward to strike them down. Covered in wounds, Situ Liu is sent flying to the ground. Having lost her support, Aki rolls away too. Worn out by all her severe injuries, Situ Liu can only lie there, her body trembling uncontrollably. The demon approaches, marveling that she can still move. Ignoring the monster's words, she desperately crawls toward where Aki is lying. Using her last bit of strength, Situ Liu is filled with deep regret. I'm too weak to protect you. I'm sorry. No matter how hard she struggles, she can only stare helplessly at the one she loves from a distance. Suddenly, Situ Liu wakes up screaming. Staring at the familiar ceiling in a cold sweat, she realizes it was just a dream. Realizing it was just a dream, Situ Liu sits up with a racing heart, wondering why it felt so incredibly real. The memory of being stabbed haunts her. Shaking her head, Situ Liu sighs and tries to snap herself out of it. Deciding to brush it off, she groans as she touches her nightgown, which is completely drenched in sweat. She needs a shower. But before she can move, Aki suddenly kicks the door open in a panic. What's wrong, Liu? I heard you scream from the next room. Are you all right? Startled, Situ Liu quickly pulls up the blanket, while Aki freezes, blushing red at the sight he shouldn't have seen. Before he can enjoy the view, a pillow hits his face. Don't look. You and I know he deserved that. Has anyone ever told you to knock before entering a girl's room? Aki can only offer a weak excuse, but I heard you scream. So I. Before he can finish, he is thrown out with a bruised face. Get out. After packing up, they prepare to leave the Class C town. When Aki casually asks if she's ready, Situ Liu snaps, demanding he call her captain. Faced with her sudden anger, Aki can only smile and agree. All right, captain. Are you feeling better after resting? We have a pretty long journey ahead of us today. She acts tough, telling him not to worry. But deep down, Situ Liu's mind is in total chaos, still shaken by that terrifyingly realistic nightmare. Damn it. After what just happened, how can this guy still act so completely relaxed? Ignoring her frustration, Aki pulls out a map, carefully studying their route. We're currently in a Class C town, which is a mandatory stop on the way to the Dogura Bone Castle. If we push forward at full speed, we should be able to reach the castle by evening. They say entering the Bone Castle requires passing a guard test, or they'll be illegal intruders. I know what you're thinking. What a massive pain. Hearing this, Situ Liu puts her anger aside. Didn't Captain Ji Yaotang already mention this to us? The Bone Castle is now a critical, strategic outpost, a place where powerful rank 5 warriors gather to obtain elemental quartz. With massive fortress walls, specially built around the entire area, there is even an elite army of high-level warriors stationed all around it. This heavy security isn't just to stop illegal intruders, but to keep the demons trapped inside from ever escaping into the outside world. It's a defensive measure, but even in this serious moment, Aki can't help but tease her. Are you really not scared to go to the Bone Castle with me? Even though Captain Ji Yaotang requested it, I never expected you to agree without hesitation. After all, that's a dangerous place where only rank 5 warriors dare to tread. Situ Liu immediately shoots back. It is because Captain Ji Yaotang doesn't trust a reckless troublemaker like you to go alone. It's dangerous without a 6-core healer around, and I just happen to be one. That's all. Dumbfounded by her sharp tongue, Aki falls silent, giving Situ Liu the chance to keep teasing him. Besides, I'm not here for you anyway. I am just doing my duty. Captain Ji Yaotang wants me to level up and reach rank 2 before we return. So don't forget it. Despite her tough words, she's actually pouting inside. How on earth did this guy rank up so fast? He went from a rank 1 warrior to rank 4 in no time. He is seriously terrifying, and it's so frustrating. Hearing this, Aki smiles, remembering what Tomoe and Shino told him. We won't fall behind you guys. Captain Ji Yaotang arranged special training for us too. Once we return, we'll definitely have to test our strength. Snapping back to reality, Aki quickly assures her he won't forget. Don't Hannah and Snow have their own special training too? Seems they're pumped. That's where we leave them as Situ Liu gets back to work. All right, let's jump right back into the story where our captain decides she needs to keep a very close eye on him. Seeing her like this, Aki can't help but recall Situ Liu from last night and smiles gently. But she catches his smile and instantly gets mad, asking why he's grinning so creepily and if he's thinking about earlier. Aki quickly denies it, and they soon reach the city gate, where squads are frantically searching for new members. One group shouts for a 6-core healer, demanding at least a 5-core rank, while others look for agile fighters. They are standing right outside the gates of Dogura Bone Castle, the final checkpoint before the upcoming war. Staring at the massive crowd, our duo sighs in relief, realizing they have finally reached the infamous castle. The elemental quartz is hidden here. Aki leads the way with Situ-Lu close behind, instantly drawing stares and whispers from the crowd. A 4th stage and a 1st stage warrior? Where did these weak brats come from? Is this a joke? Are they suicidal? Or just desperate for power? They'll just end up as demon bait inside the castle walls. Did this couple get lost? There is no way they'll pass the strength test to enter. Now watch this, because Aki just smiles dismissively, amused by how badly they are being underestimated. While most people only whisper, a cocky group decides to approach them directly, mocking Aki for bringing a girl along. This trash talk gets Aki's attention as an arrogant red-haired man strutting over, flanked by a massive bodyguard and a gorgeous woman. He scoffs that a 4th-rank weakling has no right to act so proud and tough here. He keeps mocking them, wondering aloud how a 4th stage and 1st stage loser expect to survive the deadly castle. Hearing this, Situ-Lu is visibly annoyed, wondering where this clown came from. But Aki steps in to de-escalate. He tells her, it's fine, and they should just ignore such pathetic, cheap provocations. The onlookers start whispering when they recognize the redhead as the wealthy young master of the powerful Min clan. No one expected him to target the elemental quartz, but the crowd gasps even louder when they notice the giant warrior standing right behind him. That guy is a 6th stage warrior, rumored to be one of the top elite mercenaries under their family. He's famous on the mercenary lists for his insane strength, and now he is apparently working for the Min family. The crowd keeps gossiping, utterly amazed by his presence. Rumor has it, he used elemental quartz to unlock a power perfectly suited to his combat style. With such a beast protecting him, the young master is practically guaranteed to seize the quartz today. Smirking, he introduces himself as the young master of the A-rank Min clan from Yura. They are the greatest warrior clan in the city. And then he turns to our long-haired girl. You and I both know what's coming, as he arrogantly warns her that the Bone Castle is no playground. She completely ignores him, but Hao Tao keeps bragging while suggestively holding the woman by his side. He notes her 6-core rank and continues his arrogant pitch to recruit her. He claims he has an open spot for a personal healer and might make an exception for her, but our duo completely ignores him, which instantly causes the young master to blow a fuse. He demands to know if they respect his clan, yelling that he only gave her face because she is pretty. Before he can finish, Situ-Lu snaps at him to shut his mouth. Stunned by the scolding, he watches in shock as she adds that someone relying on family names is just trash. Furious, Hao Tao shoves his girl aside and prepares to strike, yelling at her to shut her mouth. He threatens to crush her with one finger, but Situ-Lu is already ready to fight. She declares that while her rank is low, she fears nothing, especially not a pathetic pervert like him. She calls him absolute garbage and challenges him to see who will end up dead first. Hao Tao charges forward to attack, sneering that she is merely a 1st-stage weakling. He vows to teach her a harsh lesson. But before he can even swing, Aki grabs his wrist. Infuriated by the grip, he warns Aki to let go or get crushed. But Aki remains completely unfazed. You are young Master Hao Tao of the Min clan, right? Since you started this fight, pushing it further will ruin the reputation of your great clan if word gets out, unless you actually lack a brain. And trust me, we all know the guards at the gates won't let him enter if he keeps causing trouble. All right, let's dive into the moment Aki shuts down this arrogant punk with a cold threat. Need to think? Completely ignoring those words, Hao Tao is about to strike, thinking the hell with this. But before he can move, a massive bodyguard steps in. Young Master Hao. His heavy presence carries a silent threat. The brat is right, young master. Every warrior who makes it here has some serious strength. If a bad reputation spreads back to your family right now, it will only cause trouble for you. Worried the young master might refuse, he leans in to whisper, warning him that even if he wants to teach them a lesson, rushing in here is a mistake. Entering the Bone Burial Fortress smoothly must be their top priority. Once inside, anything can happen. He grunts, and his dark, ominous tone makes Hao Tao hesitate on the spot. Do you understand me? Smiling wickedly at some dark thought, the young master finally decides to let it go. I won't waste my time with you trash anymore. With that, he walks off with his 2 lackeys. Let's go. As they pass by, the massive bodyguard eyes Aki with intense suspicion. Before leaving, he tries to show off by flexing his earth element power, secretly launching a barrage of sharp energy needles. But Aki casually catches every single one out of midair. Seeing this, Setulu is utterly confused. What is it? Aki decides to play dumb. Nothing. Just swatting a mosquito. Before she can ask more, he changes the subject. Let's go take the test. I'm sure we'll pass with flying colors. Turns out, Aki used his metal element to harden his hand to catch those energy needles. Now pay attention here. The giant bodyguard is absolutely stunned to see him completely unharmed. Did that brat just block my hidden earth elemental attack with his bare hand? Never mind his insane reaction speed. His hand should have been pierced clean through. Realizing the danger, the man warns Hao Tao. Young master, we need to update our list of serious competitors for the elemental quartz. The kid from earlier. I believe he will be our most formidable rival. His strength is definitely far beyond the 4th rank. I can't even read his true power. We must find a chance to eliminate both of them early to avoid future trouble. Meanwhile, at the city gates, the guard girl stares at her screen in shock. His synchronization rate, it's over 50%, and the other one is also above 40%. Seeing her reaction, Setulu asks directly, since there are no strict level requirements, does this mean we pass the synchronization test? Caught off guard, the guard hesitates. Well, but Aki ignores them entirely, focusing his gaze on the girl beside him. I remember her synchronization rate used to be 39%. Not only did she reach the 1st rank, but she's already hit 42%. That's incredibly fast growth. The guard double-checks their profiles. 2 of you, 1 pink core 4th rank warrior, and 1 green core 1st rank warrior, entering the Bone Burial Fortress for elemental quartz, right? Before they can answer, she warns them. The demons inside are at least 3rd rank monsters. You and I know they wouldn't hesitate. Absolutely, they confirm. Yes, we can handle ourselves. She's our team's healer, but she's also an incredibly agile fighter. Hearing Aki praise her makes Setulu blush, though she acts annoyed, calling me just a healer. How frustrating. Despite their determination, the guard tries to dissuade them. No warrior under rank 5 has ever dared to enter the Bone Burial Fortress. While there are no strict rules on power levels, your duo has the lowest ranks in the history of this trial. But she doesn't stop there. I must warn you that elemental quartz can only be found on special elemental demons inside the fortress. Once one of these demons is killed, it takes a very long time for another to spawn. With such a long respawn time, she delivers a chilling final warning. This means you'll be fighting not just vicious demons, but also powerful rival warriors. Honestly, even surviving in there is going to be a massive struggle. Even knowing all of this, do you still want to go inside? Aki answers without a single second of hesitation. Of course. Besides, our goal is much bigger than just survival. Thanks for the warning. Realizing she can't stop them, she finally relents. All right, please go this way. With permission granted, Setulu takes a deep breath. This fortress is known as a death trap, so she should be terrified. Yet, she feels strangely calm and incredibly confident. It is as if having Aki right by her side gives her limitless courage. Without delaying any further, the two step together into the dark, mist-shrouded fortress city. Deep inside the Bone Burial Fortress, everything lies in complete ruin, with absolutely no signs of life left behind. Lurking in the shadows, a pack of grinning demons tracks their every step, waiting to tear them apart. But our duo already knows they're being watched. They slip behind the rubble, and trust me, they're ready to show these monsters who the real apex predators are. Stick with me, you and I are about to watch Setulu look around this dead city, completely taken over by demons. Aki frowns and says, Dagula Castle might be called a castle, but it's actually an entire city. Do you know why? Because in the past, Dagula Castle was just as massive and bustling as Dawn City is today. He explains that being in the center of the continent, it was once the most crowded place, but got abandoned after the demon invasion. He knew that before becoming the dead city it is today, it was once incredibly prosperous. But when the demons invaded, everything turned to ash, and this land became a brutal war zone. That's why the demons claimed all the land inside and around the old city, leaving absolutely no one brave enough to live here. He bows his head in regret. People call it a castle now, probably because they've forgotten just how grand it used to be. Hearing this, Setulu asks, Wow, you really know a lot, don't you? But Aki just shrugs, casually saying he traveled a lot as a kid and heard stories, leaving her completely speechless and cursing in her mind. After this lecture from the guy, they both decide it's time to get up and deal with the task right in front of them. Let's move. We need to find special demons holding elemental crystals while saving as much of our energy as possible. Avoiding any unnecessary fights, Setulu looks up and suddenly spots a massive explosion, echoing from way in the distance. It looks like some fighters are struggling. Aki, should we head over and help them out? But Aki coldly brushes her off. Don't blink, because his dark warning is about to show her the brutal reality of this bone-burying castle. In the shadows, Aki sighs. Lu grew up in Hello City, so her kind heart still doesn't understand the sheer cruelty of the outside world. He explains, asking if she really thinks those annoying fighters they met at the gates are rare around here. In this place, most people are selfish, wicked, and completely unpredictable. He warns her that to survive here, they must temporarily lock away their kindness. But the second he turns his head, he senses something horribly wrong, and his eyes instantly widen in shock. A bizarre creature suddenly lunges at them from behind, launching an attack without making even a single whisper of sound, gliding as fast as the wind, closing the distance with absolutely zero resistance. They're instantly enveloped in a thick, blinding shroud of heavy mist. Just as the blow is about to land, Aki flashes forward, saving Situ Lu in the nick of time. You and I can actually see his insane power as his foot shatters the ground. Unfortunately, the strange beast catches every single detail of this scene. It watched this entire hero saving the beauty act unfold right before its eyes. Yet, it remains incredibly confident. How did they react? My water-based attack is completely silent. No normal person should have dodged that. This 5th stage blue core water demon is still extremely proud of its own speed. Situ Lu finally snaps out of her shock as she lets go of Aki, still terrified by that 5th stage demon. When did it get behind us? This beast must have used the silent water currents, combining it with high-speed movement to ambush them, leaving her breathing a heavy sigh of relief. If he hadn't turned around and spotted it just in time, she would have been dead. Aki doesn't have the luxury to overthink right now. His only focus is finding a way to destroy this 5th stage blue core demon. Lu, we need to end this battle quickly. We absolutely cannot attract the attention of other demons, or worse, other hunting squads nearby. He wants to eliminate this beast instantly, leaving absolutely zero traces behind. Situ Lu also steals her resolve, promising herself she won't be a helpless burden anymore. The 5th stage blue core demon quickly catches onto their plan and mocks them with absolute amusement. Wait, you want to finish me quickly? A 4th stage and a 1st stage warrior actually dare to look down on me? It sneers, thinking their foolish confidence is honestly just too adorable. With a massive leap, it bounds high onto the rooftops, instantly creating distance from Situ Lu and Aki. From above, it raises its razor-sharp claws, waiting for its prey to fall right into its trap. With just a single swipe of its hand, thousands of icy water arrows rain down directly toward them. It screams, "Die!" as Aki instantly forms a counter-strategy to close the gap and strike back. Thousands of icy arrows crash down in a relentless barrage. If the two of them hadn't dodged with lightning-fast reflexes, they surely would have been torn to absolute pieces. The 5th stage blue core demon watches the absolute destruction with pure glee, laughing like a maniac. A rank 4 and a rank 1. Don't worry, I won't even look at your corpses twice. But the moment it finishes speaking, a massive sphere, far larger than its own body, suddenly materializes behind it like a violent storm cloud, completely catching the demon off guard. Wood? Metal? What kind of elemental power is this? Even more shocking, the sphere expands in mere seconds, becoming several times larger than the demon itself. Aki bursts out of the earthen sphere, engulfed in blazing fire, wielding a colossal sword ready to slice the demon in half. The shocked demon asks how he can possess multiple elements. Trust me, you and I know it's over for him. Wait, you and I know human warriors must reach the 5th tier to control elements, right? Aki ignores the beast's confusion, cold-bloodedly spinning into an offensive stance within seconds, leaving it completely dazed and clueless. But a 5th tier blue core demon is no pushover, quickly stomping the ground to launch a deadly, piercing counterattack. Instantly, the underground water freezes into razor-sharp ice spikes, shooting straight through the ground, where one tiny mistake would mean instant, brutal death. Yet, facing this deadly trap, he shows absolutely no fear, instead smirking with pure excitement for the challenge. Water element? Yeah, I have that too. He vanishes, moving across the battlefield at absolute lightning speed, making it impossible for the monster to track his movements. The demon's only thought is, he is too fast, dodging the sharp icicles. Aki instantly closes the gap and appears right under its nose, smirking at the beast's utterly dazed expression, asking if it is dizzy already. Driven absolutely mad, the beast roars out in frustration, yelling that using elements means nothing against its own power. Can your speed even compete with my unique water element agility? Right then, Aki suddenly yells for Lu, and out of nowhere, Situ-Lu, who had been hiding, drops right behind the 5th tier blue core demon, completely out of its sight, and having a perfect view from above. Situ-Lu had already locked onto the exact coordinates. Watch closely as she uses all her strength to kick the beast straight forward. This gives Aki the perfect chance to point his massive blade directly at the demon's core. Praising her for the amazing teamwork, Aki drives his gigantic sword straight through the beast's massive body, leaving the monster with absolutely zero room to launch a counterattack. It cannot even utter its final words because Aki's sword has directly targeted its core. The clean strike pierces through and perfectly pops the core right out. Aki smiles, highly satisfied with their coordination, saying they make a great team. Liu, the thrust of his sword is so incredibly powerful and fast that it actually takes several seconds for the green fluid to start oozing from the demon's massive body. The glowing core flies straight into Situ-Lu's view, and she catches it, delivering a cold final message to the defeated 5th tier blue core demon. Rest easy, knowing your 5th tier core was taken by a mere 1st tier warrior like me. Securing the core, Situ-Lu coldly kicks the massive corpse away, declaring that she does not even want to look at its ugly dead body. Instantly, the giant body of the blue core demon crashes to the ground. Aki nods, praising Situ-Lu's impressive speed in that last move. Getting praised makes her pride skyrocket instantly. She reminds him that the Situ family is a renowned martial arts dynasty, so that was nothing but a basic warm-up. Aki nods, suggesting that they should quickly leave this dangerous place. We both know a loud battle like that is bound to attract unwanted attention. While Aki is distracted, Situ-Lu notices a thin line of red blood slowly trickling down his cheek, warning him that they must find a safe spot so she can treat his facial wound. Aki finally notices, subconsciously touching his cheek to reassure her, saying it is just a minor scratch from being careless. Does a tiny scratch like this even need healing? Do I really look that weak and fragile to you? Surprisingly, Situ-Lu becomes incredibly serious when it comes to this matter. Glaring at him, she firmly states that healing is her absolute responsibility, whether the wound is big or small, because if she cannot do this simple task, her presence here serves absolutely no purpose. Aki can only sigh in defeat, wondering if she really has to be this dramatic and strict. No wonder they call her the unsmiling demon of Helits, leaving him with no choice but to nod and comply. Fine, you have a point, and we might as well recover our energy anyway. Just as the two of them are finally relaxing after taking down the giant blue core demon, a massive and terrifying shadow suddenly looms behind Aki, immediately catching Situ-Lu's attention. This person moves so silently that even Aki fails to sense any danger until Situ-Lu suddenly screams for Aki to watch out. A sudden, devastating strike crashes down on Aki, leaving a massive, spiderweb-like crater in the ground from the sheer, destructive impact of the attack. Luckily, Aki reacts just in time, using his giant sword to block the crushing weight of the enemy's massive hammer. Targeted already? It seems the mysterious attacker only launched that strike to test his limits. He quickly makes a comment, noting that Aki is indeed special, while still pressing his heavy iron hammer against Aki's blade. His deep voice sounds like someone who clearly thinks he is superior. It seems my guess was correct. You are officially a 4th tier warrior, but your power goes far beyond that rank. Aki impatiently parries his attack, yelling at him to get lost. The man is instantly blown back by Aki's sudden counterforce, combined with the weight of his own heavy hammer. Facing Aki's fierce counterattack, this 6th tier earth element warrior finally shows his irritation at having his perfect plans completely ruined by someone standing in his way. Situ-Lu instantly rushes to back him up, but before she can even take 2 steps, her entire body suddenly goes completely numb. Stick with me for the next part. Her eyes shrink in pure shock. Stick with me. A rank 3 warrior blindsides her from behind, locking her down. By forcing all your focus onto your companion, she was easily able to inject that paralysis directly into your body. This is the rank 3 warrior who specializes in paralysis transmission, using her superior build and cheap tricks to strike from the shadows. She quickly locks down Situ-Lu, who is completely unable to react or dodge in time. Situ-Lu can only swear silently in her own mind. Damn it, this is a specialized paralytic transmission from a recovery type core. She warns her coldly. Since we are both 6 core recovery types, you should already be fully aware of exactly what is happening to your body right now, right? If a numbing technique, normally used to ease pain during medical treatment, is injected directly into an opponent's system, it can completely rob them of their ability to move. With Situ-Lu out of commission, she slowly turns her attention back towards Aki. Aki finally pieces it all together. So, it was you guys all along. I was wondering how we got targeted so incredibly fast. Knowing exactly whose lackeys they are, He asks why they aren't protecting their precious young master Hao Tao, instead of wasting time here with them. That is not smart. Death is completely unpredictable out here. And pay attention here, the very guy Aki mentioned is walking up with a smug, arrogant grin. Are you still talking trash on your deathbed? Hao Tao laughs like a lunatic, mocking him. You just do not want to look pathetic in front of your goddess, do you? His words hit Situ Lu like a lightning strike, making her scream internally. What does he mean by his woman? She is absolutely furious. She only respects Aki because he turned out to be far more capable than she initially expected. But since she is paralyzed, she can only grind her teeth in silence, keeping her raging thoughts entirely to herself. Whatever, forget it. This is not the time to lose her cool. True to his playboy reputation, Hao Tao immediately acts sleazy with the rank 3 warrior, whispering cringe pickup lines without a single shred of shame. Good job, babe. I will make sure to reward you properly later. Naturally, a creep like him cannot resist bothering Situ Lu either. He casually grabs her chin, lifting it up like some trashy, overbearing CEO trying to flirt with a female lead in a cheap romance drama. As for you, I will make sure you watch him die with your own eyes, and then I will slowly deal with you. No woman has ever dared to reject young Master Hao Tao. You actually interest me. Hearing those words, Situ Lu wants to rip his throat out, like a wild beast smelling blood. I know what you're thinking. She definitely didn't expect him to use those trashy, cheesy CEO lines here. He is only this confident because he is backed by a loyal, highly capable bodyguard who is ready to protect him at any cost. Young Master Hao Tao, did I not explicitly tell you to stay back? I can easily handle this trash by myself. I will even capture that girl and bring her back if you want her. But Hao Tao is too spoiled to listen to anyone, so he instantly brushes the warning aside. With you by my side, I bet nobody would ever dare to ambush us. This young master is not hiding away like a coward. Besides, I am a rank 5 warrior myself. Are you seriously looking down on my abilities right now? Aki has finally had enough of Hao Tao's garbage attitude and steps into the conversation. Do you not want those hands anymore? At first, because of your wealthy family background, I was willing to let things slide. But you are nothing but a complete piece of trash. Let me confirm one thing. His eyes burn with pure rage as he growls. You have probably ruined a lot of innocent girls, have you not? Triggered by the accusation, he snaps back, dragging Situ Lu into his threats. Look at this garbage talk. Are you still trying to act tough? This young master is going to enjoy your woman tonight. You pathetic, 4-core piece of trash. The rank 6 bodyguard secretly grinds his teeth, completely disgusted by this loud-mouthed young master he is forced to protect. Spoiled brats like him have absolutely no idea how pathetic they truly are without their family names. That so-called rank 5 rank only exists because your powerful father pulled every string possible just to buy your way into this position. He keeps mocking internally. A warrior who has never even hunted a single demon alone. Yet they talk about a bright future? Absolutely ridiculous. I am a powerful rank 6 warrior. If the Mia family did not pay me such a fortune, a disgusting, brainless brat like you would have had his neck snapped by me long ago. But he still cannot afford to completely burn bridges with. All he can do is swallow his pride, sigh heavily, and calm his raging thoughts. Forget it. He maintains a polite tone to advise him. Young Master Hao Tao, your father instructed that you must follow my commands out here, so please do not do anything reckless. Before he can even finish, Aki coldly cuts in, noting that killing him will require zero hesitation. In an instant, Aki erupts in a massive burst of flame, launching himself like a deadly arrow straight at the spoiled young master, as everyone watches in absolute shock. The veteran rank 6 warrior spots Aki's move and leaps in to shield his master, screaming watch out, and that is where we leave it for now. Stick with me. As he gets closer, he starts noticing something incredibly strange. He clearly radiates a fire element aura. But isn't he just a 4-core? How can he control elemental power like this? Meanwhile, Hao Tao has never been in a real fight, so, facing actual danger, he just stands frozen on the spot, completely clueless. He has no idea what to do, just staring as Aki charges straight at him like a rocket. By now, the pure rage burning inside of Aki has reached its absolute peak. He roars out a declaration. A coward like you has ruined the honor of a warrior. Why are you even still alive? Hao Tao knows exactly how dangerous Aki is, but he has zero real combat experience, since he is so used to always being coddled and protected by others. He just stands there, grimacing in fear, but he cannot even bring himself to dodge or run. Aki's speed is slightly faster than the rank 6 warrior, allowing him to strike right before the guard can intervene. leaving Hatao screaming out in total despair. You stay away from. Inside his head, sheer panic takes over as he wonders why he cannot even find the will to fight back. He is clearly just a rank 4 warrior, but right now, he looks like an absolute demon god. Now, pay attention here. All he can see is a raging storm of fire from Aki. He cannot even look directly at him, screaming at the top of his lungs, "Help me! Someone save me!" Right on time, the rank 6 warrior steps in to protect his fragile young master, swinging his massive hammer to block the devastating blow. But Aki reads this move instantly. Slamming his hammer down, the warrior roars, "Give me your hand!" But his strike misses completely. Aki easily dodges the heavy swing and comes out without a single scratch on him. Before the warrior can recover, Aki retaliates with his legendary sword, unleashing a slash that is easily dozens of times more powerful than the giant hammer swing we saw earlier. This seasoned veteran is instantly sent flying back by a single slash from a rank 4 fighter. He realizes he cannot underestimate this kid, as Aki shifts his forms fluidly and launches a relentless, endless barrage of strikes right at him. That is when he finally realizes the core issue. He can actually control the fire element. How is that even possible? Still, my own earth element is absolutely no joke. But what he does not expect is that there is actually another element hiding inside that blazing fire vortex. He panics as a sudden wood element attack unleashes sharp wooden spikes, flying at him from every single direction, shredding his defense and quickly drawing first blood. The heavy force pushes him backward in an instant. To save his life, he ducks low to dodge the relentless assault of those wooden spikes, his mind spinning in utter confusion. He can control the wood element too? What on earth is going on here? Still, he loves fighting worthy opponents and finds Aki highly intriguing, muttering, "I definitely underestimated you, kid. You are hiding quite a few secrets. Ha! You can actually control 4 different elements." He drops his massive hammer to the ground, leaving a shallow crater. "Like you and me." He is dying to know. "How can you do this?" He fuses the lava and surrounding earth around his weapon, shaping a giant new hammer that is easily 3 times larger than the old one. This giant volcanic axe is the ultimate trump card of the rank 6 warrior. He boasts that mastering 2 elements would make him invincible, planning to use this massive weapon to corner Aki once and for all. "Within 10 minutes, I will force you to talk." But empty threats like that have never worked on our main character. Facing this massive threat, Aki remains completely indifferent, simply replying, "Is that so?" Activating his secret counterattack, a mysterious yet familiar hand suddenly appears out of nowhere, blocking the giant hammer of the rank 6 warrior mid-swing. The corpse of the blue core demon suddenly rises, acting as Aki's loyal puppet to handle this annoying threat, revealing a secret ability that absolutely nobody knew he possessed. He can control the corpse of a rank 5 blue core water demon. The red core rank 6 warrior holds his weapon, completely frozen in shock. "A demon? Why do I feel 0 demonic aura?" He grinds his teeth, realizing it got dangerously close before he even sensed it. Watching the demon snatch his weapon in a flash, the warrior braces himself, realizing this is indeed a rank 5 monster. The agile beast drops his weapon and vanishes, leaving only a splash of water behind. Shocked by its highly fluid water-type movements, he watches as the demon lunges straight back at him for another strike. Retreating in absolute panic, the warrior screams, "Kid, can we please put our grudge on hold for a second? Let's take out this demon first." But Aki just coldly moves his fingers to control his puppet. He sneers. "A pause? And trust me, you and I know why it targets only him. All right, you and I are stepping right into a massive fight," as the rank 5 blue core demon spreads its wings, unleashing ice arrows. The fighter barely dodges, realizing this beast is fully under Aki's control. Staring in disbelief, he tries to process it. Is that demon really Aki's puppet? How is that even possible? Just how much power is this kid hiding? He slams his hand onto the ground, summoning a massive wooden rope. The demon keeps firing ice arrows, while our rank 6 warrior uses the thick wooden ropes as a shield. Aki admits the guy is strong, fitting for an elite warrior hired by a great family. Inside his shield, the warrior spots a giant battle axe lying upside down on the dirt. Flying axe. Using his mental energy, he commands the weapon to rise. It swoops in from behind the demon, inches away from piercing its back. But in a split second, the beast dodges, and the giant axe flies harmlessly past. Even after rapidly activating his heavy axe mode, the demon still managed to slip away effortlessly. He glares over at Aki, knowing the brat is the one pulling the strings. Aki looks cold and dangerous. Could he be a legendary god rank warrior? Watch closely here as the rank 6 fighter charges with his axe, desperate to take out the demon first. He needs to destroy this rank 5 beast. But suddenly, wooden vines erupt from the ground, binding his feet. Staring down, he realizes wood elemental energy is disrupting his movement, right as the flying demon locks its gaze and dives straight toward him. Swooping down, it delivers a devastating, heavy kick to his chest. Spitting blood, the rank 6 warrior grits his teeth in fury. A normal rank 5 demon is nothing, but with that mysterious kid backing it up, this is getting impossible. Shaking with fear, Hao Tao hides behind his rank 3, 6-core female warrior and shoves her forward. A demon. It is a demon. Kill it first. Get out there and fight. Do you hear me? She is shoved forward, but she holds her ground, trying to explain herself. But young master, I am a healer, not a fighter. Besides, I must keep my paralysis spell active on this girl for you, right? Suddenly, Lu's hand begins to glow as her fingers twitch. Meanwhile, the cowardly Hao Tao continues to scream at his healer, demanding why she is even bothering with this rank 1 prisoner. If anything happens to me because of that demon, none of you will get a single penny. She tries to speak, but a sudden beam of light pierces her chest. Blood splatters everywhere. I know what you're thinking. She did not see that coming. Lu glares coldly. What a pity. As a warrior, shouldn't you fight with everything you have instead of serving men? Stunned by the sneak attack, she gasps. My body is paralyzed. How did you break free from my spell? Liu keeps her hand raised in a striking pose, her eyes incredibly sharp. Did you forget? I am a 6-core warrior. Healing theories are deeply engraved in my mind. So, reversing your spell's energy flow to break free was child's play. Healing magic can save lives, but it can easily take them too, right? The fallen healer realizes in horror that Lu is a genius. Lu pulls her blade out, letting the rank 3 warrior collapse onto the ground, gasping for air. Lu says coldly, listen closely, scumbag. You are next. I spared her vital organs, so her survival is up to her, but you won't be so lucky. Hao Tao clenches his fists, screaming, how dare you launch a sneak attack on us? You are just a weak rank 1 warrior who only dares to strike from behind. I might not be able to defeat that demon, but you are just a pathetic rank 1 girl. You are dead meat. Holding her blade, Lu approaches him, though her breathing is heavy. She looks weak, but she notices he has 0 combat experience, probably just a spoiled heir whose wealthy family bought him his 5-core title to boast about their reputation. What a pathetic, pampered rich brat who completely disgraces the warrior name. Her eyes suddenly glow with intensity, her expression growing incredibly fierce, but he won't be easily intimidated. Burning with anger, he curses her silently in his mind. That filthy, arrogant woman. How could she possibly know that he has absolutely no real battle experience? He flashes back to the dark machine room where he spent 10 long years, and his father hired powerful, elite warriors to forcefully guide and fuse his core. It was an agonizing process, and he almost failed every time. But thanks to those warriors protecting him, he barely survived to reach the rank of a 5-core fighter. He thinks back to this mission to Bone Castle, where his wealthy father spent a massive fortune to hire elite bodyguard. Now, everything is completely ruined by this miserable woman and that creepy little brat. His eyes turn bloodshot as veins bulge across his forehead in rage. He screams desperately at the rank 6 warrior. What are you doing? Get over here and protect me right now. My father paid you a fortune to protect me. Do you hear me? Get over here. Meanwhile, the rank 6 warrior is completely pinned down by the raging demon, and that's where we leave it. Let's see how long his money can keep him alive in this hellish battle. Let's dive into this fight. He's already bleeding from his mouth. His face is covered in wounds, teeth gritting in absolute fury as he roars, "Shut your useless mouth. You're nothing but a pathetic coward. A piece of trash that even a rankless demon wouldn't bother to lay a single finger on." Hearing this, his body completely freezes. He stands there stunned for 5 whole seconds with an indescribable, speechless look on his face. Glaring at Lu, he reaches out his hand to unleash his power, but she is lightning fast. In a flash, she slips right behind his back. She lands a brutal punch directly to his gut. Shaking in pain, he swings wildly, screaming to get lost as Lu leaps back to safety. His pupils completely vanish, leaving only glowing white eyes. Clutching his head in pure agony, he screams out that it hurts too much. Watching his erratic moves, she realizes this brat has no idea how to channel energy. Recklessly triggering the terrifying power of a rank 5 core is sheer madness. She remembers her father's warning. Listen closely. If a core backlashes, the overwhelming energy will spin completely and utterly out of control. When facing a warrior like this, you must run. Their instability is totally unpredictable, and any hit they land will leave you severely injured. The instructors of Ji Yao Hall strictly warned back then, if you ever face a sudden core backlash, you must absolutely stay calm and guide that chaotic energy back into your familiar meridians. Otherwise, his own wild energy will blow him to pieces. Now, pay attention here, because Lu charges straight toward Hao Tao, ready to give him the fitting end he deserves. Lu uses extreme speed to blitz her opponent, but the arrogant Hao Tao still doesn't realize the danger, mocking her for trying to challenge him. He unleashes a powerful straight slash, pressing the attack, while shouting at her to taste his ultimate technique. A flurry of deadly blade strikes rains down on Lu, but she swiftly raises an energy barrier to block every single strike. But he is not done yet, his face twisting into something truly demonic. He boasts about being an agility-focused blue core warrior, mocking a recovery green core warrior like her for even trying to match his speed. Telling him to shut up, Lu locks in, recalling the intense combat training her father drilled into her when she was just a kid. His moves might carry the raw force of a rank 5 core, but they are completely wild, chaotic, and utterly brainless. Charging forward in a frenzy, he screams that a mere green core could never survive his lightning-fast sword strikes. Lu ducks under the blades. To beat an opponent like him, she only needs to wait for one single, fatal opening. She drives her blade straight through him. Blood splatters everywhere, but Lu's gaze remains ice-cold and unbothered. You and I both know raw power means nothing without control. Like her father said, clumsy strength is barely 1% of its true potential. Her strike slams him violently into the dirt with an ear-splitting crash. Yet, Hao Tao grits his teeth, refusing to stay down. Throwing his head back, he screams that he is young Master Ula of the prestigious Mir family, declaring that nobody can look down on him and everyone needs to die. Lu immediately leaps back to gain some distance. Damn it. His energy is destabilizing and heading towards self-destruction much faster than she anticipated. Planting her sword firmly into the ground, she realizes she cannot escape the blast radius at this range. Lu's body glows with energy. Gritting her teeth, she pours everything into a frontal barrier, as Hao Tao completely loses his mind. Aki and his group stop, distracted by the battle. He silently calls out to Lu in his heart. Staring at the blinding light radiating from Hao Tao, the 6th-tier enemy cannot believe that an idiot of his caliber was broken by a Tier 1 brat. Meanwhile, Aki rushes over. A massive sphere of green light expands before suddenly vanishing, leaving behind a massive, smoldering crater surrounded by thick plumes of smoke. Lu shields her eyes from the dust, wondering if her barrier actually held up against that blast. She opens her eyes to find someone standing right in front of her, praising her for breaking a rank 5 warrior. Aki had deployed his powerful wooden shield to protect her. Looking down at her, he smiles and says, "Well done, Liu." Catching her breath, Lu realizes that guy had none of the actual power of a rank 5 warrior. He was impatient, completely lacked combat experience, and could barely keep up with an experienced Tier 1 fighter. Scratches cover her face as well. Without those fatal flaws, there is no way I could have defeated a rank 5 opponent on my own. I would have been wiped out in seconds. Walking over to her, he gently points out her injuries, telling her she needs to treat those cuts immediately. Lu finally notices the countless cuts all over her body, admitting she did not even feel them during the fight. He offers a warm smile, praising her incredible bravery. Blushing red, a flustered Lu immediately tries to change the subject. Stammering, she asks if his fight is already over, demanding to know what happened to that 6th-tier warrior. Inside, she is screaming at his sudden compliment while they both turn their attention back toward the smoking crater. He tells her that the demon puppet he controlled was probably vaporized in that blast, as it was just a mindless vessel. But as for that 6th-tier master, he is highly resilient. But wait, some coughing rings out from the dust. Trust me, we haven't seen the last of him yet. All right, stick with me. That useless young master is dead, and escaping the Mir family won't be easy. The 6-star fighter, Lucci, stepped forward, covering one eye with his hand. But they'll just hire assassin fighters to hunt me down every single day. He let out a heavy, exhausted sigh. For some context, assassin fighters are a ruthless underground group made up of reckless warriors who take on any job. They specialize in hunting down other warriors, but their services cost an absolute fortune. Rumor has it their ranks even include a 7-star warrior with terrifying, godlike power. To hire an elite assassin of that caliber, standard gold simply won't cut it. You have to offer them something of equal, extreme value. Resting his massive axe on his shoulder, Lucci declared, "I'm totally done fighting. You two freaks are incredibly strong, yet you're using low-grade cores. And actually agreed with him, knowing that continuing this battle would be completely pointless. Just as expected, the target Lucci was supposed to protect was dead. In a place like this, he had no reason left to fight. If you had fought me with everything you had, and teamed up with that demon, I wouldn't have escaped in one piece. Manipulating elements, controlling demon corpses. You're hiding way too much. His gaze sharpened. Just how strong are you? Really? And where on earth did you come from? He smiled. I'm just a 4-star warrior who happened to get some unique skills. With your 6-core strength, if you fought to the death, I'd be in real trouble. He wondered to himself, special abilities? Could this guy be one of those ultra-rare geniuses? I've heard stories of legendary warriors who possess unique powers normal fighters could only dream of. Lucci stared directly at the young man. I'm curious, since you've already mastered elemental powers, why come to the Castle of Buried Bones for elemental crystals? They shouldn't even be of any use to you, right? And just gave a soft smile. That's none of your business, he thought. But pay attention here normally. These crystals only allow 5-core warriors to merge with a single element for their own personal use. But I want to see what happens if these crystals can merge multiple elements together. In his mind, he pictured the image of that mysterious, glowing stone, alongside a diagram showing all 5 elements. If I gather all 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, and use the elemental crystal to fuse them together, what crazy power will unlock? His gaze turned sharp. He had to find a way to become even stronger. He pictured a battered figure chained in the dark. Desha, a former 6 Pillars member, wouldn't be kept in a place he could easily escape from. To rescue Desha, he couldn't just rely on the demonic power sealed inside his own body. And then there were those elite powerhouses. He would likely have to face the new king and the new 6 Pillars. Shouldering his axe, Lucci turned to leave. Fine then, but if I were you, I'd get out of this place as fast as possible. The shockwave from that idiot's self-destruction is bound to attract bloodthirsty demons and other fighters. In a place like this, you'd better watch your own backs. His silhouette faded into the distance. Good luck. Meanwhile, Aki and Lu had already moved on to another area. The two looked down at the ground, fighting off hordes of demons. As night finally fell, they came across a small squad, huddled near a campfire. Aki smiled and shook hands warmly with one of them, while Lu stood nearby, quietly observing everything. Under the cold, crescent moon, Liu looked at him with concern. Aren't you going to get some sleep? Leaning against the wall, and replied, You sleep first. I'll get some rest in a bit. Lu then crawled into her sleeping bag. Anne, your insane combat skills, your smooth negotiation tactics, and all that seasoned experience of yours. She asks where he got all this crazy experience. And honestly, you and I are probably wondering the exact same thing. Clapping his hands together, he confidently added, Maybe I just know how to look at things differently. Yeah, that's it. Lu sighed in disbelief. He really acted like an old man trapped in a kid's body. Resting under the moon, he felt a strange presence nearby. Yeah, maybe. Go to sleep. Good night. The next morning, Liu was busy packing up her sleeping bag. The sounds of battle echoed nearby, which Aki noticed too. Along with the faint, flickering aura of a demon, Liu walked over, asking if he slept. He glanced at her. I got a little sleep. Don't worry. The energy over there is chaotic, and it seems fighters are in pursuit. He suspected the elemental demon had finally appeared. Aki stepped onto the railing. Follow me, I know how to find it first. The two quickly took off into the air. Flying behind him, Lu asked in confusion, Why are you so excited? He just smiled. No reason. Landing on the ground, a wide grin spread across his face. Actually, yeah, I'm incredibly excited. For him, this was the exact breed of demon he'd been waiting for. In his past life, he'd fought every single type of monster imaginable. This elemental demon? Trust me, you and I will love this. All right, you and I are diving into a wild chase today. Before anyone else finds it, Aki and Lu rush ahead, flying together through the air. He looks back and notices its speed has dropped. It must have finally found a place to hide. This is their perfect chance to drag it out. But Lu asks, Do you even know where those elemental demons are? This place is huge. They will be hard to find. With a serious look, he says, Don't worry, I know. Even if he hates to admit it, ever since that elemental demon's aura appeared, he can somehow sense its exact location. Closing his eyes, he senses the surrounding area, almost as if he is tracking down one of his own kind. It is heading straight underground. Suddenly, Lu points towards some dark shadows moving in the distance. Look over there. There is another squad flying right above us. He frowns. It seems the rapid response squad already has their eyes on the battlefield, though it will still take them some time to pinpoint the elemental demon's location. He has to make a choice. They need a shortcut. Grabbing her arm, he says, "Lu, we have to go." She stands there completely dazed. Wait, what? Before she can even react, Lu gets dragged away, screaming in shock as they both plunge down into a deep pit. He holds her tight as they dive, while she screams at the top of her lungs, sensing it hiding beneath the castle. He knows this is the fastest way. Aki keeps his eyes locked below. He has been practicing his mastery over elemental power lately and has always wanted to try this out. As they freefall, they see massive roots bursting straight out of the surrounding stone walls. Watch closely. That is actually Aki summoning his wood element to safely wrap around them. The roots form a massive web, acting as a natural wood-style break. He crashes through the vines to slow their fall, leaving Lu screaming in terror, while he finds the whole rush absolutely thrilling. All that remains is the echo of her screams, fading away into the pitch-black darkness. Sitting on a pile of rocks, Liu searches around and asks, "Where are you?" A muffled voice answers from right beneath her. He chuckles, scratching his head. "My bad, didn't mean to scare you. But hey, could you please get off me?" His words make Liu's face flush completely red, followed by a loud, resounding slap. Now with a huge bump on his head, Aki scans the area, surprised to find a hidden cave deep within these underground ruins. Meanwhile, with her face still burning bright red, Liu mutters, "How much further is it?" They are getting incredibly close now. Up ahead, he suddenly presses himself against the wall and whispers, "Shh." Peering inside, they see that it is resting. It is a 5-flag elemental demon. He whispers under his breath, "We found it. The elemental demon. This is a quartz elemental demon, and a 5-flag one at that. But unlike ordinary 5-flag beasts, the heavy aura radiating from it is insanely powerful." Now, think about this. Once they start fighting, the noise is going to attract other elite hunter squads. "Lu, we have to take this demon down before anyone else discovers this spot. We will grab the quartz element from its chest and get out." He quickly calculates. "I estimate we only have 5 minutes to end this fight. I am going to need your help." Liu never expected they would have only 5 minutes against a 5-flag elemental demon, but she agrees anyway, asking, "What do you need me to do?" Behind the wall, they whisper to map out their plan. Liu is flooded with questions about high-level energy manipulation. Where did you get all this experience anyway? I have never even heard of the energy flow method you were talking about." He reassures her, saying, "Look, I know for a fact you can pull this off. All right, I am going in first." Unleashing his power, Aki charges straight ahead. Sensing his arrival, the demon roars out, a warrior. Its eyes glare with pure fury as Aki charges, calculating his move. From what he has seen, the other squads entering the castle have warriors with insanely sharp senses. If they don't end this fight instantly, those elite hunters will be swarming this place in no time. Once they show up, walking away with that elemental quartz will be nearly impossible. The demon's arm glows with surging energy as it snarls. "I didn't expect you to find my hiding spot so quickly." He is no ordinary opponent. Landing with a heavy thud, cracking the ground, Aki thinks, "My guess was right. You really can manipulate elemental power." As he leaps into the air, the demon stares in utter disbelief. This aura. "You are a demon too." It unleashes a torrent of fire and water. The brutal clash begins, and Aki carefully analyzes its moves in real time. So that's the secret. By balancing the energy between opposing elements, you can control both at the exact same time. With a grin, he says, "My turn." Swirling spheres of fire and water ignite in his hands. He fires them both, sending 2 destructive forces colliding in a spectacular explosion. Watching from afar, Liu recalls Aki's warning. "Do not be shocked by the power and appearance I am about to show you. You can just think of it as my unique ability. Just remember, I am Aki." Seeing him fight like this, she realizes this must be his special ability. But looking at his monstrous form, she can't help but think he truly resembles a demon. Suddenly, both elemental forces vanish, leaving a massive, glowing golden circle floating right between them. The shocked demon stammers, "Unbelievable. You copied my skill after seeing it just once? How are you controlling both fire and water?" And that's where we will leave them clashing, trust me. You are going to want to see what's next. All right, let's dive into this epic showdown as the demon stands frozen, using wood element energy to heal while dazed. Aang smirks, realizing this monster actually knows how to regenerate. He activated his metal reinforcement, his eyes sharpening. Now that he had figured out the demon's ability, it was time to end this. As the demon tried to move, massive tree roots erupted from the ground, tightly binding its legs. It quickly realized that this wood element attack was also under his control. Aang recalled the four-finned demon using the same metal element trick back during the demon hunt tournament as he charged forward using his giant blade strike. The demon successfully ripped through the roots and accepted the challenge. Fine, let's see whose elemental power is stronger. It deployed its triple blade shield, betting everything on its full metal elemental strength. Aang smirked. He had finally forced the beast to concentrate all its energy into one single spot. Then, he yelled out, "Lu, do it now!" From behind, Lu firmly gripped her staff and pointed it directly at the beast. She recalled what Aang had taught her about this advanced energy control method to gather the core's power, feel its presence, and visualize the flow and shape of that energy within her heart. Watch closely as she turns formless energy into a solid shape, converting that raw power into a weapon and unleashing its massive force right at the target. "Let me handle this," Lu declared, her eyes sharpening as she gripped her weapon and charged forward to strike. Liu never expected to be the one delivering the final blow. Facing a five-finned demon, a highly intelligent, specialized beast made her incredibly hesitant as she crouched low on the ground. If it focused entirely on defense, they wouldn't be able to defeat it anytime soon. Aang had explained his plan earlier. He would force the demon to concentrate its energy in one spot to counter his attack. You know how it works. When it focuses everything on offense, its defensive power drops to zero. That would be the perfect moment for a surprise attack. Back in the present, Lu delivered a devastating, fatal blow to the demon. The demon could still think, realizing too late that they had planned this trap from the very beginning. A beam of blinding light erupted from Lu, piercing the demon's body and slamming it heavily against the wall with a loud crash. Her cold, sharp gaze remained fixed as her energy continued to radiate. The energy manipulation technique Aang taught her allowed her to draw out the absolute maximum power from her core. To think it would pierce the demon so cleanly, it seemed the beast truly had zero energy left over for defense. Light surged straight through the demon's body. Its wood element healing was failing completely. And here's where we see it happen. The demon screams in agony as a glowing crystal core appears on its chest, and Aang charges in. "Great job, Liu," Aang praised, reaching out to grab the elemental core. He had finally achieved his goal. The demon collapsed onto its knees, its life force rapidly fading away. It wondered in horror why its healing wouldn't work. Aang turned to look at it, explaining that Lu's strike carried pure purification energy, which completely blocked any regeneration methods that weren't its own. Growing weaker by the second, the demon struggled to speak. "Blocked. You planned everything," the beast gasped before collapsing completely. Lu ran over to him, calling out, "Aang, are you okay?" Holding the glowing core in his hand, he smiled. "I'm fine. Thanks to you, we got the core. That attack was incredible. You really are a genius." Hearing his praise, her cheeks instantly flushed a bright red. Liu crossed her arms, trying to act cool. "Stop teasing me. Besides, I refuse to be a burden to you," Aang asked with concern. "But what about you? That attack used up almost all of your energy, right?" Lu stepped closer. "I'm fine. At least I can still move around." Suddenly, loud heavy footsteps echoed from the distance. She tilted her head to listen, her brow furrowing. "Just like you predicted, they've already tracked us down." Yeah, some elite warriors have high sensory abilities and can pinpoint the exact location where battle energy waves originate. And this squad definitely has people like that. With that, Aang and Lu quickly began to move. Running fast, Aang picked up footsteps coming from the left. "Let's head right to find a way out of here." While they're still. Before he could finish, a sudden shockwave hit his body, and he coughed up blood while clutching his chest. Lu's eyes widened in horror. She rushed over to support him. "Aang, are you okay?" He was equally shocked, wondering what went wrong. He propped himself up on the ground, confused because he hadn't felt any attacks from the demon. Blood dripped from his mouth as his face contorted in agony, fingers clawing at the dirt. "What's happening? Why does it hurt so bad?" Dark energy began radiating from him as he let out a painful scream. Watching in panic, Lu cried, "Aang, where are you hurt?" Aang collapsed against the ground, realizing what was happening. This body was just too weak, even though its synchronization level was much higher than his previous one. Recalling his brutal battles, he realized that channeling so much demonic power over such a short period had finally pushed his weak body past its absolute breaking point. Damn it, why now of all times? Shaking, Aang urges Lu to escape with the core before the other hunters arrive, leaving us wondering if he'll make it out alive. Stick around to find out next time, but Liu refuses to let go, gripping his arm and telling him to shut up. Helping him up, Liu struggles to make Aang walk, completely clueless about what he just went through. Trust me, you'll love her fierce loyalty here. Her voice turns firm as she declares she will absolutely never leave her comrade behind. The two scramble forward, desperately pushing toward what looks like a path leading straight to the surface. Keep pushing. Once they reach the surface, the fresh air will help him recover. A massive fortress like this bone castle simply must have another exit somewhere. By now, Aang is completely exhausted and numb, unable to feel anything anymore. Drenched in sweat, Lu finally drags them out of the cave. She hopes that following this path will lead them straight out of the castle. But why does this place look exactly like the ruins from her dream? Before her stands a massive, vine-covered gate. As a sudden noise echoes behind them, several figures streak through the air, landing heavily before them. One of them sneers, "Teaming up with you guys temporarily really paid off, didn't it?" Another warrior folds his arms, praising his twin brother's incredible sensory abilities. Now, watch closely, because these ruthless rank 5 elites are definitely not here to play nice. A bald fighter chuckles, asking if these two caused the massive battle earlier. As Lu stares at the newcomers, her eyes widen in pure shock. 6 5-core warriors. Damn it, she curses, while a scarred thug coldly sizes her up. A 1-core warrior? Am I seeing things? Is your squad down to just 2, and 1 is already half dead? Due to the intense clash with the demon earlier, his eyes suddenly freeze on Aang's hand, spotting the legendary elemental crystal tightly gripped in his fist. He instantly points and yells, "Wait, he actually has the crystal," leaving the others completely stunned. The scarred thug grins wildly. "Incredible. Looks like we won't have to break a sweat. My brothers and I will be taking that crystal." The bald fighter sneers back, claiming his own squad won't allow that. Meanwhile, Lu supports Aang, her mind racing with sheer panic. What should she do? She stands absolutely no chance against these monsters. If only she were stronger, she could have protected her dearest friend. But suddenly, Aang stirs, holding the brilliant crystal out to her, and whispering for her to keep it safe. With blood dripping from his mouth, he knows their target is the crystal, but they will never let them leave this place alive. Lu watches him with deep worry, but Aang tries to reassure her, insisting that he can still fight. Clutching his weapon with one hand, he steps forward proudly, declaring he will fight to his absolute last breath. The thugs burst into loud laughter as they watch Aang drag his weapon forward. A wounded 4-core warrior showing some backbone? How cute, the bald guy mocks. "You think you can face both of our squads? We have 6 elite 5-core warriors here. If you know what's good for you, hand over that crystal and we might make your deaths quick." Aang struggles to keep his breathing steady, closing his eyes in silent frustration. He can feel his inner demonic power completely locked away, as his broken body simply can't handle that terrifying, overwhelming force anymore. "You and I know this battle will be brutal." The enemy warriors instantly charge forward, greedily declaring that whoever snatches the crystal first gets to keep it for themselves. With that, it is a race to claim the prize before backup arrives. But suddenly, a terrifying vision of a bloody, brutal battle flashes right through Lu's mind. She freezes in shock, wondering why that eerie dream is suddenly returning to her. She has a terrible feeling about this. Watching the greedy warriors pounce on Aang like a pack of hungry wolves, Lu screams his name in sheer panic. The bald fighter grins maniacally. "Kill them quickly, and that precious crystal is ours." An enemy from the other squad laughs along in sheer excitement. "Sorry, but our squad is taking it this time." Meanwhile, the scarred leader watches coldly, calculating his next move. His squad has already found a buyer. Even if they cannot harness the crystal's power, selling it on the market will fetch them an absolute fortune. Once they split the profits, there will be more than enough to buy incredibly powerful legendary gear for the 3 of them. Aang knows he only has 1 minute left, as he forces his broken body to stand tall. If he forces his inner demonic power to erupt once more, his body might just hold together for 60 seconds. Why must his broken body fail him at this exact moment? Looking at Lu's terrified face, he resolves to do absolutely whatever it takes to ensure she escapes safely. The 6 savage warriors charge right at him. Closing his eyes, he calculates that 1 minute of power is more than enough to slaughter them all. The 60-second countdown begins, leaving the scarred leader utterly terrified. This dark aura is unreal, and even the bald fighter panics, wondering what is happening. Is he really a demon? Unleashing 2 massive currents of energy, Aang vanishes in a swift gust of wind, leaving his enemies completely bewildered as he disappears. The scarred leader relies on his instincts to locate Aang, but Aang is already striking him with blinding speed. 58 seconds left, trust me, his eyes are completely frozen. Alright, you and I are diving into 57 seconds remaining on the clock, where Aki strikes so fast that his enemy can't even point a finger before getting completely slashed. He smiles. Let's start with you then. With 55 seconds left, the others freeze in shock as their third brother gets bombarded with a barrage of dizzying strikes. The rest of the crew charges forward, screaming to slaughter this monster and avenge their fallen third brother. Aki delivers a cold, ruthless slash. 54 seconds remain as the chaotic mob gets caught in his path and wiped out in a blink. Even their bald leader stares in absolute disbelief. 52 seconds left, and Aki unleashes his devastating Metal Earth Spike Tide. Aki unleashes a relentless flurry of slashes, sending chaotic blades of energy everywhere. The bald leader crouches low, barely resisting the fierce, crushing winds. He is shocked by the kid's unreal speed. To think he already took down 3 men in a blink. Who? What on earth is this monster? The 3 brothers lie completely defeated across Aki's razor-sharp strings as he walks away, weapon in hand, looking cold as ice. Just 40 seconds left. The bald leader analyzes the fight. Although those 3 had incredibly sharp instincts and Zhang Gui was a 5th-stage warrior, they were wiped out instantly. He realizes they must team up because losing to a single opponent is not an option. The remaining thugs shout in unison, ready to unleash their full power. Aki stomps his foot, shattering the ground beneath him as he charges forward. Try me. But suddenly, a violent spasm racks his entire body. Watch closely here, he covers his mouth. But he can't stop the bright red blood from gushing out as his internal organs feel like they're tearing apart. Damn it, 36 seconds left. Lu watches in sheer panic from the sidelines. Aki's body is reaching its absolute limit, with 34 seconds remaining on the clock. The bald leader grins maliciously. Of course, the kid was already heavily injured to begin with. Although taking out that first-tier core warrior behind him would be child's play, this guy standing in front of him is a total wild card. With 32 seconds left, the bald leader and his crew lunge forward together, seizing this perfect chance to kill him once and for all. Aki struggles to stand, knowing they want to team up and crush him. He channels his energy, forming a massive crimson shield. The bald boss sneers. It is just a simple barrier. Break it and finish him off. The whole mob charges, relentlessly hammering the shield. Panting heavily, the green-haired thug gasps. Boss, do we keep hitting it? They've spent too much energy. The shield is shrinking but still refuses to break. The bald boss growls, completely baffled by what is happening. Shrinking? Suddenly, it hits him. Could it be? He screams in pure panic. It's a trap. Everyone, stop attacking right now. Aki smirks. Too late. I am sending all of your own energy right back at you. He activates his reverse energy technique as the countdown hits 0. A massive, devastating explosion erupts, sending the bald boss flying. The collapsing shield unleashes a colossal torrent of crimson energy that shoots straight up, piercing high into the heavens. Other squads in the area spot the massive flare, realizing a power of this scale must be linked to the elemental crystal. Let's move. Let's see what happened on Aki's side after that blast. His devastating attack left a massive, deep crater in the ground, completely surrounded by thick clouds of dust. A charred, unrecognizable hand lies in the dirt. Liu rushes over in a panic. Aki's face is covered in horrific wounds as he coughs weakly and passes out. He is glad he managed to control the blast radius and intensity of that massive energy explosion. She feels a wave of relief that he is okay. But then, Aki coughs up blood and collapses backward, forcing Liu to catch him. Barely keeping his eyes open, he mutters weakly, "Liu, leave me behind. That explosion is going to draw every warrior and devil in the area right to us." But Liu refuses to budge. If the roles were reversed, would you ever abandon your own comrade? Just hold on to that crystal while I carry you. I won't let you fight all alone anymore, Aki. Leave everything else to me, she says, hoisting him onto her back. Remembering a dark dream she once had, Liu frowns deeply. Damn it, everything is playing out exactly like that horrible nightmare. In the dream, Aki lies broken on the ground, bleeding out, while she desperately reaches her hand out, screaming his name. A door swings open, releasing a menacing red mist. Liu supports Aki on her shoulder, dragging him forward, begging herself to hold on just a bit longer. Aki mutters, "We got it." Liu desperately pleads with him. "You can't fall asleep on me, Aki. Stay awake." Liu forces her trembling legs forward, gasping for air but refusing to drop him. "Please, don't fall asleep," she cries out. "Aki, I beg you, wake up. We worked so hard to get this far." Suddenly, Aki's limp hand loses its grip on the crystal. The elemental crystal falls, clattering across the cold floor. She stares at it in horror, desperately reaching down to grab it. Lu trembles as she picks it up. Every single thing happening right now, she doesn't even know when it started. But this is exactly how it played out in her dreams. Suddenly, a dark shadow looms over them, sweat pouring down Lu's face in absolute terror. Recognizing the danger above, she looks up to see two massive demons. Her legs tremble, but she quickly hoists Aki up and runs. The bloodthirsty demons pursue them relentlessly, launching a brutal attack. Is this really how it ends? The beast stabs Lu straight through the chest and flees, leaving us with a heart-wrenching cliffhanger. All right, you and I are diving into a brutal scene. Aki is sent flying, and Lu lies beaten as a demon approaches, mocking how two pieces of trash got here. The beast is thrilled they found the elemental quartz. Meanwhile, Lu lies gasping, a gaping wound in her chest where her heart was pierced. Can she actually recover from a fatal blow like this? The demon sneers and walks over to Aki, ruthlessly kicking his limp body face up. He notices Aki is somehow still breathing. Just then, another demon approaches with a foul, sickening stench radiating off him, leaning in close to inspect the boy. Desperate, Lu weakly reaches out, begging them not to touch him, but the foul demon just grows more annoyed. Deciding he hates Aki's scent, the beast threatens to decapitate him for fun. Lu screams in sheer panic, ordering them to stay away. Her face contorts with pure rage, her eyes sharp enough to kill. That's when the blue core, stage 5 demon steps forward, mocking her for having attitude while clinging to life. The beast delivers a brutal kick right to her stomach, sneering at her pathetic weakness. The massive impact sends her flying. Deep down, she is forced to admit the painful truth: she is just too weak. Watching the demon loom over Aki, she is filled with despair. She failed to protect her teammate, failed to protect him. Her vision begins to blur, but her inner consciousness screams out in frustration, begging them not to lay a hand on him. She desperately wanted to protect Aki, blaming her own utter helplessness. Whispering into the dark, she wishes she had the strength to change this, absolutely hating her own weakness. Now, pay attention, because a single footstep echoes, completely freezing time and space, as a mysterious figure suddenly appears. The Scarlet Banner strictly warned me not to interfere and help that human warrior. A woman steps forward. She is the Black Banner, one of the 6 great banners, ruling over time and space. She smirks, muttering to herself about how she ended up stepping in anyway. Truly a pain. Approaching them, she grumbles that she can't be blamed. After all, the one making her worry is none other than her beloved Scarlet Banner, hiding inside that human body. Smoothing her dress, the Black Banner sighs. A frail human vessel could never handle the sheer power of her beloved Scarlet Banner. Kneeling in front of Aki, she brushes back his hair. This body should have collapsed from the extreme overload long ago, yet he somehow pushed it this far. No wonder the Scarlet Banner took a liking to him. The sheer willpower of this human is truly astonishing. As Aki lies unconscious, she suddenly remembers something. Leaning down close to his face, she whispers to check if the Scarlet Banner is actually in there. But the only response from Scarlet is absolute, heavy silence. Standing up, she pouts, annoyed that he won't wake up despite their rare meeting. Then, turning her head toward Lu, she remembers the other human. Floating closer, she examines Lu. Now, we're about to discover a massive secret with her, as she senses a familiar energy wave coming from the girl. She realizes this power is even stronger than expected. Unfortunately, as a mere human, Lu is completely unable to awaken her true latent strength. Staring intently, she presses a finger to her lips with a deeply sinister smirk. If the Scarlet Banner forbid her from helping that brat directly, why not just lend a hand indirectly? That should be perfectly fine. Praising her own cleverness, she decides to trigger a new evolution for Lu. Lifting her body into the air, opening her mouth wide, she notes that Liu carries the wavelength of time, making her the perfect vessel for her dark powers. She makes contact with Lu's mouth, transferring her energy. A ticking clock echoes in the background, as her blood cells surge, and the hands of time begin to spin rapidly. A pitch-black, stage 4 core suddenly manifests, granting her absolute control over time and space. Pulling back, she gazes in shock at the girl's face. She never expected a human body could adapt to her divine power so flawlessly. Outstanding. Her desire to become stronger must be incredibly intense. A spatial rift tears open. With a playful wave, she bids her farewell, leaving everything to Lu as the portal snaps shut. As time resumes, Liu crashes hard into the dirt, while the bloodthirsty demon prepares to execute Aki on the spot. But suddenly, a hand catches his blade midair. The Blue Core Stage 5 beast gasps in utter shock at the interruption. He realizes a mysterious hand burst from the earth to stop his blade. Looking over at the spot where he kicked Liu, he gasps, unable to believe his eyes. A chilling voice echoes. Liu stands tall, radiating an overwhelming aura, as she warns him once again to stay away from Aki. She is transformed into her legendary Stage 4 black and white demon form, with space and time powers manifesting as swirling blue mist. Looking incredibly menacing, she dares him to touch Aki again, extending a hand tipped with razor-sharp black claws to strike. The other demon panics, shouting that she is one of them. Stepping forward, Liu glares at them, her eyes flashing with pure malice. She snarls that she is nothing like you, filthy beasts. But the Stage 5 demon sneers back, trying to hide his fear. Screaming that they must kill her, the beasts charge forward. Liu calmly raises her hand, summoning a massive, glass-like spatial box that hovers directly over their heads. A massive spatial gate slams down, completely crushing the beast underneath it as thick smoke billows from the impact. Gashing its teeth, blue blood dripping, the demon gasps, asking if she can control space. You and I know he is totally doomed. You and I are about to watch this epic clash as the demon struggles under a massive gate, roaring. Do not underestimate me. A single blade cannot kill me. She smirks coldly. Who said there was only one? Suddenly, dozens of massive blades materialize in the air. Liu lowers her hand, triggering her devastating space collapse technique. Those colossal blades hurtle forward instantly, unleashing a terrifying explosion of pure force. Amidst the demon's agonizing screams, the dust clears to reveal nothing but a massive, bottomless crater left behind. Only one demon remains standing. Liu slowly approaches, leaving the surviving demon trembling in terror. Its ally was vaporized, leaving no trace behind. Her eyes glow with icy resolve. You are next. The demon's legs shake violently as it steps back. How is this possible? She looks like a fragile human, yet her aura is absolutely overwhelming. The creature stammers. Wait, I have a question. Tell me, what on earth are you two? Now, watch closely as it tries to negotiate, saying, stop. Your rare space magic proves you are like us, and look at your partner. Gazing at the unconscious Aki, it senses a terrifying energy radiating from him. Trembling, it demands, who are you people? Liu calmly offers a chilling answer. We are humans. Human warriors. The demon scoffs. Human warriors? It shouts. Do you honestly expect me to believe that? You went from Tier 1 strength to Tier 4 in an instant. Even our Tier 5 elites stand no chance against you. Before it can finish, she steps forward and tears its body completely in half, muttering, you talk too much. With both demons eliminated, she turns her attention back to Aki and gently rests her hand on his cheek. You've always been the one saving me, she whispers. This time, let me save you. Her palm glows, channeling her power toward the quartz stone. The gem vanishes from the ground and instantly reappears in her hand. Let's get out of here. The Bone Castle exit. Outside, 2 guards patrol the area. Detecting human life signals approaching, they quickly open the gates, hearing heavy footsteps coming from within the darkness. Liu emerges, carrying Aki on her shoulders. Her face is covered in wounds, yet she forces a weary smile. Her body gives out, but she manages to gasp out one final thought. We made it out. Both collapse onto the hard ground. The 2 guards rush over, shouting, quick, get them to the infirmary. Suddenly, one guard freezes. Wait, look behind the gate. They stare in sheer horror at the crushed heap of demons. I know what you're thinking. How on earth did they pull off this absolute massacre? Inside lies a horde of demons, slaughtered by Liu's giant blades. Some are brutally impaled, while others are locked away in crushing spatial cages. A voice echoes through the dark. I knew it. You are the perfect vessel for my power. Little girl, you possess an unawakened foresight ability. This is going to be highly entertaining. Feeling submerged in a deep ocean, Liu opens her eyes. The towering entity, Black King, appears in her dream, holding tiny Liu in her massive palm. Liu snaps awake, staring at a ceiling fan spinning slowly. Next to her, a curtain flutters gently in the cool breeze. She sits up, rubbing her temples. The outskirts, Medical Bay. I guess we really made it out alive. Who was that in my dream? She wonders. And my wounds? They are completely healed. How is this possible? Such severe injuries, yet it is like they never happened. Fragmented memories begin flashing through her mind. Scattered flashbacks of the castle appear. Why can't she remember what happened inside? Her head throbs with an intense pain. It feels like those memories are completely shrouded in a thick black mist. Aki suddenly appears, draping a warm blanket over her shoulders. "You're the one who saved me, Liu." She looks up in surprise. Standing by her bedside, Aang says, "The rescue team told me you carried me all the way here. That is incredible." Flashbacks of Aki's horrific injuries trigger her panic. Liu asks anxiously, "Aang, are you really okay? No lingering injuries?" Flexing his arm, he reassures her with a grin. "I am perfectly fine. Just a few minor scratches. Nothing serious." He closes his eyes. "I am sorry. I was careless. My body failed me inside that castle, and we almost died for that elemental core." Realizing something, Liu frantically looks around the room. "Right, your elemental core. Where is it?" Aki holds up the quartz crystal. "Relax. I have it right here. I found it tucked into my clothes when I woke up." "You did that, didn't you? Thank you. You are amazing." Liu taps her chin, confused. "Me? I did?" He smiles. "Anyway, we achieved our goal here at the Bone Castle. So what do you and I do next? Find a safe haven, refine this core, and unlock its true power." You and I are jumping right back in, as Liu swings her legs off the bed and agrees. She grabs her coat, saying they can leave once the paperwork is done. Aki agrees, but his expression suddenly turns dead serious. "What happened back in that castle, Liu? Why do you carry the exact same aura as me?" He wonders as her glowing aura flickers. Cut to the open road they are driving, and Liu looks gorgeous in her sunglasses. Tilting her head, she notes he needs a quiet place to cultivate, while a cool-looking Aki drives them forward. "Exactly, a place to focus. I need to spend some time researching this elemental quartz fragment so I can easily fuse its raw energy." He eyes the quartz. Knowing his demon origin allows him to wield all elemental forces, and this specific fragment holds the final element he desperately needs. Steering the wheel, he begins calculating. What incredible power would awaken if he used this quartz to fuse all 5 elements into one? Instantly, a perfect location comes to Liu's mind. My dad mentioned that B-rank towns rent out special training rooms for high-level warriors. That should fit your needs perfectly. Hearing this, Aki excitedly floors the gas pedal, speeding down the road. Awesome. There is a B-rank town. Welcome to B-rank Salamanca. It looks like an ancient castle from the outside, but inside, it is a bustling modern market. Don't blink, because this bustling new city they are entering is actually incredibly famous. Leading the way, Liu agrees. "Yeah. Look around, almost all of these warriors are from other territories." Spotting 2 men in brown cloaks with rifles strapped to their backs, Liu gasps in surprise. "Oh, even hunters from the wild are relaxing here." Aki is surprised. "Wow, a city girl like you actually knows about hunters?" She tilts her head, explaining it as just basic knowledge. Hunters are nomadic human warriors who refuse to settle down in towns, wandering outside the safe zones, spending their lives exploring and gathering rare, valuable materials. They operate in highly organized, heavily armed squads, demanding elite individual combat skills from every single member. In Liu's mind, these hunters are legendary figures, radiating raw power and absolute authority. Clutching her bag, she adds that Salamanca is a rare commercial hub, while Aki silently follows her lead. No wonder so many powerful factions gather in this market. Aki realizes, looking up at the twilight sky. Aki quietly hopes he can successfully find a decent training room. Inside a high-end training center, a loud, shocked voice suddenly echoes through the lobby. "Huh? You heard that right? Our powerful Demon King has absolutely no idea what combat points are." The owner explains that combat points are the exclusive currency used globally by all warriors. They allow warriors to purchase items in any city they visit. Leaning in, the owner glares at the glowing core on Aki's chest. "You are a stage 4 warrior. How do you not know this? Are you just a cosplayer?" Pointing to a machine nearby, Liu intervenes, explaining that combat points are linked to identity. "You just need to scan your finger to check your balance." The owner beams, praising the beautiful Liu for her deep knowledge. Aki nods, finally understanding. He sighs inwardly. In his past life, combat points did not exist. Resources were fairly distributed to everyone, and you simply submitted a request for whatever you needed. Times have truly changed. He places his finger on the scanner, only to receive a shocking result of 0 combat points. Bystanders, drinking tea, burst into hysterical laughter. Is this kid seriously here to play a joke? 0 points, and he wants to rent a training room? Boss, this brat is totally playing you. Fuming, the owner screams right in Aki's face. "Are you mocking me? You have absolutely nothing. You have no points but want a room? Are you here to cause trouble? Aki scratches his head, smiling. Man, am I really this broke? Why does being broke feel so familiar? Meanwhile, the owner continues to yell in frustration. My training facility is the absolute best around here. The cheapest room is 600 points a day. Suddenly, the machine beeps loudly, displaying a staggering balance of 1.2 million points. It was Liu. With a cold expression, Liu books the largest room available. The owner and the mockers stare in absolute disbelief as she impatiently tells them to hurry. And why shouldn't she? Her father is literally the wealthiest man in all of Helos. Aki picks up his bag. Consider this a debt. I'll pay you back. Walking ahead, Liu scoffs. No need. The owner quickly bows. Right this way. And that's where we leave them, with Aki totally speechless at her crazy wealth. All right, you and I are about to see just how insanely wealthy Liu's family really is. Blushing, she insists it is nothing, since her father always taught her to stay humble. Arriving at a room, the owner points at a massive iron door, confirming this is the spot. The three step inside. The owner excitedly introduces the massive room of nearly 200 square meters, completely reinforced on all sides with solid materials. At the end, a balcony serves as a special resting area. If things go wrong during training, you can hide underground. Pretty awesome, right? My training rooms are truly the best of the best. Aki looks around and nods in agreement. Not bad. Liu crosses her arms, glad that he likes it. She locks it in, choosing this room. As for the duration, they will decide after her partner finishes training. The owner beams, nodding eagerly without any issue. The owner leaves, telling them to call if needed. Liu turns to Aki, saying she won't disturb him and that he should use the space freely. She plans to explore the city for a bit, thinking she will just rent a room nearby. I need to review my gains from these past few days. Aki agrees, saying he will contact her once finished. It is getting cold. Let me lend you my coat. Liu snaps back. Who wants to wear your jacket anyway? Setting the quartz box on the ground, Aki makes a silent vow. I must get stronger to save Desa. Memories of Desa. The former blue core hexagram, getting crippled by the new king, flash through his mind. Brutal images of Desa being tortured appear, alongside the faces of the powerful new hexagrams and the new king himself. Aki's eyes burn with pure rage. Trust me, we are going to watch him settle this score. Remembering his battles, he realizes the demonic backlash proves he cannot rely solely on the power of the Demon King anymore. Looking down at the elemental quartz box, he knows he must elevate his own core strength to a whole new level. Refining the earth element first, he plans to fuse it with the 5 great elements. Glowing quartz light responds to his core. Meanwhile, walking down the street, Liu starts remembering some strange events that happened back at the Bone Burial Castle. Lost in thought, she suddenly realizes a mysterious power has quietly awakened deep within her own body. Instantly reaching stage 4, she feels a massive, completely unfamiliar energy surging inside her, practically begging for battle and more power. She remembers how she looked when rescuing Aki from that castle, like a voice whispering in her ear. A giant hand grabs her as a voice echoes, "Fight, get stronger." Could it be an alternate version of herself? Or is her desire for strength just that intense? Holding the core, she wonders about this power. I know what you are thinking. She has to master it first, right? Nearby, a massive crowd lines up as an announcer shouts, "The arena is amazing. Keep in line for tickets. No pushing." Fighters hand over their tickets at the gate. Looking ahead, Liu spots the entrance to the intense warrior tournament. Watching the excited crowd enter, she knows warriors from various factions gather here, making these arena rankings a massive attraction for everyone. A realization hits her. The arena. To fully master this mysterious power, she needs real, life or death combat. No matter what that inner voice tells her, one thing is absolutely certain: she is going to fight. Her psyche splits in two, balancing her normal self against her brutal inner demon, screaming for battle and power. To enter the arena, she needs to hide her identity. Conveniently, a nearby vendor is shouting, "Masks for sale. Get your special warrior nano coats here." Right beside her, a booth sells gear and masks for the arena competitors. Making her choice, she buys a mask and puts it on. She is determined to grow stronger and stop being a burden. No one, and no demon, will ever look down on her again. If a mysterious power has awakened inside her, then she is going to be the one to control it. Stepping up to the arena entrance, the ticket counter is closing. The collector counts his tickets with a greedy grin. He is making a fortune today. Liu approaches, asking how to sign up for the fights. The man instantly beams with excitement. "Well, welcome. Female warrior. What is your rank? And what name or alias would you like to use? Wearing her cat mask, Liu coldly responds, Stage 4 warrior, call me the Rakshasa cat. The man rubs his hands together, thrilled. Welcome, welcome. Our Salaman warrior arena is honored. Would you like to fight today? Or, Liu decides she is ready to fight right now. This is absolutely perfect. The coordinator is overjoyed. It has been forever since they had a new female warrior. The male division rankings have been stagnant for ages. Very few female warriors ever join. If we promote this, we'll make a fortune. And you and I both know it. He barks to his assistant to show her the way and sign her up. A young boy clutching a tablet rushes over immediately.